I opened my eyes and found myself in the backyard garden of the Yun family. Under the late spring sunlight, there were 5 stunning beast folk, slaves kneeling in the center of the lawn. "Which one will you choose?" my father asked. My stepmother suggested, "The fox girl stands out the most, so just choose her." I froze on the spot. Wasn't this a rebirth? In my last life, I was forced to hastily pick the fox girl. That was when the tragedy began. I glanced at the 5 of them. The bunny girl, pale and soft, F-level wood affinity. The wild wolf girl, untamed, D-level lightning affinity. The cold snake girl, D-level ice affinity. The mute mermaid, trash level sound affinity. And the fox girl, with fiery red hair and pale skin, D-level fire affinity. I was too familiar with the fox girl's face. Hatred surged in my chest. She was Yunlang's woman and carried his child. In my past life, she accused me of assaulting her when she got pregnant. I was disowned, cast out of the family, a disgrace to everyone. My stepmother spoke lightly. "She's gentle, obedient, and suits you well." I sneered. None of these slaves was fit, except for the fox girl. But she was nothing more than part of their trap. Yunlang chimed in. "A country bumpkin who's never seen good stock. Just listen to Mom." My father grew impatient. "Stop wasting time. Pick the 5th one already, so we can be done here." I replied coldly, "I must refuse." An enraged Yunlang barked, saying they were doing me a favor by letting me choose. I shot back mockingly. "I heard every one of your servants was picked by you personally. Am I not allowed the same privilege?" Then, with an uninterested tone, I added, "Clearly, I overestimated my place here. It'd be better if I left the Yun family entirely." My father's face darkened. I was the orphan child of his first wife, left in the countryside for years and only brought back 3 months ago. If I left now, it would tarnish his reputation. In the end, he relented. "Fine. Choose whoever you want, as long as you're satisfied." The fox girl's face turned pale as she pressed her hand to her stomach. My stepmother's expression morphed, while Yun Lang could no longer contain his frustration. After briefly mulling it over, I made an unexpected decision. "I'll take all of them." Yun Lang looked at me, shocked. "Are you insane? Buying all 5? Do you think money grows on trees in the Yun family?" But my father nodded. "Fine. They're just slaves." Ignoring them, I turned into the villa, hearing Yun Lang's angry glare burning into my back. The garden quieted down, and the butler gestured for the 5 slaves to pledge their allegiance. The bunny girl spoke first. "Bairuan greets the master." The wolf girl lowered her head. "Shar greets the master." The snake girl remained indifferent. "Zhan Yu greets the master." The silent mermaid bowed gracefully, her lips smiling softly. "Shui Lin greets the master." The fox girl followed suit, bowing in submission. I spoke directly. "If you follow me, you'll receive treatment equal to that of human servants." The bunny girl's eyes misted with tears. "Master, we're just lowly slaves." Shar internally sneered, thinking the bunny girl was too naive. Zhan Yu smirked coldly, finding my words absurd. Shui Lin's eyes sparkled with hope. She had been brutally abused by slave traders and never imagined she'd have this chance. Su Mei, the fox girl, smiled sweetly but stayed calculating, already scheming how to complete her mission and cling to me once her child was born. I glanced at their reactions, then warned sternly, "Betray me, and I will grind your bones to dust." The butler and servants were shocked, surprised that the countryside young master could command such a presence, even stronger than Yun Buiyuan's. The 5 answered in unison, "We swear never to betray the master." Later, I returned to my room. It was spacious but shabby, untouched for 3 months. No one had asked if I wanted anything new. The walls were bare, and I smiled bitterly. There was a soft knock at the door. "Come in." Shui Lin entered, carrying lavender tea. She set it down with a slight bow before stepping back. The mermaid girl stood quietly, her lips lifting into a faint smile, as serene as a delicate aquatic flower in a greenhouse. But I knew better. One day, she'd grow into a man-eating blossom. Sipping the tea, my mind drifted. Taking in these 5 slaves was neither impulsive nor indulgent. None of them was ordinary. Zhan Yu. Her true name is Emo Zhan Yu, the royal daughter of the beast folk and a future empress. A political coup brought her from glory to ruins, reduced to a prisoner. No one knew how she escaped or ended up smuggled onto a slave ship to the Lyre continent. When I met her in the last life, she was already branded as the lowliest of slaves. I didn't choose her then. Instead, she was bought by another noble, a sadist who delighted in torturing beast folk. For a year, Emo Zhan Yu endured hell. One night, she killed all 17 members of her master's household using a sharpened iron chopstick. The story shook the continent. Slave slaughters noble family. I heard the news while curled up in a dilapidated apartment, gnawing on a stale bun. Eventually, I learned Emo Zhan Yu led a revolt, regained her throne, and the day she ascended to power, she declared war on Lyre. The war burned for 7 years, reducing cities to ash, leaving the Yun family and countless others in ruins. In a way, I admired her for avenging me. But her war devastated the capital. Supplies ran dry, and I starved to death alone. This time, I wouldn't make the same mistake. I wouldn't let her fall into anyone else's hands. This blade, I would wield myself. Shar. The wolf girl was born into slavery, forced to fight fellow beast folk in arenas for the sick amusement of nobles. In my last life, she joined Mo Zhan Yu's uprising and became a legendary warrior. The history books summed her up in 8 words. A wolf roams far, but never loses its wildness. In this life, Shar's eyes were still innocent, her only dream to eat her fill. She claimed to only have a D-level lightning ability, but I knew her true strength. A-grade spatial abilities. With her own private inventory, she could store enough supplies to stock an entire house. It was how she transported goods for the uprising, solidifying her place as a pivotal figure. This life, even she had no idea of her hidden power. Mo Zhan Yu's hidden ability? S-rank mental powers. Theoretical omnipotence. In decades, I'd never seen anything surpass an A-rank. S-rank existed only in myths. A single glance was enough for her to infiltrate a mind. Chills spread down my spine. I thanked my luck we'd never made eye contact. Moving forward, I'd tread carefully around her. Shuelin. She was the most heart-wrenching of all. Gentle at heart, free of malice, she floated through life like a fish in shallow seas, radiating kindness. But this world didn't deserve her tenderness. In my last life, a merchant discovered she wasn't naturally mute. Her vocal cords hadn't been entirely destroyed. It was scar tissue from being seared with hot irons. The doctor crudely repaired her vocal cords, leaving her in unspeakable pain. Yet, she could sing again. No one expected the mutilated mermaid to possess an S-class sonic ability. Her first song, a wealthy merchant jumped from the 3rd floor, laughing. Her second song, the crowd turned feral, clawing and biting, a bloody massacre. Her third song, an entire street fell into an endless dream, never to wake. Then, Shuelin disappeared. Some say she died. Others believe she returned to the deep sea. No one saw her again. I opened my eyes to find my tea stone cold. My young and immature face reflected faintly in the lavender tea water. Once again, Hulan's random choices of slaves felt absurd. Every single one seemed tailored for an overpowered protagonist. I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Thanks a lot. Crash. The sound of shattered porcelain erupted from downstairs, followed by the butler's furious scolding. Can't even handle a vase. You're absolutely useless. A timid voice whimpered. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. It slipped. Do you know how much that vase costs? You couldn't pay for it even if we sold you. I'd almost forgotten about Byron. She was just your average bunny beastkin, likely a chef's spicy rabbit head dish in her last life. The only reason I took her in was to avoid catching Hulan's attention. I didn't go down to intercede, not because I was cold. In this world, a slave breaking something and only being scolded was already considered light punishment. If I stood up for Byron, it would only attract harsher treatment from the butler and others. Turning back to the window, I took another sip of now frigid tea. The taste mellowed into a subtle sweetness on my tongue. My advantage in this second life was the information imbalance between me and the world. If I couldn't even protect that, what difference would there be between me now and the clueless idiot used and discarded in my first life? Pulling out pen and paper, I began writing parts of my memories from before. Only when I could recite them fluently did I ignite the written pages with a lighter. Blue flames consumed the edges, curling and blackening the words until they turned to ash. Looking out, I realized night had already fallen. 2 silver moons hung in the crimson sky, their cold radiance frosting every leaf and petal below. Gurgle. Shuelin's stomach made an audible protest. She wouldn't dare move or speak without my permission, so she stood frozen, rooted to the spot. Turning toward her, I saw her standing stiffly in the corner. Her long, pale blue hair shimmered silver under the moonlight, making her look like an exquisite doll. Fear flickered across her innocent, gentle face. Gurgle. Biting her soft pink lips nervously, her fearful gaze began to brim with tears. A mermaid who could no longer sing was already broken. How much worse to make noise out of hunger? Would her master discard her? The sound of my chair scraping against the floor hit her like a thunderclap. I stood and walked toward her, locking my gaze on her. Shuelin instinctively backed away until she hit the wall, trapping herself. Hugging her arms tightly, she curled up in fear. Sorry, you must be hungry, right? I finally asked. Her eyes went wide in disbelief. Her master was apologizing? Tears welled up as she cautiously looked at me through her fringe, unsure and trembling. I hadn't expected this degree of conditioning. An S-class ability user, capable of reducing an entire city to ruins with her voice, now stood before me quaking in fear for making a hungry sound. The absurdity was staggering. I gently took her hand, leading the timid girl back to the table, and gestured toward the untouched afternoon tea. Eat. She stared at the tray, lips parting slightly before closing again. A slave eating the master's food. How could she dare? Shaking her head, she refused to lay a finger on it. I waited quietly, then picked up a fork, stabbing a small fruit tart, and presented it to her face. Do you need me to feed you? Tears shimmered in her blue eyes as she glanced up at me and took a shy bite. The sweetness of the fruit began to spread across her tongue. Afterward, I set down the fork and said, "Next time, don't cry just because you're hungry." Her cheeks flushed. She wasn't crying from hunger. Silently, she vowed to perform her duties better so she wouldn't disappoint me again. That silly, bashful smile on her face. It was like a girl encountering her first love. I shook my head, watching the mix of emotions on her face. What I needed was loyalty from my slaves, not love. Love was a trap. It was far too easy to get careless. Dinner had passed long ago, and Jean stood out in the hallway. Originally sent to update me on my schedule for next week, she had ended up catching the whole interaction through the gap of the door. That mermaid, so naive, moved by such a tiny show of kindness. Jean sneered inwardly. Humans, kind? Nobles either saw slaves as livestock or cruelly built them up only to throw them into despair later. Watching slaves fall, that was the noble's true brand of entertainment. As the sounds of the room gradually quieted down, Jean smoothed her silver-purple hair and knocked calmly on the door. "Come in," I called. Inside, Shualing quickly wiped her mouth, terrified of being caught stealing food. Jean bowed slightly as she reported, "Master, tomorrow you are to report to Silver Moon Royal Academy." Silver Moon Royal Academy, the top aristocratic academy in the Leia continent. Its grand scale rivaled palaces. The students there were exclusively the elite among the elite. This would be my first year attending, while Yun Lang, ahead of me by 2 years, had already established his influence there. I chuckled softly. "Good report. Thank you for your effort." Zhang Yu's lashes trembled. A master, thanking a slave for their effort? What hollow hypocrisy. Defiantly, Zhang Yu broke protocol by raising her eyes to meet mine. Her deep purple irises fixed on me as she activated her ability, mind reading. She was accustomed to ambition, lust, and deceit, yet the thoughts she uncovered left her stunned. These slaves, how pitiful. Bought and sold as mere commodities, treated as less than human. I may not be able to change the system, but at least I can treat them with dignity. Her mind went blank. For the first time, she encountered something genuine and real. Unable to believe, she probed deeper, but nothing insincere appeared in my thoughts. I'm not doing it to manipulate or exploit. It's simply to ease my conscience. A crack formed in her cold, guarded facade. Noticing the sudden turmoil in her expression, I said casually, "I'll need a guard to accompany me to the academy tomorrow. You and Charles will come. If there's nothing else, you may go rest now." Zhang Yu hesitated, then turned and left silently. A smirk tugged at my lips. She hadn't suffered the cruelty other noble families would inflict upon slaves. Her idealism was still intact. Unknowingly, she had fallen into my carefully laid trap. The more she relied on her ability to discern the truth, the more deeply she would trust the version of me I let her see. By dawn, hints of silver light graced the horizon. Dressed in my academy uniform, I found Charles and Zhang Yu already waiting, both prepared. Arriving at the garage, we found all the luxurious cars conspicuously missing. Charles frowned. "Where are the vehicles?" I smiled knowingly. Yun Lang was already up to his tricks. Late arrivals and a chaotic scene. The butler sighed helplessly. Young Master Lang made the driver leave early, and all the vehicles have been sent for maintenance. I didn't wait for the car and walked toward the main road leading to the villa. The road was wide, with luxury cars occasionally zooming past. Charles nervously questioned, "Master, are you planning to hitch a ride?" In the distance, the roar of an engine echoed as a sleek silver luxury car sped closer. The car bore the insignia of the Sang family crest. The Sang family, a premier aristocratic clan in the capital. The car came to a halt, and a woman stepped out, Sang Ling. She was one of the Academy's famed four beauties, and the unattainable goddess Cloud Lang had pursued for a year in vain. She scowled. "Do you have a death wish?" She commanded the 2 B-level beastmen from her entourage to attack me. Charles immediately stood in front of me, while Zhang Yu assessed the situation coldly. Calmly, I pushed Charles aside. "Miss Sang, I'd like to propose a deal." Sang Ling raised an eyebrow. "Are you a student from Silver Moon too? Why stop my car?" I handed her a slip of paper. "Midterm exam questions." Sang Ling's eyes widened. "The exam papers are classified. How did you get this?" I replied nonchalantly. "That's confidential." While she seemed skeptical, she agreed. "Fine, I'll drive you. But if you're lying, you're dead." With a nod, I got into her car. The interior was extravagantly luxurious. Charles sat cautiously, while Zhang Yu remained composed. Sang Ling questioned my name and, upon learning I was Cloud Lang's half-brother, frowned in disgust. She lambasted Cloud Lang as a useless fool, offering plenty of material mocking their family disputes. Leaning back against the plush seat, a subtle smirk played at my lips. Cloud Lang was likely still gleefully planning his little scene, expecting me to arrive late, but I had no intention of following his script. At Silver Moon Royal Academy's Grand Hall, Cloud Lang lounged with crossed legs, a triumphant smirk on his face. He stole glances at the clock hanging on the wall. Registration ended precisely at 9, and it was now 8:50. In 10 minutes, I'd be late and forced to invoke father's name to appeal, utterly humiliating myself. Our father despised disgrace. This tardiness might even lead to my removal from our family registry. The mere thought filled Cloud Lang with glee. Suddenly, commotion erupted near the rear entrance. Whose car is that? The Laurel Branch emblem. It's the Sang family. Sang Ling is here. Students craned their necks toward the entrance. Sang Ling descended the car, her cold expression exuding an air of superiority. Yet, all eyes shifted to the boy who walked beside her. Clad in the same academy uniform, his face was sharp and austere, radiating a brooding aura. Trailing him were two exceptionally striking entourage members. The hall buzzed with frenzied whispers. Is he a transfer student? He came with Sang Ling? Those two servants are unusually attractive. Someone sneered. Cheap goods, probably no higher than D-level. Wait a second, isn't that Cloud Lang's illegitimate country bumpkin brother, Yun Qing? Cloud Lang's expression darkened as he abruptly stood, spilling coffee onto his hand in his rush. The sting was nothing compared to the shock. Before him stood the woman of his dreams, Sang Ling, only inches away from the very person he had made every effort to suppress. His mind went entirely blank. What shattered him further was when I leaned toward Sang Ling and whispered something that made her smile. A smile, a treasure Cloud Lang had failed to elicit despite a year of devotion, earned by me in mere minutes. Damn it, he clenched his teeth, seething with regret. This entire chain of events stemmed from his decision to send the cars away earlier than necessary. Had I arrived on time, this spectacle never would have occurred. The murmurs among students grew louder. Cloud Lang called Yun Qing an illegitimate child, but what's the deal with him cozying up to Sang Ling? Cloud Lang chased her fruitlessly for a year, and Yun Qing just shows up in her car. That's insane. I strolled past, catching snippets of Cloud Lang's furious yell. Yun Qing, you've surprised me today, but you think attending this school will get you anywhere? I'll show you what despair really looks like. Without turning back, I continued on my way into the reception room, leaving Cloud Lang to stand there humiliated, a pitiful figure in the eyes of onlookers. Silver Moon's main building towered above, where I was led by the teacher to a classroom on the 3rd floor. The students cast cold, indifferent glances my way. Silver Moon Royal Academy boasted the finest resources and the most difficult aristocracy to navigate. Hazing and bullying were rampant. The teacher hesitated before awkwardly saying, Yun Qing, take any empty seat you wish. I walked toward a seat I remembered, near the back of the classroom, next to a student named Song Xiaoyan. The desk's surface was graffiti-ridden with derogatory phrases such as trash, lowborn, and other slurs in varying degrees of faded ink. Unperturbed, I sat quietly, my expression steady. The room buzzed with hushed gossip. He sat next to Song Xiaoyan. This is going to be interesting. Song Xiaoyan, from the slums, had gained admission as a scholarship student. She was frail, with large glasses and an oversized uniform dwarfing her slight frame. She, like me, had been a frequent target of bullying. In my previous life, Song Xiaoyan endured only a short while before dropping out. Later on, when the beast clans declared war on Lair during a famine, I had faced my end, emaciated and breathless in the ruins of despair. Through blurred vision, a woman knelt beside me. Her familiar, gentle voice sighed. It's too late. He can't be saved. Her soft touch retrieved a syringe from a medical kit, injecting its contents into my arm. The pain subsided as her voice delicately reassured. Don't be afraid. This will make it peaceful. I lacked the strength to speak as consciousness ebbed away, slipping like grains of sand through my fingers. Her hands gently closed my sightless eyes with care resembling a mother tucking in her child for the last time. May your soul rest in peace. Those were her parting words, my final memory. The voice still echoed familiarity, scholarly and kind. It was Song Xiaoyan. Now, back in the present, Song Xiaoyan lived far from luxury. In her cramped apartment, the short-haired girl adjusted her glasses, clearing her groggy vision. Her expression was weary from the graveyard shift at a convenience store the night before. The only silver lining, her manager had allowed her to bring home expired food for breakfast. She chewed listlessly, washing it down with sips of milk. Life was unbearably hard. When her gambling-addicted mother stormed in, reeking of alcohol, Yelling for the last bits of money she had lost, Song Xiaoyan's morning descended into chaos. It's been so long. Song Xiaoyan wiped the water off her face with her hand. She didn't dare to fight back and walked reluctantly toward the last row of seats. Just as she was about to sit down, she noticed something unusual. A seat that was always empty was now occupied. A young boy was sitting there, bathed in the soft morning light. His side profile looked cool and melancholic. "Why are you soaking wet?" he asked, slightly startled. Then, without hesitation, he took off his uniform jacket and draped it gently over her shoulders. "The weather's still chilly in late spring. Don't catch a cold," he added softly. Song Xiaoyan froze, her heartbeat erratic. But then she sneered inwardly, telling herself bitterly, "This must be a new trick of the aristocratic young masters. Lure you in with a little kindness, only to crush you harder later." She neither returned the jacket nor thanked him. What did it matter? It was already ruined. Still, the jacket's dry warmth and the faint scent of laundry detergent lingered, leaving her thoughts unsettled for a long time. I turned my head slightly, keeping a neutral expression. Everything was under my control. That bucket of water, it was wedged perfectly against the door frame so that a push would cause it to pour down in an instant. I didn't stop it. Not because I didn't want to, but because even if I tried, I wouldn't have been able to prevent the group from bullying her. Better to seize this moment to get closer to Song Xiaoyan. Whether she trusted me or not was irrelevant. I didn't need her gratitude right now. The class bell rang, and the professor cleared his throat to begin the lecture. The creator granted superhuman abilities to beast folk and longevity to humans. He began. Upon forming a contract, humans can share the abilities of beast folk, and beast folk can benefit from human lifespans. There are two ways to establish a bond. Option 1, forceful taming. Through whippings, starvation, or imprisonment, one can break a beast folk's will and make them submit completely. The success rate is 97%. Option 2, emotional bonds. Gain the beast folk's absolute loyalty, maybe even love. The professor paused, then smirked. Legends claim emotional bonding is possible, but substantial research points otherwise. Beast folk are cold-blooded animals. They only feign loyalty. At their core, the taming always boils down to violence. I glanced at Song Xiaoyan next to me. Her expression was complicated. "If emotional bonds don't exist," she murmured quietly, "then how are humans any different from animals?" Song Xiaoyan was a pacifist and an advocate for beast folk rights. In her previous life, she had been a battlefield medic, treating both humans and beast folk indiscriminately. The professor, unimpressed, adjusted his glasses and continued. "Once a contract is established, the human can summon the beast folk to fight on their behalf. Both parties' strength and resolve become mutually reinforced. The contract is reciprocal. If the master dies, the beast folk must also die. If the beast folk dies, the master will sustain severe injuries." A hand shot up at the front of the class. "Can one master have contracts with multiple beast folk?" asked a student. "In theory, yes. But it's rare," the professor replied. "Mental strength has its limits. Handling one contract is already difficult enough. Historically, the max recorded number is 3 by individuals with anomalously high mental capacities." A smug boy in the front row raised his hand, his palm crackling with tiny arcs of electricity. "I've already forcefully tamed a grade B lightning-type canine beast folk." The room erupted in gasps, followed by applause. For once, the professor looked impressed. Taming a grade B lightning type has a success rate of less than 10%. "Well done." Excited chatter filled the classroom about suppression collars. "My tiger beast folk slave won't move a muscle on the 3rd shock level. My wolf beast folk collapses on the 5th. But wouldn't a contract make collars unnecessary? Contracts are contracts, but collars provide double insurance. They're a fail-safe in case the bond becomes unstable or the beast folk rebels." As Song Xiaoyan listened, her face turned pale, and dread gripped her. The school bell signaling the end of the day chimed, and the setting sun cast a golden hue over the classroom. I made my way to the academy gate where Zhan Yu and Xiara were waiting. "Boss," Xiara asked hesitantly, "how are we getting home today? The Silver Moon Estate is so far, and we can't just hitch a ride with Miss Sengling, right?" I smiled faintly. "Don't worry. Yun Lang will come to pick us up." No sooner had the words left my mouth than a sleek black limousine pulled up smoothly at the curb. The window rolled down, revealing Yun Lang's perpetually sour face. "What are you waiting for? Get in already, and stop embarrassing the Yun family," he sneered. Ignoring the stares from passers-by, I silently led Zhan Yu and Xiao'er into the car. Even Xiao'er, wild as he was, couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Man, that guy's a piece of work." The drive was uneventful as we headed toward the Yun family estate. The moment the car stopped, Yun Lang jumped out, storming into the villa to find Yun Buiyuan sitting on the couch. "Father," Yun Lang started, his voice accusatory. "This morning, Yunqing refused to ride in my car. Instead, he insisted on hitching a ride with Sang Ling and caused quite the scene at Silver Moon. Yun Lang felt triumphant, fully expecting his father to explode in anger at me. To his shock, Yun Buiyuan's expression changed, not with anger, but with thoughtfulness. Sang Ling? The eldest daughter of the Sang family. Yun Lang stammered, "Why yes." Yun Qing rode in her car. A smile spread across Yun Buiyuan's face. "Good. Excellent. That's my son." Everyone knew that Sang Ling, with her temperamental and headstrong nature, was notoriously hard to approach. For me to have gotten close to her on my very first day in the capital, it was impressive. Yun Buiyuan, who had been wrestling with a tough business dilemma, saw the potential for the Sang family's support to resolve everything effortlessly. Yun Lang stood dumbfounded as his father beamed with unusual pride. "Yun Qing," Yun Buiyuan said warmly, "you've been in the capital for 3 months now. I've been so busy I've neglected you. If there's anything you want, just say the word. As long as it's not too excessive, I'll make it happen." Yun Lang's face darkened further. Wasn't this basically granting me special privileges? Seizing the opportunity, I requested the manor up in the northern part of the city. Yun Buiyuan frowned. "That estate? It's remote, abandoned for years, and rather useless." I explained calmly. "I need a quiet place to study and keep up with my lessons. Besides, Miss Sang and I have a good connection. Moving there would make meeting her more convenient, and I could avoid the distractions at home." Yun Buiyuan nodded approvingly, thinking, if there's tension, it's definitely Yun Lang's fault. Sang Ling must genuinely like Yun Qing, or they wouldn't have hit it off so quickly. Growing impatient, Yun Lang blurted out furiously, "The northern estate's Yun family property. Why should he get it?" His father fixed him with a cold stare. "Do you not consider Yun Qing your elder brother?" Flustered, Yun Lang stammered, "That's not what I meant." "You already mocked him as an illegitimate child," Yun Buiyuan snapped. "Do you think I'm deaf? Is this how your mother raised you to address your brother?" Humiliated, Yun Lang begrudgingly muttered, "Brother." I responded with a faint nod, and Yun Buiyuan seemed satisfied. "You can have the estate. I'll also issue you a $5 million black card. Don't bring shame to the Yun family by being cheap." It was evident Yun Buiyuan was betting on my ability to secure ties with the Sang family. I accepted his generosity, unbothered by his motives. Later, as I examined the documents for the northern estate, or rather, Chi Yun Manor, I noted the property's unique surroundings. 3 sides hugged by mountains. One side facing the lake, its waters pristine and fed by natural springs. It was perfect for accommodating someone like Shuelin, a merfolk beast folk. She loved water. This lake was no less than paradise to her. The estate also had expansive meadows, perfect for Shar to stretch her legs and roam free, breaking away from her cage-like existence. The wooded caves nestled against the mountain provided shade and secrecy, ideal for Zhang Yu's serpent instincts. This secluded manor was a haven that perfectly catered to the needs of all 3 of them. Leaving it to rot would be such a waste of resources, I muttered under my breath. This estate's potential wasn't going to be limited to just a vacation spot. Suddenly, there were 3 knocks on the door. Zhang Yu entered, dressed in a black and white maid's outfit, the hem of her skirt flowing like waves with each step. White lace stockings hugged her curvaceous thighs. My gaze lingered for a brief moment. Zhang Yu stiffened visibly, tension evident in her posture and a hint of irritation in her eyes. She was used to men's stares, always on guard against them. "Well, what are you waiting for?" I urged, reminding her to snap out of it. I handed her a contract and a key. Her cheeks tinged pink as she took them, fingers lightly brushing the writing on the paper. She suddenly remembered the whispers among the household staff. Rumors about me, the countryside gentleman returning after 3 months, escaping the main house to retreat to this remote estate. Surely, it must be to avoid Yun Lang. Zhang Yu's thoughts turned practical. If I really needed her assistance, she could eliminate those obstacles for me. She tilted her head slightly, our eyes meeting. Using her mind-reading ability, she picked up on my intentions. The manor's water, grass, mountains, and trees were perfect for Shuelin, Shar, and herself. For an icy second, the cold, hard barriers within her heart cracked ever so slightly. Though she had little power, she felt an odd resolve. She'd protect them as much as she could. Her lashes quivered briefly, a flicker of emotion flashing across her gaze before she silently stepped out of the room. The sound of her footsteps on the staircase slowly faded into the distance. Meanwhile, Hulan sat under a pergola, dressed elegantly in a moonlight white silk blouse, carefully trimming flowers. Nearby, Yun Lang fumed impatiently. Dad gave the estate to that country bumpkin and even handed him 5 million as spending money. I've been in this family for more than a decade and got nothing. And Sang Ling. She let Yin Qing into her car and smiled at him. With her dignified, cold temperament, she's rejected everyone lining up to court her. If Yunqing really gets close to the Sang family, what place do I even have with Dad anymore? Hulan rubbed her temples helplessly and, with warm patience, gently encouraged him to calm down and take a seat. How long have you been pursuing Sang Ling? She asked. Yunlang flushed red. More than a year. Has she even given you the time of day? He fell silent. Hulan sighed, her tone calm but pointed. Think about it. Sang Ling, so proud and aloof. How could she possibly have genuine feelings for Yunqing? It's probably all Yunqing talking himself up. Yunlang's eyes lit up with realization. Mom, you mean? Yunqing lied to Dad. Tossing down the scissors, Hulan scoffed. The most dangerous ones never bark. He comes home after 3 months and flips the whole situation around. You still think he's harmless? Yunlang's face darkened with anger, practically fuming. I should have exposed him long ago, shown everyone what he really is. Just as he stood to leave, Hulan caught him by the arm, pulling him back down with a soft voice. Your dad's in a good mood right now, dreaming his dreams. Tossing cold water on that will only make him angrier with you. Make him think you're jealous of your brother. Yunlang gritted his teeth. So I just let him get away with it? Lies unravel themselves in time. Hulan smiled faintly. Next month, Princess Nymph's birthday banquet will bring the capital's nobles together. The Sang family will be there, and we've secured invites for the Yun family too. Yunlang caught on quickly, his grim expression brightening. We'll see Yunqing and Sang Ling interact in front of everyone. If their so-called bond is fake, it'll become clear. Exposing him in public will disgrace him, and Dad will never forgive him. That'll be the end of him, Hulan concluded confidently. At ease now, Yunlang leaned back in his seat, looking more at peace. In his mind, he was already savoring the image of me being publicly humiliated. At the Silver Moon Royal Academy, the upcoming midterm exams had brought a hush over the usually rowdy campus. Even the unruly noble students were busy preparing. A white luxury car came to a stop at the entrance. I stepped out, my uniform neat, the school crest gleaming. This time, Yunbuin had gone out of his way to provide me with a new car and private chauffeur, determined to make sure I wasn't embarrassed in front of Sang Ling. I walked tall into the academy, but a bold voice suddenly called from behind me. Yunqing. Stepping out of a sleek silver sports car, Sang Ling approached. This time, unusually, she hadn't brought any bodyguards. Decked out in her school uniform's short skirt with sleek-heeled shoes, her stride was unrestrained, almost boisterous. The wind pressed the fabric of her skirt against her legs, yet she remained unbothered. She stopped inches from me, so close I could almost feel her breath. I reviewed the notes you gave me, memorized them too. If you're messing with me and those answers turn out to be wrong, don't think you're leaving Silver Moon in one piece, she muttered darkly. The gap between us was barely the length of a fist. Her hair brushed lightly against my cheek, carrying the faint scent of gardenias. Her long lashes, thick like little fans, cast shadows that seemed to whisper secrets. Glancing at her lips, almost close enough to graze my skin, I spoke coolly. Standing this close, people might get the wrong idea. Wrong idea about what? She frowned, looking perplexed as she glanced around. Her confusion didn't last as the murmurs began to spread like wildfire. Holy crap, is Sang Ling whispering sweet nothings to Yunqing? Isn't that Yunqing? They showed up together before, but this is next-level PDA. She's never been this friendly with a guy before. Wasn't there some heir from the neighboring class, Herculean, maybe, who sent her a love letter? Didn't she have her trained eagle pet shred it and throw it back in his face? Looks like she has a soft spot after all. The whispers and furtive cell phone flashes painted an increasingly scandalous picture, growing louder. Sang Ling's neck flushed red, the color traveling to her ears. The crimson hue wasn't from embarrassment. It was pure, simmering rage. She shot me a fiery glare. We'll deal with this after the exams, she growled before storming off. Her steps were heavy with frustration, yet they carried a trace of flustered haste. Off in the distance, Yunlang had seen it all. His mind buzzed with disbelief. His mother had said the dynamic between Yunqing and Sang Ling would reveal the truth. But did it even need testing? A woman with no interest wouldn't lean so close. Nor would she blush. Those theories about me playing weak, manipulating the Sang family's reputation to trick my father, or setting myself up for public humiliation at the banquet. None of them added up anymore. I turned my gaze toward Shar, who was visibly unsettled, her ears pinned back nervously before she turned to leave. Thanks, I murmured quietly. Shar's shoulders twitched as though restraining something. You're welcome, she mumbled, throwing the words over her shoulder as she slammed the door behind her. The sound of her messing up her hair drifted through the corridor. Just 2 words, a simple thanks, and she didn't know what to do with herself. Crazy, she muttered curses under her breath. Meanwhile, Sume finished scrubbing a toilet, her eyes red with frustration as she cursed my name 800 times over in her mind. While she toiled away, dirty and exhausted, the other 4 beast folk were thriving by my side. Her gaze fixated on Char now. The thought crossed her mind. If she could pull Char down from her pedestal, then perhaps things might change. That belongs to her. She complained to the butler. Charles was gossiping about the master behind her back, saying she's no better than Yun Lang. The last sentence was her fabrication. The butler's face darkened, and he went to the third floor to report to me. Sume waited in the side hall, unable to suppress the curve of her lips lifting into a smirk. After listening, I sipped my milk. She's so free? Well, let her clean the stables too. Every morning by 7 a.m., spotless. The butler froze. Young master? Shouldn't we investigate Charles first? I sneered. Who said I'm punishing Charles? Sume just arrived a few days ago and is already stepping on her peers to climb up. Can such a person stay? The butler had no words, turned around, and left to deliver the message. When Sume heard it, her smile froze. The stables, the master's bathroom, the servant's restroom, their cleaning became her responsibility. She raged internally. Does justice even exist in the Yun family? After midterms, we were given a 3-day break. I held the key to the Chiyun villa. Let's take a trip to the estate today. The little bunny's ears perked up. Can I go too? Of course. Half an hour later, the car sped out of the main estate and into the wilderness. Chiyun villa was remote, a failed investment by the Yun family years ago. Hulan didn't want it, and instead aimed to pass the hot potato to me. As the car rounded the mountain path, the view suddenly opened wide. 3 mountains surrounded a lake at their base, one so clear it sparkled. A 3-story stone house with gray ivy-covered walls stood in the middle of waist-high wild grass. Little Bunny was the first to jump out of the car. Whoa! Charles took a deep breath, the bloody air of the beast arena replaced with fresh mountain scents. Shuelin walked toward the lake, squatted to take some water in her hands, her eyes moist. I pushed open the house door and started assigning rooms. Zhanyu gets a cool room on the 2nd floor. Charles takes ground floor access to the grassy field. Shuelin goes for the lakeview room. Little Bunny beamed. I can stay anywhere. You'll stay next to Charles, she'll cover you. As I reviewed the renovation plans, I said, road repairs, docks, a racetrack, trails. Charles couldn't hold back. Master, such a remote location. Do we really need to spend this much money? I chuckled, because it makes me happy. By sunset, we were in the courtyard having dinner. Little Bunny did the cooking, Charles washed vegetables, Zhanyu set the table. Twin moons hung high, their light like frost. Suddenly, the little bunny asked, Master, can we really live here? MHM. Forever. As long as you want. Her tears hit the food box. Charles awkwardly patted her back. Stop crying, it's embarrassing. I spoke, we'll move in within the month. When we returned, the butler rushed to us. Young Master Ching, the test results are out. Young Master Lang is in the living room discussing them with the master. I raised a brow and strolled in. Yun Lang smugly declared, Dad, I ranked 48th in the grade. Upon seeing me, he feigned kindness. Yun Qing, did your scores come out? Don't cry tomorrow. I responded blandly. The results are posted tomorrow. Everything will be clear. The next day at Silver Moon Royal Academy, the rankings went up and the crowd exploded. First place, Sang Ling, 300 points. Second place, Yun Qing, 298 points. Third place, Helian Chung, 290 points. Yun Lang pushed to the front, saw my name, and blanked out for 3 seconds. Impossible. He cheated. I'm reporting him. Sang Ling called me later. Yun Qing, not bad, huh? I replied calmly. Miss Sang, where's my reward? She thought for a moment. Come as my escort for Princess Nymph's birthday banquet. The Yun family likely won't bring me. Who cares about the Yun family? If I say you're going, then you're going. Don't make me drag you there. I chuckled and agreed. In my previous life, I ranked 3rd but was falsely accused of cheating by Yun Lang. My results were invalidated, and I was blackmarked. This time, let's see what tricks he tries to play. Half a day later, someone from the disciplinary office came for me. Yin Qing, the headmaster wants to see you. I answered calmly and followed them into the office. Tension filled the air. The headmaster looked serious, and the disciplinary officer stood beside him. As I entered, I found Sang Ling already seated. She lounged lazily, her ankle swaying, an indifferent expression on her face. The headmaster questioned sternly. Someone has filed a formal complaint accusing you of cheating. What do you have to say for yourself? I remained silent, my gaze calm. Sang Ling clicked her tongue impatiently, stood up, and said, How long have you had this letter? Have you done any investigation? Dragging someone here for questioning because of one letter? How inefficient is Silver Moon Academy's disciplinary department? The headmaster's face twisted in discomfort, but he couldn't retort. The power of the Sang family was not to be trifled with. Sang Ling stood next to me. I'll speak for him. The headmaster was stunned. Sang Ling declared arrogantly, Yin Qing did not cheat. His results are legitimate. Lin Zhenyuan pressed. And what gives you the certainty to say that? Sang Ling didn't hesitate. Because my grades are thanks to him. The office went silent. The staff's faces shifted from stern to confused, and then to incredulous. Lin Jingyuan's mouth twitched. What did you just say? Sang Ling insisted. Yun Qing tutored me. He got me from ranking dead last to first in the grade. Why is it so surprising that he himself ranked second? Lin Jingyuan was at a loss for words. The fact was, Sang Ling's sudden improvement had been a matter of internal discussion among the teachers for a while. They found neither leaked test papers nor incidents of corruption and had concluded they were simply outmaneuvered. But no one dared question the volatile eldest daughter of the Sang family. Lin Jingyuan tread carefully. Sang Ling, isn't that leap in scores a little too drastic? Sang Ling shot back icily. Headmaster, are you accusing me of cheating? Lin Jingyuan scrambled to clarify. Of course not. It's just that Yun Qing is from the countryside. A perfect score on his first exam is bound to invite skepticism. Sang Ling sneered. Countryside kids can't score perfectly? That logic is ridiculous. The office fell silent under the weight of her words. Watching Sang Ling stand up for me this time around, I couldn't help but let a faint curve tug at my lips. In my past life, no one defended me. This time, it's different. I finally spoke. Headmaster, I'm willing to cooperate with the investigation. Retest me if needed. I won't tolerate baseless accusations. Lin Jingyuan gritted his teeth. Fine. Prepare a test of the same difficulty. We'll have you answer it on site. 2 hours later, I completed the test in 1 hour, with a perfect score. Lin Jingyuan was silent for a long time. Never before have I seen someone accused of cheating prove their innocence with such composure. The results are conclusive. Yun Qing did not cheat. The accusation is baseless. This case is closed. He thought the matter had ended. But Sang Ling reminded him. Headmaster, you're forgetting the complaint letter. She picked it up. A formal accusation without evidence, falsely incriminating a fellow student. What does the school's rulebook say about this? Lin Jingyuan sighed. The identity of the accuser must remain confidential. Sang Ling smirked mockingly. And you think that confidentiality extends to the Sang family? Confidentiality? Isn't that just covering things up? Lin Jingyuan reluctantly agreed to notify the whistleblower's parents and to issue a school-wide criticism. Leaving the office, I said, Thanks, princess. Sang Ling snorted coldly. Helping you is helping myself. If you're branded as cheating, we're both doomed. I casually replied. I also have to dare to aim for top scores. Sang Ling hesitated. I won't end up eating my words, will I? I raised an eyebrow. Starting tomorrow, 2 hours of tutoring after school daily and all-day sessions on weekends. No absences or tardiness allowed. Her smile froze. 2 hours. Not enough? 3 then. That night, Uncle Yun Buiyuan received a call from the academic office. He found out that Yun Lang falsely accused me of cheating, a grave matter. Enraged, Yun Buiyuan smashed a paperweight. Yun Lang, you ungrateful brat. Downstairs, Yun Lang knelt and begged for forgiveness as his father scolded him repeatedly, with slaps landing on his face. Hulan rushed out to shield Yun Lang, asking, was it Yun Lang's doing? While Yun Lang tried to defend himself, his father sneered, framing your own brother? Hulan pleaded, he's young. Surely someone must have egged him on. Yun Buiyuan bellowed, kneel in front of your brother's door and apologize until he forgives you. When Yun Lang resisted, he got slapped again, a streak of blood appearing on his lips. Upstairs on the 3rd floor, Xiao shut her door with a smirk, enjoying the commotion as Yun Lang's cries echoed. I remained indifferent and simply said, Xiao, get me some earplugs. Yun Lang knelt for 2 hours outside my door without a response, growing increasingly aggrieved. A maid helped him to seek comfort from his mother. Hulan's face was cold as she ordered him to kneel again. Her voice was sharp. Are you stupid? Yun Lang stammered. I just wanted to embarrass him. Hulan smirked coldly. All you did was disgrace yourself and the family. You ended up making Yun Qing even more impressive. You're such a fool. Yun Lang cried miserably. Every word from his mother cut to the bone. Eventually, Hulan sighed and helped him up. Come on, let the maids treat that wound. If it scars your face, how will people see you in the future? Yun Lang lowered his head and avoided her gaze. Hulan instructed, stay away from Yun Qing for now. She escorted him back to his room, her earlier fierceness fading into exhaustion. I had gotten 2nd place in the grade, while Yun Lang placed 48th, a glaring gap. If I were her biological son, she would feel proud. But I wasn't. I was the son of that woman. Suppressing her envy, Hulan thought to herself, if only Langer were half as smart as Yun Qing. Yet as soon as this thought emerged, she rejected it. Langer wasn't dumb, just spoiled rotten. And as for Yun Qing, being clever doesn't always end well. The clever often fall the fastest. The next morning, I headed downstairs to find an unusually tense atmosphere in the living room. Uncle Yun Buiyuan sat in the main seat. When he noticed me, he greeted me warmly. You're here? Come join us for breakfast. That was a first. I glanced around the table. Yin Lang's seat was empty. Hulan kept her head lowered, sipping porridge, her face pale and tired. I took a seat to Yin Buiyuan's right as the maid brought over a set of utensils. Yin Buiyuan said, "Regarding what happened yesterday, I've already disciplined Yun Lang. He's young and acted impulsively. I hope you won't hold it against him." I took a sip of milk, making no comment. "The storefront on East Avenue will be transferred to your name. Its monthly rent might only be 70 to 80,000, but see it as a token of your father's goodwill." I was slightly surprised. Storefronts in the East Avenue area were prime real estate with steady, high yields. It was a valuable asset, a gesture of compensation, and an implicit show of power. "Thank you, father," I accepted calmly. Hulan's hand clenched her spoon, her fingertips turning pale. Her smile remained graceful, but her eyes betrayed suppressed bitterness. After breakfast, I left the mansion. Xiar was already waiting by the car and, unusually, initiated conversation. "Master, you seem to be in a good mood today?" I replied lightly, "Not bad." She probably guessed it had something to do with the storefront. I chuckled. "You really are perceptive," she coyly mumbled. As the car drove towards Silver Moon Academy, she hesitatingly brought something up. "Master, what will you do about Su Mei? The housekeeper scolded her again yesterday. She didn't clean the stables properly, and the smell of manure wafted all the way to the front courtyard." Leaning back against the seat, I closed my eyes. Su Mei was indeed troublesome. Keeping her might lead to problems, yet sending her away might appear disrespectful to my stepmother. "Leave her be for now," I said nonchalantly. "I'll deal with her before moving to Cloudrist Villa." At Silver Moon Academy, the announcement board was crowded with students. This time, it wasn't the grade ranking but rather, Yun Lang falsely accused a fellow student of cheating, officially censured and reprimanded, with disqualification from this semester's awards. As I walked past, students whispered among themselves, "Yun Lang? How dumb do you have to be to falsely accuse your own brother?" Jealous. Obviously, Yun Qing placed second in the grade, while Yun Lang got 48th. 48th doesn't seem that bad, though. Your standards are small. Yun Lang's hated Yun Qing ever since he came back home. The murmurs stopped as their eyes turned towards me, filled with curiosity and admiration. I kept my face expressionless and walked away. Around the corner, someone grabbed my sleeve. It was Song Xiaoyan, her hair messy and wearing large black-rimmed glasses. "Yun Qing, thank you for lending me your coat." Her voice was quiet, and her eyes darted nervously. She admitted the coat had been cleaned but then thrown into the trash by them. Her sleeve slipped, revealing fresh and old bruises intertwined. I stayed silent before asking, "Who tossed it?" She shook her head, refusing to answer. I didn't press and simply said, "No need to return the coat. Do you have time at lunch?" She looked up, puzzled and cautious. "I'm inviting you to eat." She seemed ready to refuse, but her stomach rumbled loudly, and a blush crept onto her face. I waved my hand. 12 p.m., by the cafeteria entrance. Don't be late. At noon, I waited by the entrance of the academy's second cafeteria. Song Xiaoyan approached quickly. She had changed into clean but worn clothes, which still looked shabby. Inside, the cafeteria's luxurious seating was full of elite students. Lowering her head, Song Xiaoyan looked like a frightened rabbit. I ordered 2 meal sets and secured a table by the window. She sat across, gripping her chopsticks but not eating, staring at the sweet and sour ribs while her throat visibly moved. "Eat. My treat," I said. Biting her lip, she took small bites, savoring each one like it was a rare delicacy. "Yin Qing, why are you being so kind to me?" she asked through a mouthful of food. I looked at her seriously. "What do you think?" She stayed silent for a long time before replying, "I don't know. But I won't do anything for you just because of a meal." I smiled slightly. "I wasn't planning on asking anything of you." She raised her eyes. "You're the Yun family's young master. I'm just an underprivileged scholarship student from a slum. If you're treating me, it's either pity or manipulation. No matter which it is, I won't feel grateful." Looking at this stubborn girl, I couldn't help but recall how she had been the only one to see me off in my previous life. "You're right," I replied without argument. "I do need your help." Her chopsticks paused, a flicker of sarcasm in her eyes. "I'm interested in alchemy. I heard you're knowledgeable in it and want to ask you to be my extracurricular mentor." She froze. "How do you know about my alchemy knowledge?" "Not important," I interrupted. "The key question is, are you willing or not?" She gazed at me for a long time before finally nodding. I stifled a chuckle. After our meal, my phone vibrated. A message from Sang Ling, tutoring after school. "Don't you dare try to skip." I texted back, "Okay." She immediately bombarded me. "What's with your attitude? I, the great Miss Sang, am deigning to have you tutor me, and all I get is an okay?" I thought for a moment and replied, hum. 3 seconds of silence passed before my phone practically exploded with a response. "Yin Qing, you're so done." Late by 1 minute, and you're dead. After school, Sang Ling showed up. A white dress under a jacket, long flowing hair. She looked exquisite, like a goddess capable of toppling nations. Where's the tutoring? She asked haughtily. The library, I said. Up on the quiet fourth floor of the library, I selected a seat by the window, sunlight streaming in, creating warm golden patches on the floor. She sat across from me, tossed her bag aside, crossed her legs, and gazed out the window. I slid my notebook across the table to her. Start with the basics. Memorize these today. She flipped it open. The pages were filled with neatly written notes, as precise as a printout. Her expression shifted from indifferent to focused, then to distressed. All this. This is just the first notebook. I have 3 more. She took a deep breath, closed the notebook, then looked me straight in the eye. Yunqing, are you doing this to get back at me? Why would I do that? Because of what I said to the headmaster? I remained expressionless. You're overthinking it. She stared at me for a long moment before resigning herself, flipping open the notebook and biting her lip as she began memorizing. Across from her, I held a book titled Advanced Theories of Beast Contracts. Yet my attention kept drifting past its pages, towards Sang Ling. The golden sunlight highlighted her profile, her long eyelashes casting fan-shaped shadows on her cheeks. Her soft pink lips moved as she silently mouthed equations, occasionally frowning and chewing on the end of her pen. So focused, she seemed completely different from her usual feisty, arrogant self. I averted my gaze and turned a page in my book. The chapter header read, Multiple Beast Contracts, Theories and Hypotheses. The section was brief, yet grim. Scholars generally agreed that forming multiple contracts was a death wish. The only historical case of someone contracting 3 beasts simultaneously ended in their death 3 years later, their mental energy utterly depleted. A flash from my past life surfaced in my mind. In the 3rd year of the war, the beast race was at the gates of the royal capital when suddenly, 2 suns appeared in the sky. One was the real sun. The other was the glowing sphere of light conjured by a woman's powers. She had bonded with 7 beasts, intertwining their abilities into a blinding fusion of light. Everyone was utterly stunned. That shy little princess, Nymph, had secretly contracted 7 beasts. She single-handedly held off the beast race for 3 days and nights. But in the end, her mental energy was drained, and she fell from the city wall. She was the strongest psychic on the continent, the only one who had ever successfully formed multiple contracts. Destined to be a heroine. I returned to the present, my gaze falling on Sang Ling again. The girl was still buried in my notebook, chewing nervously on a pencil. She caught me staring. What are you looking at me for? Are you done memorizing? I asked. Not yet. Then keep going. With an exaggerated eye roll, she turned back to the notebook, muttering formulas under her breath. We didn't finish until after nightfall. Sang Ling packed up and left. Moments later, Zhan Yu approached, her voice crisp and cold. Master, the Yun family called. What did they say? The invitation to Princess Nymph's birthday banquet has arrived. The patriarch requested you prepare well. He doesn't want you to embarrass the family. I nodded. Zhan Yu hesitated. Master, may I attend as well? I raised an eyebrow. You want to go? She nodded. Then you and Charles will accompany me. Her lashes trembled, and she took a step back, bowing deeply. Thank you, Master. I turned and walked into the house, though as Zhan Yu stood back up, an inscrutable gleam flashed in her eyes. The royal palace's banquet hall was resplendent, light pouring from grand chandeliers, while a line of luxury cars extended down the drive. The Yun family car crept forward. In the front seat, Yun Lang was nursing a bruise on his face, pressing an ice pack against it. Smug satisfaction glimmered in his eyes, even as he winced from the pain. Tonight, he thought, he would finally see me embarrass myself. A second car followed theirs. I sat inside with Charles and Zhan Yu. Charles wore a sharp black suit, looking impeccably composed. Zhan Yu donned a deep violet gown, her pale shoulders framed by loose waves of hair. Although their styles were worlds apart, their presence complemented each other in unexpected harmony. At the entrance, security stopped us briefly to check the invitations before waving us through. Inside, the air was filled with the soft strains of a waltz played by the live orchestra. Under the glow of crystal chandeliers, nobles clustered together in small groups, exchanging pleasantries over champagne. Yun Buiyuan, the head of my family, smiled broadly as he made a beeline for Sang Hongwen. He interrupted the older man, who had been deep in conversation with another noble, to say, I hear your daughter ranked first in exams this term. Such talent. Hongwen responded modestly. She got lucky. No, truly exceptional. My son Yunqing and your daughter get along well, don't they? Sang Hongwen's brow lifted slightly. They've spent some time together. Ling Ling did say Yunqing helped her a lot. Yun Buiyuan's heart leaped for joy. How wonderful. They should spend more time together then, as peers. His gaze flicked to me. I stood quietly, my expression indifferent. Sang Hongwen sipped his wine, his dark eyes inscrutable and unreadable. Not too far away, Yun Lang stared daggers at me. I was standing beside Sang Ling. She wore a pale gold gown, her complexion as fair as porcelain, and the height difference between us emphasized how well-matched we appeared. Yun Lang's mood darkened immediately. His mother, Hulan, whispered, "Patience. There's more to come. Mom, how are we going to probe Yun Qing's relationship with Sang Ling?" A smile spread across Hulan's face as she beckoned over a young woman in a light yellow gown. The newcomer was sweetly elegant. Li Jian, the daughter of Chairman Li and Sang Ling's childhood friend. The Li family was distantly related to Hulan, who Li Jian called aunt. Yun Lang's face lit up. Li Jian gave him a soft smile. "Hello, young Master Yun." Yun Lang greeted her warmly. "Miss Li, could you do me a small favor?" She nodded. "And already told me. I'll ask Ling Ling about her and Yun Qing. If it's nothing serious, she'll confide in me." Yun Lang's expression brightened. Li Jian carried her wine glass to where Sang Ling stood and lightly tapped her on the shoulder. "Ling Ling," she said brightly, her smile disarming. Sang Ling turned, her usual guardedness melting away. "Jian, what are you doing here?" "My dad brought me." "Who's this?" Jian looked me over. "This is Yun Qing. I've mentioned him before." Jian's eyes sparkled. She remembered how oddly Sang Ling spoke about Yun Qing in their previous chats. "Nice to meet you." She extended a hand, and I gave it a light shake. Jian leaned in conspiratorially and whispered to Ling Ling. "Come on, spill it. What's your deal with Yun Qing?" Sang Ling's face flushed as she stammered. What deal? We're just friends." "Just friends," Jian teased. "Really? Your ears are bright red." "It's the heat. The air's not ventilated." Sang Ling fanned herself awkwardly, trying to explain. "Awkward?" Li Jian knew full well what was going on, so she pressed further. "Ling Ling, didn't you claim you weren't interested in men?" "That was in the past," Sang Ling blurted out, her hand immediately flying to her mouth in panic, cheeks flushing even more. Li Jian said nothing, but patted her shoulder and remarked, "All right, I get it." She turned, weaving through the crowd to rejoin Hulan and Yun Lang. Casting a glance at Yun Lang, Li Jian said, "Young Master Lang, let me be clear. Ling Ling isn't just playing around when it comes to Yun Qing." After picking her words carefully, she continued, "I know Ling Ling's personality better than anyone. She wouldn't waste her breath on someone she doesn't care about. But mention Yun Qing, and look how she blushes." Yun Lang's face grew dark as storm clouds. Pain stabbed at his wound, and his chest tightened. He thought I was faking affection, but reality decided to slap him hard across the face. I really had something going on with Sang Ling. Yun Lang's gaze grew cold, fixating on the center of the ballroom. Sang Ling and I stood side by side. She smiled with crescent eyes, a far cry from the haughty demeanor of the past. As the banquet reached its peak, Princess Nymph made her entrance with graceful steps. At 15 or 16, she wore royal attire, her appearance innocent yet breathtaking. The crowd toasted her arrival. Yun Buyan elbowed his way near Sang Hongwan, grinning. "Brother Sang, looks like Yun Qing and your daughter are quite fond of each other, no?" Sang Hongwan glanced at me standing with his daughter, then slightly nodded. "Let nature take its course." Yun Buyan beamed with delight, his smile hard to contain. Meanwhile, Hulan smiled outwardly but battled waves of emotion inside. She had expected to embarrass me tonight, only to inadvertently help me instead. Her son Yun Lang looked abandoned, like a stray dog, all evening. But Hulan had an ace up her sleeve, the child in Su Mei's womb. Once she unveiled that card, I would surely lose everything. She planned to let me savor a brief moment of triumph before shattering me completely. Zhan Yu lingered in the corner, her eyes heavy with resentment as they fixed on Princess Nymph. She had once been the crown princess of the beast tribe, now reduced to a slave. Just a few dozen steps stood between her and her target, killing a member of the royal family. Her S-class psychic abilities could obliterate a mind, but the collar around her neck would instantly retaliate. Just as the threat loomed, I stepped up behind her and placed my arms around her. My tone indifferent, I said, "You're tired. Wait for me in the car." The murderous intent evaporated on the spot. The latter half of the banquet was even livelier. Sang Ling had been dragged onto the dance floor by Li Jian and returned panting from exertion. With a laugh, she declared she'd had enough and had no interest in humoring the princess anymore. I handed her a glass of juice. She teased me in turn, saying I avoided dancing because no other girl measured up. I was at a loss for words, but couldn't help a slight smile at the corner of my mouth. After the banquet, I returned to the main estate. For once, Yin Buiyuan praised me with a rare smile, complimenting my performance. He even mentioned that I'd left a good impression on Sang Hongwan. I requested to move into Chiyun Manor. Though Yun Buiyuan hesitated, he eventually agreed, despite the incomplete renovations. Turning a corner on the staircase, I ran into my stepmother, Hulan. She offered gentle compliments, but slyly jabbed at Yun Lang for being reckless. I responded flatly, keeping my distance. As I walked away, Hulan watched me go, her smile gradually hardening into something colder. Later in her room, Hulan conspired with her maid, Aunt Gue. Su Mei's belly will start to show soon. Once he moves to Chiyun Manor, we'll have our chance. If something happens then, the master will only blame him. He won't involve us. Aunt Gue praised her mistress for her cleverness. Hulan dismissed her, unfazed. A bit of patience. Cleaning a toilet won't kill him. Late at night, Chiyun Manor was deathly quiet. I stood at the window, holding a long whip, staring into the darkness. Zhan Yu had considered killing Princess Nymph. With her abilities, she could have succeeded. But the suppressive collar halted her impulse. I understood how she felt, and I knew she wouldn't give up easily. Taking a deep breath, I firmly called out, "Zhan Yu, come in." She entered the study, having changed out of her formal gown into plain black clothing. Her eyes remained cold and distant, her voice calm. "Master, you called for me." I spoke icily, kneeled down. She visibly trembled but didn't resist. With slow, deliberate movements, she knelt, her back straight and her expression resolute. I approached her, towering over her. "Do you know why I asked you to kneel?" Zhan Yu lowered her head. "No." I let out a cold laugh, snapping the whip onto the desk with a sharp crack. "You don't know? Let me remind you. At the banquet tonight, that look you gave Princess Nymph, what was that about?" Zhan Yu's body stiffened slightly. She had figured it out. The collar sensed her murderous intent and alerted me. Or perhaps I was just suspicious and trying to probe her. Feigning ignorance, she muttered. "I don't understand what Master is referring to." I crouched, gripping her chin to force her face upward to meet my eyes. Purple hues flickered momentarily in hers, attempting to read my mind. But my defenses were airtight. She got nothing. My voice dropped coldly. "You think I don't know your thoughts? You wanted to trade your life for hers, kill Nymph, and let the collar strangle you on the spot. But I suppose you don't care, do you?" Anger churned visibly in Zhan Yu's eyes. "And if you die, you're my slave. The moment you kill the princess, the entire Yun family dies with you. Not just the humans, but by Wan, Shar, Xuelin, and all the beast servants. They'll all perish because of you." Her fingers tightened, her nails digging deeply into her palms. "You think death solves it? You think killing the princess vindicates the enslaved beasts? The sun will rise as always. The nobles will keep throwing their banquets, and the slave auctions will stay open. You'll leave nothing changed and only destroy those who cared for you." Her face crumbled, her eyes welling up. Thoughts of Bai Wan, Shar, and Shuel Lin being destroyed because of her brashness flooded her mind. Her tears glimmered in the candlelight. To her surprise, the opinion of a human now mattered. I released her, picking up the whip. "I despise betrayal the most. And didn't you vow never to betray me? Yet you almost did, and almost doomed everyone in the process." Her lips parted, but no words came. Her rigid posture finally broke. Her hair fell forward, concealing her face, but her trembling shoulders gave her away. "What's the first rule of a bonded beast servant?" I asked. "Violent discipline," she rasped through a cracked voice. "And the premise? To instill a fear of humans greater than all other instincts. Are you afraid of me?" I demanded. After a long silence, Zhan Yu softly replied, "I am." Satisfied, I lightly patted the whip in my palm. "Good. Fear is correct." Raising the whip, I ordered, "Extend your hands." Her violet gaze quivered ever so slightly. Slowly, she stretched out her slender hands, palms up. Crack! The whip lashed through the air, landing sharply and leaving a red welt behind. Blood seeped faintly from the newly formed wound, yet not a sound escaped her lips. The whip struck 5 times, each mark deeper than the last until her hands bled openly. Her lips turned pale, and sweat formed along her forehead, but she remained silent throughout. Placing the whip back on the desk, I dismissed her coldly. "Reflect on this in your quarters." Her bleeding hands trembled faintly as she rose to her feet, the strain evident in her unsteady steps as she left. Unseen, Bai Ruan had been hiding in the shadows of the hallway. Rabbit-like ears folded back, red pupils shimmering with tears. Xiara leaned in, speaking softly. "Bai Ruan, it's the middle of the night. You need to rest. We have work tomorrow." Bai Ruan sobbed, "Sister Xiara." Master struck Sister Zhan Yu. Xiara was silent for a moment, pulling Bai Ruan into a comforting embrace as she gently covered her ears. "Don't look, don't listen." Bai Ruan whimpered. "Master is so kind." "What?" Xiara's tone turned resolute. "If Zhan Yu made a mistake, she deserves punishment. It's the natural order." She glanced toward the end of the corridor at the tightly shut door, her expression complicated. She knew Yinxing was no tyrant. The punishment must have been for a serious transgression on Zhan Yu's part. "Come on, let's go back and get some sleep. We have to wake up early." Bai Ruan obediently followed behind. Meanwhile, Sume, hearing the sound of the whip, felt a twisted satisfaction. She despised Zhang Yu's arrogance and the special treatment she received. Sume was just a D-class ability user, always pushed to the fringes of attention. Tonight, she hadn't even stepped foot into the banquet hall. She silently wished Zhang Yu would be beaten to death. If Zhang Yu were gone, and only Xiara remained, Yinxing wouldn't have someone capable left at his side. Sume thought to herself, that brute Xiara doesn't even know how to serve properly. Yunqing's position would soon be vacant, giving her a chance. I closed my eyes, and an image of Zhang Yu kneeling flashed in my mind. Her gaze was partly lowered, thick lashes trembling like those of a lost, defenseless creature. Though silent, she clung to her pride. Something stirred within me, my fists clenching as I silently reminded myself. Zhang Yu isn't ordinary. She's an S-class mental ability user, the future Empress. The ultimate avenger destined to bring ruin to this manor in a past life. Neither simple acts of kindness nor good intentions will sway her. She's seen through hollow affections and ice-cold cruelty. To make her yield, I must use a different approach. I must employ both severity and tenderness. First, instill fear, then offer warmth. Push her away, then pull her closer. This ancient method, equal parts menace and mercy, was the most effective. By early dawn, the horizon barely aglow in soft whites, I awoke. Grasping the medicine bottle from the table, I walked toward Zhang Yu's door. Zhang Yu, it's me. Open up. The door creaked slightly ajar, revealing her pale figure. Dark circles framed her eyes, her lips cracked and dry, bearing a sickly appearance. Her disheveled long hair rested on her slender shoulders, and her hands, now wrapped in blood-stained bandages, trembled faintly. Master, she rasped, voice hoarse as if from crying or a sleepless night. I remained calm, extending the bottle toward her. This is high-quality medicine. It works wonders for whip wounds. Her breath hitched, as if startled, then lifted her gaze to meet mine. She noticed the faint dark traces under my own eyes, a hint of my sleeplessness, and froze. Her fingers brushed against my palm as she received the bottle, momentarily pausing as a glint of complex emotion flashed in her crimson eyes. Zhang Yu, who feared neither pain nor torment, showed vulnerability, not from the punishment, but frustration at herself. All those years of solitary escape, endlessly fleeing into darkness, only for a ray of light to slip away by her own hand. Thank you, Master. Bowing her head, a single tear silently fell, soaking into the bottle cap and leaving behind its mark. I had already turned to leave, my tone measured. Next time, the punishment won't stop at your hands. At Silver Moon Academy, the storm from the midterm exam scandal had finally died down. The rumors accusing me of cheating quickly fell apart. Cloud Lang, the one who reported me, ended up being reprimanded publicly by the academy, his reputation in ruins. The noble-born students, unwilling to swallow defeat, shifted gears and tried other tactics. In the hallway, 3 boys in Silver Moon uniforms cornered me. The leader, Helian Chung, previously held the title of top in the year, now demoted to 3rd place because of me, a fact he couldn't hide his irritation over. By his side were 2 lackeys, one pudgy, one wiry, exuding the typical spoiled airs of aristocratic descendants. Looking for me? I asked coolly. Helian Chung sneered. I'm here to see just how capable this boy from the countryside is, the one who managed to steal Sang Ling from me. The plump lackey chimed in mockingly. A country bumpkin like you? What makes you think you're worthy of replacing Helian Chung for her? The corners of my lips curled into a calm, faint smile. Yet, tension stiffened Helian Cheng's back. Before his irritation could boil over, Sang Ling's cold voice cut through the lingering air. Helian Chung, you're blocking the way. Her high ponytail swayed as she approached, the delicate curve of her pale neck unobstructed while she grasped her textbook firmly. Her gaze bore unwavering frost. Taken aback, Helian Chung floundered. He knew full well he could never dream of standing on equal footing with her. I didn't mean to. He started to stammer before Sang Ling's lips curled into a cold sneer. Didn't mean to, or did? Answer carefully. Her gaze shifted toward me, her narrowed eyes brimming with concern. Are you all right? I gave a small nod. Her voice turned steely again as she addressed Helian Chung. Let's make something clear. I don't like you. I didn't before, I don't now, and I certainly won't in the future. Stop wasting my time. And more importantly, stop trying to cause trouble on his behalf. Her slender finger pointed at me. If you dare harm even a hair on his head, Helian Chung, I'll make sure you have nowhere to hide. Gasps murmured through the gathering crowd. Is Sang Ling making it official? Oof. Poor Helian Chung must be fuming inside. The second-hand embarrassment is real. Forcing back his fury, Helian Chung stormed off as whispers chased his retreating footsteps. As silence descended, Sang Ling demanded sternly, "Why didn't you call me when they cornered you?" One brow arched in amusement. I asked plainly, "Call who exactly?" Hands at her hips, she stated matter-of-factly, "Me. My classroom isn't far. I would have heard if you so much as raised your voice." Laughing softly, I replied, "What are you, my watchdog?" Her huff lingered, muttering, "A watchdog? Please. I'm leagues above that. Didn't you see Hellion shrink up?" His father groveled at mine's feet for months just to settle a minor inconvenience on the Eastern Front. I suppressed an amused sigh, yet I could feel the weight of her family's formidable influence. Tugging at my sleeve, Sang Ling changed the subject, adding, "Anyway, you're not dodging after-school tutoring. No running off." Lowering my voice teasingly, I said, "We're drawing attention. Careful about appearances." She blinked in confusion before a rosier hue flushed her cheeks, but she kept the fabric in her grasp. "Who cares about them? I'm worried you'll run." Walking side by side down the corridor, whispers continued faintly behind our trailing shadows until we reached the quiet refuge of the library. Slouched at one of the tables, Sang Ling feigned a nap while my calm directive broke the tension. Page 37. Second paragraph. Highlight the following. Obediently, she traced over the printed words while mumbling aloud. "Beast folk near death. If signing a soul pact with humans, they shall recover vitality." Pausing, she asked something unexpected. "Would you consider binding with beast folk?" Setting my pen down briefly, my answer was plain. "If it's their desire, yes." She blinked in surprise. "And when might that be?" "When they're willing, wholeheartedly." She frowned. "Seems unlikely. According to the teacher's lecture, beast folk are incapable of gratitude. Even apparent loyalty is just a facade, a survival mechanism." I quirked an eyebrow, spinning the narrative around. "Do you believe everything a teacher says?" Caught off guard momentarily, she admitted, "Not everything." "So why settle on trusting that particular claim?" "Because it's comforting. Seeing them as cold and ruthless justifies treating them like lesser beings." Uncomprehending but intrigued nonetheless, her gaze lingered slightly longer on my profile, tilted in concentration. Tapping lightly, signaling time to focus. Page 39. Sang Ling barely masked her reddening cheeks behind darting glances downward, mentally spiraling, never-ending flashes about peer questions. "What exactly are you both? Classmates? Acquaintances? More?" Too flustered herself to clarify further now. Behind closed walls, across Yun family servants' quarters where moonlight flickered wanly, an entirely different soul endured her pondering turmoil. The primal beast blood within her surged violently, signaling the onset of transformation. She took a deep breath and sat cross-legged, focusing her mental strength to suppress her turmoil. From outside the door, footsteps echoed. Sume feigned a concerned tone as she knocked, her voice dripping with pretense. "Jianyu, are you all right? I heard that the master hit you. I was so worried, so I came to check on you." When no answer came, Sume pushed open the door, stepping inside and spotting Jianyu, her face pale and her hands wrapped in bandages. Feigning worry, Sume continued, "You know, I heard the master got mad and hit you. It must have been bad, huh? I didn't expect someone so prideful like you to end up like this." Jianyu didn't respond. Her icy silence and piercing gaze sent shivers down Sume's spine. But Sume smirked, persisting with her taunts. "The master usually treats us kindly, but he has such a quick temper. You act all high and mighty, but in the end, you were still beaten up like this." A purple glimmer swirled faintly within Jianyu's eyes. Her voice grew cold and steady. "Finished?" Sume stiffened, sensing an edge to Jianyu she hadn't seen before. "Why yeah, I'm finished." Jianyu's voice was icy, cutting through the air. "Then leave." Sume's face darkened. Unexpectedly brushed off, she decided to press further. "Who do you think you are, acting all tough? You're just a lowly serpent from one of the beast clans. A D-rank at that. Playing a role far too grand for you. Got beaten up? You deserved it. Look at those ruined hands of yours, probably scarred for life. Even the master seems to have grown tired of you." The words hung in the air as Su Mei's laughter faltered. The moment she met Zhan Yu's eyes, she froze. The slitted pupils gleamed under the purple light, like whirlpools of endless depth and cold calculation. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced through her head, as if her very soul was being torn apart. What are you doing to me?" Su Mei clutched her head, her voice trembling as her body began to shake uncontrollably. She tried to flee but found herself unable to move, as though she were pinned in place. Zhan Yu rose slowly, the bandages around her hands coming undone, blood staining the floor beneath her. She looked unfazed by her own wounds. "What was that you said?" Zhan Yu's voice echoed as chilling and deep as the abyss. "He's grown tired of me?" Su Mei's pupils shrank in sheer terror. That intense presence hit her harder than any physical blow. Finally, she realized the truth. This wasn't the power of a mere D rank. Before her stood an S rank, and a terrifying one at that. "Impossible." Su Mei gasped, disbelief coating every word. "You've been hiding all this time?" Before she could finish, another wave of pain washed over her, dragging her into agony. She screamed, crumpling to her knees as her bloodied fingernails clawed at her scalp. "You can't kill me. I'm Yunlang's. I'm carrying his child." She begged for mercy, desperation and terror in her cries. "Yunlang won't let you go. Neither will the master." Zhan Yu's expression was void of sympathy, her slitted pupils glowing cold, repeating, almost mockingly, "Yunlang? What makes you think I care?" Fear consumed whatever remained of Su Mei's rational thoughts. Instinctively, she transformed, her beast form taking the shape of a fox with fiery red fur. She trembled, curling up in submission, an animal in dire realization of facing an apex predator. Zhan Yu no longer resembled the woman she had been moments ago. Her black hair deepened in shade, while glossy black scales began to cover pale skin. Her form shifted rapidly, taking the monstrous shape of a massive black serpent. Its body coiled, surpassing the room in size, the air thick with an overwhelming predator's aura. The scarlet tongue flicked momentarily, and a coppery scent filled the air. The fox lay paralyzed, petrified in its tracks. The serpent loomed, its predatory gaze frozen on the trembling red creature. With a swift and ferocious descent, its fangs plunged into the fox. Despite Su Mei's resistance-filled cries, her movements ceased after a few spasms, succumbing almost instantly to the venom pulsing through her veins. The great serpent consumed the fox whole. Silence fell once more, the room bearing no trace of what had transpired. Not even a single hair remained, as if Su Mei had never existed. The snake coiled upon itself, the contours of its body temporarily bulging. It let out a long, weary breath, bloodlust gradually fading, replaced by a perverse sense of fulfillment. Time passed before the massive serpent's appearance finally began to revert. The black scales receded, revealing a bare, human figure crouched where the beast had once stood. Her long hair veiled her unclothed form. The taste of Su Mei lingered faintly on her lips. Zhan Yu clenched her fists. The satisfaction outweighed any regret. Su Mei was dead, and insignificant at best. And yet, part of her felt an unfamiliar jitter. If Yunqing finds out. The thought weighed on her briefly, before she dismissed it, closing her eyes and exhaling deeply. She rose, dressing herself and rewrapping wounds methodically. Seated back on the bed, her long, narrow eyes carried traces of quiet resignation. Next time, if there is one, it won't just be a slap on the wrist. She allowed herself a faint, cryptic smile, one impossible to decipher. The mist of morning had barely begun to clear when the steward arrived hastily at my door, knocking with urgency. "Young master, there's been an incident." Leaning casually, I sipped on tea by the window. "What is it?" "It's Su Mei, sir. She's vanished." Early this morning, a maid discovered the door to her quarters was wide open, but she wasn't there. "We've searched the estate thoroughly, and there's no trace of her." My brows furrowed slightly. "What about the surveillance footage?" "No footage captured her leaving the manor, nor did we receive any alerts from her suppression collar. She never left the premises last night." "Never left? Yet she disappeared?" My tone grew colder. The steward continued carefully, lowering his voice. "Yes, it appears mysterious." I went quiet. Memories from my previous life stirred briefly. Su Mei had been difficult to rid myself of back then, her persistence irritating beyond belief. Now, in this new turn of events, all it took was sending her to the field for work, and she was gone. Suppressing my inward delight, I maintained a composed expression. "When was she last seen?" "About half an hour ago, sir." One of the workers noticed her bed was neatly made, but the stables had only been half cleaned. A bucket of water was left out of place. Very unusual. "And her belongings?" "All accounted for, sir." I let a small smirk creep across my lips. "So, she's gone, but everything else is intact." This predicament amused me. It was one less problem to worry about. I ordered the records of any movements from the previous night to be checked. Even in the absence of obvious surveillance, perhaps one of the sentries might have noticed something. Once the steward left, retreating silently, I faced the closed door and allowed myself a moment of unguarded satisfaction. Bit by bit, my grin widened in silence. At the far end of the hallway, inside Zhan Yu's quarters, she readjusted the bandages over her injuries. Curling her fingertips slightly, flashes of last night's pain and the twisted gratification that followed returned to her. A knock came at her door. "Zhan Yu, time to get up." The master summoned everyone to the living room. Xia Er's voice called softly from the other side. The faint purple shimmer within Zhan Yu's gaze waned. Reverting quickly to detachment, she responded tersely, "Understood." Dressed and poised, she exited gracefully. Xia Er trailed behind as the two walked in tacit understanding, bound in silence. Seated later in the living room, Bai Ruan and Shui Lin had already arrived, their eyes casting curious glimpses. I descended the staircase, each of the four women rising in acknowledgement. I took my seat and surveyed them calmly. Su Mei is missing. Rushing to the kitchen, Seal shook his head. That rabbit is really fearless. I retorted, and what about you? Seal froze for a moment. I'm not scared. I trust that Master won't let anything happen to us. He turned around and left, his wolf ears slightly reddening. Passing by me, Zhang Yu spoke up. Master, Su Mei is missing. What do you plan to do? I smiled lightly. Don't worry. With me here, no one will take you away. Zhang Yu nodded and quickly walked away. I couldn't help but ponder. Su Mei's disappearance seemed strange. Yesterday, I punished Zhang Yu, and now Su Mei is missing. Usually cold and emotionless, Zhang Yu was acting strangely this time. Suspicious, but without evidence, I decided to bide my time. The early summer breeze scattered falling petals. Beneath the flower stand stood Hulan, watching the petals rot. She sneered coldly. So what if she gave birth to Yunqing? She's dead, and her son still depends on me. A panicked Aunt Gue rushed over. Madam, Su Mei is gone. Her belongings are still here, and her collar didn't alert us. Fuming with rage, Hulan pushed over the flower stand. She spat out bitterly. It's him. That bastard must have found out Su Mei was pregnant and disposed of her along with her unborn child. With that, she stormed into the villa. In the study room, Hulan informed Yun Boryuan gravely. Yunqing's foxfolk slave is missing, and she's pregnant with his child. Yun Boryuan rebuked her angrily. Nonsense. Hulan recounted Su Mei's accusations against me. Yun Boryuan turned furious, adding, if this spreads, what will the Sang family think? Staying composed, Hulan suggested. We need to first find Su Mei's body and the child. We can't risk our family's name being tarnished. Yun Boryuan agreed and immediately ordered the mansion to be sealed off for a comprehensive search. Servants combed through the garden, basement, and attic. Hulan was relentless, directing the search in haystacks and even piles of horse manure. Yet, there wasn't a single trace. Coming back muddied and frustrated from the search, Aunt Gue reported. We couldn't find anything in the front yard either. Hulan's gaze shifted to the third-floor room where I stayed. That's the last place that hasn't been searched. On the third floor, Hulan barged into my room unannounced. I sat reading a book and calmly questioned her lack of courtesy. She rummaged under my bed, through my wardrobe and drawers, yet found nothing. Cornering me, she demanded, Where's Su Mei? I smiled coolly. Beats me. She's missing, isn't she? She mocked. Did you get rid of her yourself? Remaining composed, I replied. Unlike Yun Lang, I have no reason to kill her. Unable to find any evidence, Hulan seethed with anger as she stormed out. I sat back in my cane chair, amused. Su Mei wasn't on the estate. She was in the belly of a snake. No matter how hard Hulan searched, she'd never find any trace of the fox. Once back in her room, Hulan threw a fit, smashing vases and bottles. How could a living being just disappear? Aunt Gue hesitated and asked, Did Yunqing leave the estate today? Hulan ordered her to investigate, and soon after, she learned that I hadn't stepped foot outside the estate since afternoon. This revelation left Hulan stunned. Despite the extensive search of the estate, even down to the wells, not a single clue could be found. It seemed impossible for Su Mei, wearing a restrictive collar, to escape the estate or go invisible. There was only one conclusion. She was dead, and her body had been disposed of flawlessly. Hulan frowned, unable to shake her frustrations. I didn't possess extraordinary powers, and the slaves under my command were all seemingly incompetent. So who could have silently killed a D-grade fire-wielding beastkin without leaving the slightest trace? Massaging her temples, Hulan glared at the disturbed dirt in the yard with a shadowed expression. Su Mei was a failed card on her hand. Perhaps now it was the perfect excuse to push me out of the Yun family. She had seen through me long ago. I wasn't some timid fool, but someone deeply calculative and ruthless. Given a little more time, I could very well seize control of the entire Yun family. That evening, the Yun family dining room was tense. Sitting at the head of the table, Yun Boryuan's face was clouded with frustration. His chopsticks were placed to the side, untouched. Seated farther away, I maintained a composed demeanor. Strangely, despite Hulan's setbacks, I actually found myself in good spirits with a decent appetite. Yun Boryuan questioned me before everyone. Yunqing, what is going on with Su Mei? I set down my chopsticks and spoke unhurriedly. As I said, my slave went missing. She has legs of her own. I wouldn't know where she's gone. Yun Lang sneered. You're guilty. Slamming the table, Yun Boryuan halted the disputes. Over a missing slave, you all are making such a fuss. It's unbecoming. Hulan sighed, feigning worry. Boryuan, Langner fears this incident tarnishes the family reputation. After a pause, Yun Boryuan proposed. Perhaps it's best to let Yunqing move back to the country estate for now. I raised an eyebrow, feigning hesitance. The mountain villa isn't fully renovated yet. Even so, it's good enough for now. I'll compensate you with $1 million to settle. Making a gesture of submission, I nodded obediently. In my past life, I had been framed by Yun Lang, Hulan, and Su Mei. The very same Yun Boryuan had immediately disowned me, not even giving me the chance to defend myself. Yet now, he was pretending to be generous, offering 1 million. The irony was amusing. With a fatherly smile, Yun Boryuan said, "Slaves are cold-hearted creatures. Don't be too kind. They'll always overstep boundaries and show no respect to their masters." Seeing that I was about to leave, Yun Lang barely contained his glee as he continued eating, the edges of his lips curling upward. He was likely thrilled he could finally turn my room into his dream bathroom. Yun Boryuan glared at both of them in frustration. "I know you two can't stand him. Well, now that he's moving out, you'll both have peace." Hulan froze for a moment, but inwardly, her joy was evident. Yun Boryuan added, "This incident is over. Yun Qing, once you're at the mountain villa, take some time to reconnect with the Sang family. Don't grow distant from Sang Ling." At dawn, the moving truck arrived. Stepping out of the household gates, I felt no lingering attachment. Behind me, 4 of my personal female slaves, Seal, Zhanyu, Bai Ruan, and Shui Lin, stood silently, carrying some simple luggage, ready to leave alongside me. No member of the household came to see us off. I had anticipated this apathy and felt no emotional stirrings. Unexpectedly, Uncle Zhou, the loyal family steward, stepped out from the shadows, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Young master, take care of yourself," he said earnestly. Having served the Yun family for over 40 years, Uncle Zhou had never once displayed his emotions so openly. Quietly, I addressed him. "Uncle Zhou, make sure to get your heart checked at the hospital. I dreamed of your passing due to illness. Don't dismiss it as mere superstitions." Choked up, Uncle Zhou nodded without a word. With a final nod, I entered the car, followed by my slaves. As the engine roared to life, I closed my eyes to rest. The car wound through treacherous mountain roads until the vast expanse of the mountain villa, Qi Yun Estate, gradually came into view. The soft morning light fell gently upon the building while the fresh, crisp mountain air filled the cabin. Breathing deeply for the first time in what seemed like ages, I exited the vehicle and took in my new surroundings. Finally free from the Yun family's suffocating grip, I could breathe. The master bedroom on the 3rd floor offers a sweeping view of the lake and mountains, a stunning contrast to the cold, clinical bedrooms of the Yun family. Here, everything is arranged to my liking, bringing a sense of calm and comfort. Coming downstairs, Bai Ruan is already busy in the kitchen. She's wearing a light yellow apron, her bunny ears drooping adorably as she stretches up on tiptoes to reach for a spice jar. I grab it effortlessly from behind and hand it to her. Her cheeks flush, her bunny ears twitch upright, and she stammers, "Thank you, master," before nervously urging me to leave the kitchen. I set the jar aside, my fingertips grazing hers lightly. Smiling, I say, "If you can't reach, use a stool next time. Don't hurt yourself." She nods, shyly. I walk away, settling down with some tea in a shaded spot, and begin flipping through Advanced Theories of Beastkin Contracts, the book I brought. The tea, lavender-infused, was brewed by Shui Lin. Its pale purple hue and delicate aroma are quietly soothing. Out in the yard, Xiao'er is waging war with the weeds, her movements swift and efficient. I watch her for a bit, and she catches my gaze, responding with a sharp, "What are you looking at, master?" I reply evenly, "Watching you work. You're pretty focused." She blushes faintly and continues trimming the grass with a mix of embarrassment and determination. Concern flickers in my tone as I say, "Take breaks when you need them. Don't overdo it." "I'm not tired," she replies curtly. "Have some tea," I offer. Shui Lin brewed it. After some hesitation, she accepts the cup but grimaces after a sip. "It's too bitter. I like my tea sweet," she says. "Got it. I'll add honey next time," I respond. Xiao'er's grip on the cup tightens slightly as her gaze drops. "You don't have to remember things like that, master," she mumbles softly. "I want to remember." She doesn't reply but drinks the tea in silence. When she finishes, she sets the empty cup down and heads back to the yard. After just a few steps, she pauses briefly and, without turning, says, "Thank you for the tea, master." Then she crouches down to tend to the grass again, the red tint on her ears lingering. By the lake, Shui Lin sits barefoot on the wooden dock, her feet soaking in the cool water. Her long blue hair is gently ruffled by the evening breeze as she gazes at her reflection, her toes nudging the water's surface and sending ripples outward. I stand behind her for a moment before sitting beside her. She turns her head to look at me, the soft light in her eyes glowing warmly as the corners of her lips lift ever so slightly. "Is the water cold?" I ask. She shakes her head lightly and splashes the water with her hand, droplets landing on my pant leg. I glance at the damp spot, then back at her. Her lips curve into a sly smile, childish mischief twinkling in her eyes. "Are you provoking me?" I arch an eyebrow. She blinks innocently, feigning ignorance. I scoop some water and splash it onto her face. Unprepared, she's hit directly, her face glistening like a lotus just kissed by the morning dew, fresh and captivating. Stunned for a split second, she retaliates with cupped hands, sending water flying at me. I absorb the ambush without dodging, my damp shirt clinging to my skin as the coolness seeps through. We lock eyes momentarily, and seeing my semi-drenched state, she can't help but giggle silently, her eyes curling into crescents of mirth. I flick her forehead playfully. She yelps softly, rubbing the spot, the act tinged with just the slightest hint of endearing indignation. Standing, I shrug off my jacket to wring it dry, slinging it over my shoulder. Dinner's almost ready. Don't get too carried away. Let's go back. Without a word, Shuelin gets up, her bare feet padding along the wooden planks, meekly following me home. In the living room, Zhanyu sits on the sofa, her violet black hair cascading over her shoulders as she opens the medicine bottle I'd given her. She's midway through unwrapping the bandage on her hand, revealing scars layered on her palm. I approach, standing before her, and glance down at her injuries. Holding out a hand, I say, "Give it to me." She hesitates, but eventually hands over the medication and bandages. Taking them, I carefully soak a cotton pad with ointment and begin applying it, my movements slow and deliberate. The medicine is cold, but the warmth of my fingertips lingers against her skin. Zhan Yu's lashes flutter slightly, her usual icy demeanor intact except for the faint, shallow breaths that betray her. "Does it hurt?" I ask softly. "No," she responds tersely. "Liar." She doesn't refute the accusation. I start wrapping her hand, each coil of the bandage snug but not too tight. My fingers occasionally graze hers, the subtle scent of the herb-infused ointment lingering in the air. Once finished, I tie it off, carefully setting her hand on her lap. All done. She eyes the neatly wrapped hand, her thoughts unreadable, a trace of tension underlining her reaction. "It's been weeks, and you're still not healed. Have you been slacking off and skipping bandage changes? Just so you know, I'll check on this next time, and if I find out you've been neglecting it." My words trail off as I cast her a sideways glance, my tone mild, yet carrying an unspoken firmness that makes her sit a little straighter. The next morning, sunlight bursts aggressively into the room, pulling me begrudgingly from my slumber. After 3 months of living in the dim northern quarters, my eyes struggle against the brightness. Groaning, I roll over and bury myself deeper in the covers, hoping for a little more sleep. Suddenly, there's a faint rustling sound, the swish of fabric brushing against the bed. It feels like someone is bending over nearby. Still half asleep, I shift and crack my eyes open groggily. In the morning glow, I'm met with a vision just inches from my face, a soft, fluffy tuft of fur. My body reacts on instinct before my mind catches up, fingers extending to touch it, sinking into its plush warmth. It's impossibly soft, smooth yet lively under my fingertips, quivering slightly like snow flurries blown by the wind. A smile tugs at my lips as I mutter hazily, "So soft." A soft gasp jolts me awake. Blinking, I finally register the sight in full clarity. Ruan bent over, her bunny tail and ears exposed in the morning light. Her white skirt has risen just enough to reveal her tail, rounded and adorably petite. Time seems to pause as the realization registers. Ruan freezes, her face glowing a deep crimson that spreads all the way to her ears, which quiver with embarrassment. My outstretched hand lingers in the air, still faintly retaining the warmth of her fluff. I glance at my hand, then back at her. Full awareness crashes over us both. "Ruan. Master." Her voice stumbles over itself, frantic and apologetic. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. I was just bringing breakfast. I didn't know you were awake. I didn't know you'd. Her words falter and dissolve as her face deepens into scarlet. Tears shimmer in her ruby eyes, her long lashes fluttering with a glossy sheen that makes it impossible to tell if she's about to cry or if it's nerves overtaking her. Bang! The sound of the breakfast tray hitting the bedside table snaps my attention as plates and bowls clatter loudly. Before I can even react, Ruan spins on her heels and nearly sprints out of the room. She clips her shoulder against the doorframe with a soft thump, but doesn't stop. "Wait." I start, but the door slams shut with a decisive thud. The hurried pitter-patter of her footsteps fades down the hallway, leaving the room in dead silence. I sit up, looking down at my right hand. The residual warmth of soft fluff lingers faintly, along with the sweetness of it, both physical and emotional. Placing my hand on my lap, I shake my head lightly, the corner of my mouth curling into a faint smile. That was uniquely soft. Ruan locks herself in her room for the rest of the day. At noon, when Xiara knocks to deliver food, Ruan's muffled voice replies weakly, "I'm not hungry." Inside her room, she hides under her blankets, curled up into a ball. Her bunny tail trembles faintly as her blush refuses to fade. Heart racing and mind in turmoil. She thinks, Master touched my tail. She buries her face deeper into the pillow, muffling a soft groan of embarrassment, only for her flushed cheeks and red-tipped ears to burn even hotter at the thought. For the next several days, Byron behaves oddly, and Xiao'er is the first to notice. One morning, instead of hopping around the kitchen making breakfast as usual, Byron can be found crouched in the storage room. She's gathering hay, cotton, and scraps of older fabric, carefully arranging them into a rounded little nest. What are you doing? Xiao'er leans casually against the doorframe, arms crossed. Just organizing. Byron replies without looking up, her hands busy fluffing the makeshift bedding. Aren't those just cleaning rags? Why are you putting them on the ground like that? They're not rags. Byron stops mid-sentence, frowning in confusion before mumbling quietly. Wait, what is this again? Xiao'er watches with furrowed brows, her concern deepening. During dinner, Byron sat at the end of the soft white bench, her plate heaped with food like a small mountain. She was eating quickly, cheeks puffed out like a hamster hoarding its stash. Charles cautiously asked, Your appetite's pretty good, huh? Byron's mouth was stuffed, and she mumbled a vague response before continuing to eat with her head down. Her cheeks were round and soft, her sharp chin now softened, and her arms and legs had grown more plush. The once slim rabbit had transformed into something beautifully full and rounded. Snow Lin reached out and poked her cheek, which was soft and bouncy to the touch. She didn't react, entirely focused on eating. From the shadows, Zhang Yu observed Byron silently for a long while, seeming hesitant to speak. He eventually took a sip from his soup without saying a word. I sat at the head of the table and observed her round face, a subtle unease settling in my heart. By the fourth day, her odd behavior could no longer be ignored. Byron had started carrying things off. When Charles wasn't looking, she snagged a shirt I'd left out and dragged it back to her room, tucking it into what seemed to be a freshly built nest. Charles spent the entire afternoon searching for the missing shirt with no success. Finally, she caught a glimpse of the shirt's corner peeking out from under Byron's door. Byron, that shirt belongs to the master, Charles called out. Byron clung to the shirt, her rabbit ears pressed flat against her head, and pleaded with Charles with her big, watery eyes. Sister Charles, can I borrow it for a few days? I promise I'll give it back to Master later. Charles opened her mouth to retort, but faltered when she met Byron's teary red gaze. Finally, she sighed. Fine, but only for a few days. Byron's eyes lit up with joy. Hugging the shirt tightly, she retreated into the nest she had made with hay, cotton, scraps of fabric, and old sweaters. She rubbed her face contentedly against the shirt. Standing at the doorway, Charles's face was a picture of speechlessness. Resigned, she turned and went upstairs, knocking on the third-floor master bedroom door. Master, come in. After stepping in, she hesitated for a long moment before speaking. I think something's odd about Byron. I set my book down. Odd how? Charles detailed her observations of Byron over the past few days. The nest building, the overeating, the hoarding tendencies, and her intense possessiveness. As she spoke, the more it seemed absurd to her. Eventually, she whispered her hypothesis. She might be experiencing a false pregnancy. I froze. False pregnancy? Blushing, Charles explained, rabbits can experience false pregnancies. I saw it happen at the arena before. When a female beast gets some sort of stimulation, her body thinks she's pregnant. She starts nesting, overeating, and hoarding. Byron's behavior is exactly like that. I considered her words for a moment before asking. And what kind of stimulation might cause this? Charles hesitated but eventually muttered. It's usually something to do with the opposite sex. I understood her implication and teased. You know quite a bit about this. Flustered, Charles turned her gaze away, mumbling, I just happened to see it before. I stood up. We'll take her to the doctor tomorrow. Charles looked startled, her eyes widening slightly. Master, you're taking her to the doctor? Is there an issue with that? I asked. Charles lowered her voice. She's just an F-class beastman slave. I've never heard of anyone taking a slave to see a doctor. In this world, F-class beastmen were utterly disregarded. If they fell ill, they'd endure it until they either recovered or died. If they couldn't survive, they'd just be replaced by new ones. I responded calmly. Well, now you've heard of it. She fell silent, a mix of emotions swirling in her eyes. In her past, she had often seen injured beastmen at the arena left uncared for, treated no better than broken tools. Yet here I was, treating Byron's well-being as a given. I went to Byron's door and knocked 3 times. There was a flurry of movement behind the door. Byron, open the door, I called. The door cracked open just enough to show half of her face. Her rabbit ears were flattened against her head, her red eyes shining wet as if she'd just been crying. Master, can I come in? After a hesitant pause, she pulled the door open wider. I stepped into her room and scanned my surroundings. In a corner was an odd little nest made with layers of hay, cotton, fabrics, and pillows, creating a sunken space big enough for her to curl up in. When Byron noticed my gaze lingering on the nest, her face drained of color, turning pale. With her head down, she fidgeted with her hands awkwardly. Her lips moved wordlessly, as if trying to find something to say. Byron, have you been feeling strange lately? Like being hungrier than usual, wanting to hoard things, hide in dark corners, or even cry at times? Her eyes widened in panic, and she stumbled back to press herself against the wall. Master, how do you know? Charles told me. Her face turned ghostly pale, tears silently falling from her eyes. Master, I didn't do anything wrong, she whimpered, her voice trembling. I really don't know why I'm like this, but I didn't mean to. She spoke incoherently, stammering apologies before collapsing into a corner, knees pulled to her chest, shoulders shaking as she sobbed. I watched her quietly without rushing to respond. In this world, relationships between humans and beastmen were considered taboo. A slave showing affection or dependence like this would be deemed out of line, grounds for rejection, sale, or execution. Byron clearly feared being discarded. I crouched down and gently grasped her chin, tilting her face upward to meet my eyes. Her tearful red eyes blinked at me nervously. Look at me, I said softly. She sniffled and obediently lifted her gaze. You've done nothing wrong, I said gently. This is just your body responding. It really wants to be a mother. Her teary eyes blinked in confusion. Wants to be a mother? I nodded. Female rabbits sometimes experience hormone fluctuations due to certain triggers. Their bodies trick them into thinking they're pregnant. It's just instinct, Byron, not something you did. You're not at fault. She froze, taking in my words in a daze. In that moment, a particular memory surfaced in her mind. Earlier that morning, while placing down a milk glass, she had slightly leaned forward, her grazing tail inadvertently brushed by a certain set of warm fingers. That touch, firm yet faintly cool, carried the subtle scent of cedar. Her face flushed red from her neck to her ears as she curled up tightly, letting out a muffled noise. It's not because of that. It's not. I chuckled softly, shaking my head. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see a doctor, I said. She raised her tear-streaked face, startled. A doctor? To confirm what's going on and prescribing medication to regulate your hormones, I clarified. Tears welled anew in her eyes. Master, you're not going to get rid of me. I handed her a tissue. You're my slave. Why would I throw you away? But I've been so much trouble, she mumbled. I've been eating more, and I've gained weight. I glanced at her, noting her now full, rounded cheeks and softened chin. Her figure had filled out in all the right places. She had gone from a skinny rabbit to a soft, machi-like one. Looking like this suits you better, I said tenderly. Her eyes widened, tears clinging to her lashes. You were too thin before. This is just right, I added. Warmth surged in her chest, emotions she couldn't fully describe welling up until they spilled over as fresh tears. Master, thank you. I chuckled, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. It's getting late. Tomorrow, be ready at 8 in the morning. Don't oversleep. She nodded softly. After I left, she buried her face in her makeshift nest, taking a deep breath. The hay and cotton carried my scent, mingled with cedar, tossing and turning within it, unable to suppress the way her rabbit ears twitched, standing up before flopping down again. Master said I looked better like this, she murmured with a sheepish smile, realizing she was grinning far more than usual. Her face burned with embarrassment as she ducked her head back down. The next morning, Byron was at the porch by 7:45 a.m., dressed neatly in a white dress with pastel pink ribbons tying her twin braids together. Her rabbit ears poked straight upward, complementing her rosy, baby-faced cheeks that resembled ripe peaches. In her arms, she cradled the shirt from the day before. Shirt. I went downstairs and looked at her. Can we go without that? Byron glanced down at the shirt she was holding, hesitating for a few seconds. Blushing, she shook her head. I didn't say anything further and opened the car door for her to get in. As the car pulled out from Chiyun Mountain Villa, following the winding mountain roads en route to the capital, Byron sat quietly in the back seat. The shirt, perfectly folded, was resting neatly on her lap, her hands obediently placed over it. Her nails were soft, round, and a tender pink. Sitting beside her, Charles twitched her nose and chuckled lightly. The pheromone scent on that shirt is intense. Byron froze, her small face turning crimson. I'll wash it properly. I'm sorry, Master. I won't steal again. You better mean that. Glancing at her through the rearview mirror, I noticed her eyes welling up with tears again. I sighed faintly. All right, Charles, that's enough. Don't scare her. Sniffling quietly, Byron held the shirt even tighter and stole a quick glance at my profile in the mirror. Her heart hammered in her chest. The hospital in the capital city was located on a quiet avenue in the southern part of town. In the waiting area sat a few aristocrats, elegantly dressed, with robust beastmen standing guard beside them, high-level collars secured around their necks. As I opened the door and stepped in, several human nobles cast condescending looks at Byruan. An F-rank slave? How dare she step into this place? Lowering her head, Byruan clutched the shirt tighter, her rabbit ears drooping flat against her head. She felt their disdain. An F-ranked, useless beastman hadn't earned the right for their masters to spend money on her. High-status beastmen deserved better care, not her. The receptionist's gaze lingered briefly on Byruan's F-ranked collar, surprised. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" "No," I replied. "My slave needs a comprehensive checkup." The receptionist froze for a moment. She'd been working here for 3 years and had seen numerous wounded beastmen, mostly ones with external injuries, just needing pain relief or bandaging. But an elective internal hormonal checkup? And for an F-ranked rabbit species? That was a first. Though her rank was low, Byruan's figure was soft and round, her skin milky white, evidently well cared for. "Understood. Please wait a moment." She jotted down a few notes in the register. "Will the registration fee be cash or card?" I casually pulled out a black card and handed it over. The eyes of the aristocrats nearby subtly lit up. The top-tier black card, nearly unobtainable even among the wealthiest elite of the capital. Yet this young man, accompanying an F-ranked rabbit beastman, pulled it out without a second thought. After swiping the card, the receptionist returned it to me. "Mr. Yun, please proceed inside. Room 3. The doctor adjusted his glasses, glancing at Byruan and then back at me. "What are the symptoms?" he asked. "Over the past week, she's been eating more, gaining weight, exhibiting nesting behaviors, and showing heightened possessiveness and emotional volatility," I recounted calmly. The doctor's initial indifferent demeanor shifted to contemplation. "Anything unusual happened recently?" he asked. Byruan's cheeks flushed as she mumbled, No, nothing." I remained composed. "Yes." Byruan raised her head slightly, her ruby-like eyes filled with a pleading look. Without acknowledging her, I continued. "A few mornings ago, I accidentally touched her tail." The room fell silent for 2 seconds. The doctor glanced at Byruan, whose ears were burning crimson, and then at my impassive expression. His mouth twitched slightly before reverting back to professionalism. "Understood. This is a case of pseudopregnancy. Female rabbits of her species, when experiencing specific stimulations, undergo a surge of prolactin and progesterone levels, mimicking a pregnancy state. It's not actual pregnancy, it's a natural physiological response, not an illness," the doctor explained. Byruan's voice was small and hesitant. I really haven't done anything like that." The doctor's gaze shifted to me. I leaned back in my chair, my face devoid of emotion. "I know," he sighed. "Pseudopregnancy doesn't require actual conception. A hug, a kiss, even an intense emotional response. Anything can trigger a hormonal spike." Byruan's face turned various shades of red, embarrassed beyond belief. "Will it get better?" she asked quietly. "It will," the doctor replied. "In most cases, the body self-regulates in about 1 to 2 weeks. I'll prescribe medication to help balance her hormones. Don't stress about it. The more stressed you are, the more likely it is to happen again." He handed me the prescription, his eyes carrying layers of unspoken meaning. "Mr. Yun," he noted, "in my 20 years as a physician, you're the first to bring in an F-ranked beastman for endocrine testing." Taking the prescription, I replied in a measured tone, "It's my responsibility." A faint smile tugged at the corner of the doctor's lips, the mark of someone who'd seen much of life. "Your slave is fortunate to have come under the care of such a master." Byruan, seated on the examination table, nodded emphatically in agreement. On the drive back, she was unusually quiet. Outside the car window, scenes of nature passed by, buildings turned into farmlands, farmlands into wilderness, and wilderness into sprawling mountain ranges. Her ruby eyes reflected the lush greenery as she pressed her lips tightly together, seemingly lost in thought. A week later, under the morning sun, on the grassy banks of the lake, Byruan squatted next to a flower bed, the pale pink fabric of her sundress spreading around her as her hair cascaded over her shoulders. "How have you been feeling?" I asked. At the sound of my voice, her face flushed deeply. "Master, you're here. I've finished the medication, and I'm mostly recovered. Although sometimes there's still a little." Her voice trailed off, and her ears grew even redder. "A little of what?" I pressed. Just that. I still want to stay close to Master," she admitted nervously, her voice soft, barely a whisper. "Though I know it's wrong. The doctor said the hormones haven't fully subsided." I looked at her. She lowered her head, her rabbit ears drooping from upright to limp, as if surrendering. Tenderly pitiful. "Then stay," I replied flatly. Her eyes shot up in surprise. disbelief sparkling in her ruby pupils. Master? I said if you want to stay, then stay. When have I ever told you not to stay by my side? Her lips quivered. She nodded rapidly, like a little chick pecking at grain. I turned and walked away. She buried her face in her hands, her cheeks ablaze. Master said I could stay, she murmured softly, curling up into a tight ball, almost talking to herself, or perhaps to the flowers and grasses. The flower bed was planted with wild flowers from the mountains, daisies, dandelions, and an unnamed purple blossom. The morning sunlight fell across the flowers, sparkling as dewdrops refracted miniature rainbows. Byron carefully reached out, brushing a daisy petal softly with her fingertip. A faint green glow shimmered across her skin. Limited as her F-ranked wood elemental powers were, they allowed only for the gentlest of touches, to make flowers sway lightly or to moisten a dried leaf slightly. It was all she could do for her master. Not much. She withdrew her hand, the light disappearing. She wanted to form a contract, to be like the high-ranked beastmen who could bond their powers to serve their masters more deeply, to contribute, to always remain at his side. But did she truly deserve it? Her master had Charles and Moonblade in his company. They were stronger, far more valuable than she. What did an F-ranked rabbit beastman have to offer? Perhaps her master kept her around because she could cook, or because she didn't cause trouble, or maybe out of pity. Burying her face in her knees, her eyes stung with the threat of tears. She wanted to be his contract beastman, but she didn't dare say it, fearing he'd think her a delusional fool. A weak F-ranked creature like her presuming such thoughts? Looking up at the gently swaying wildflowers, she whispered softly to herself, voice barely audible. If only I were a little stronger. The wind carried her words away, even she couldn't hear them. The flowers bloomed silently, swaying in the soft morning breeze. Charles had noticed she'd started to change. In the past, she never cared. Now, my voice seemed to have an unspoken pull on her. Even worse, she began feeling uneasy about Soft White. Soft White, a clumsy bunny. In the past, she only needed to protect Soft White, but now, his presence unsettled her. Every time Soft White spoke to me a little too much, she felt a pang of jealousy, like swallowing an unripe plum. Ciara convinced herself it was concern for Soft White's still recovering health and nothing else. Running back to the manor, she saw Soft White crouched by the flower bed from a distance, holding his head in his hands. His drooping ears resembled wilting blossoms under the sun. She guessed Soft White was doubting whether he was worthy of me. Ciara's fists clenched, inwardly cursing. She wasn't like Soft White, who wallowed in self-pity. Ciara knew she was worthy of her master, not just because of her D-level thunder ability. It was her A-level spatial ability, a secret she had hidden. She had survived as a slave in the beast-fighting arena. She kept her spatial powers hidden, not wanting to become a tool everyone would fight for. Yet now, she wanted to rush to me and say, I also have A-level spatial abilities. I'm more useful than Soft White. That thought flashed through her mind like a scalding burn, making her entire body tremble. It disgusted her. Soft White was honest and asked for nothing. And here she was, wanting to use her hidden powers to assert her position. She was no different than the beastmen from the arena. Turning away, she left Soft White alone in his solitude. The next day, I descended the stairs in my school uniform, expression calm as always. Jeanyu was injured and staying at the manor to recover. Ciara was waiting for me at the porch, ready to leave together. We traveled along the forested path. As our car rounded a curve, a black SUV blocked the road. The SUV doors opened, and Helian Chung stepped out, flanked by two beastmen. One a wolf type, the other a bear type, both sea level. Ciara's pupils contracted. She recognized them as formidable. Helian Chung smirked at me, mocking me for leaving the Yun family to associate with worthless slaves. He mentioned I took Sangling. He didn't bother to settle the score then, but Silver Moon's growing reputation had embarrassed him, and now he'd come seeking revenge with his heavy hitters. Ciara stepped forward defensively, ordering me to stay back. The wolf beastman attacked first, his movements swift, his punches creating fierce wind gusts. Ciara sidestepped, counterattacking, but only made the wolf beastman frown slightly. The bear beastman circled from the side, his punch grazing Ciara's face. Blood stained her sleeve as Ciara sustained injuries. Helian Chung taunted her, calling her useless. I remained unmoved, standing in place, gaze steady, focused ahead, waiting for Ciara. She felt warmth from my trust, and the pain sharpened her thoughts. Her deeply buried A-level spatial abilities stirred, ready to emerge. But she couldn't use them now. As the enemies advanced again, Ciara braced herself against the onslaught, the sound of bones creaking faintly audible. The bear beastman's fist, wreathed in wind element energy, slammed towards her. With nowhere to evade, Ciara shut her eyes and shielded herself. A heavy thud. She opened her eyes to find me standing in front of her, blocking the hit, my left arm clearly broken. Her heart shattered. Tears slid down her cheeks. Master, why? Xiaotar asked shakily. Helian Chung laughed coldly. Shielding a worthless slave with your own body? That's amusing. Xiaotar's blood surged, her tears unstoppable. In the beast fighting arena, no one had ever shielded her. No one had ever done this. In a quiet voice, she promised me, when we return, I'll confess everything. I nodded. The beastmen were shocked. The wolf beastman sneered. Using your master as a shield? That's not impressive at all. The bear beastman charged forward, his massive shadow casting over us. But Xiaotar stood firm, raising her right hand, palm towards the ground, activating a formless energy. The wolf beastman froze, his expression changing from surprise to terror. Piece by piece, his form began dissolving until he completely disappeared. The bear beastman looked on, trembling, before taking a step back. His voice quivered as he asked, What did you do? Xiaotar didn't answer. She turned, using her abilities again. The bear beastman tried to flee, but after just 2 steps, his body started fading away. His hands vanished, and he let out a hopeless scream before disappearing entirely. Helian Cheng stood by his SUV, pale-faced, eyes wide, trembling. His gaze darted between the vanished beastmen, me, and Xiaotar. He roared in panic. Yin Qing, you monster! My left arm hung limply, my sleeve stained in blood. My expression was indifferent, bored, as if I'd been watching a cockroach scuttle about. Helian Chung recoiled, stumbling into the SUV, clumsily climbing into the driver's seat and slamming on the gas. The car sped off into the forest and out of sight. Xiaotar took a step forward, golden eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Master, shall we pursue him? I gently shook my head. No need. We watched the SUV vanish into the distance before Xiaotar turned her gaze to my bloodstained sleeve, her eyes welling with tears. Her lips quivered. Master, your arm. I looked down at my broken arm, attempted to move my fingers, and frowned. It's fractured. Xiaotar bit her lip, suppressing her sobs. She didn't want to appear weak in front of me, but tears spilled over regardless. Master, why did you shield me? You don't have any abilities. You're just human. Why would you take the hit for a slave? I reached out with my right hand, my thumb brushing away her tears. My fingertips, cold and bloodstained. Didn't you also shield me to protect me? Xiaotar froze, questioning herself. It was natural for a slave to protect their master. But for a master to protect a slave, did such logic even exist in this world? She wiped her face and reverted to that vulnerable little wolf, whispering softly. Master, you're injured. Let me take you to the hospital. The smell of antiseptic filled the hospital. I sat in the emergency room, my left arm temporarily stabilized and strapped across my chest. In a voice filled with guilt, Xiaotar reported. Master, the doctor said your bone's fractured. You'll need at least a month to recuperate. I leaned back in the chair, sweat still beading on my forehead. The pain was hard to endure. Master, do you blame me? Xiaotar ventured hesitantly. Blame you for what? For keeping secrets from you. My powers aren't just D-level thunder. I also have A-level spatial abilities. I awakened them back in the beast fighting arena, but never told you because I was afraid of being turned into some noble's tool through violent conditioning. I opened my eyes, meeting hers. The girl standing before me was firm but teary-eyed. Do you really think I would have been that cruel? I asked. Xiaotar shook her head, continuing. At first, yes. But later, I realized you're different. You treat slaves. You shield slaves. Everything you do doesn't match what I know about humans. That's why I wanted to come clean, to tell you I trust you, just as I've learned to trust myself. The corners of my mouth lifted into a faint smile. Does anyone else know? No one. Everyone from the beast fighting arena always thought I was just D-level. No one suspected. Then keep it that way. Now's not the time to reveal it. Xiaotar frowned. But those 2 beastmen vanished today. Won't that draw suspicion? Impossible. No one would believe a D-level beastman could take down 2 C-levels. Helian Cheng's a fool. He was scared out of his wits. Who'd believe his nonsense? Charles was silent. I stood up, my posture awkward. Charles hurried over to help straighten my collar. Master, don't block punches for slaves anymore. I glanced at her. You think I'd listen? No, Charles lowered her voice. But I still have to say it. I said nothing and turned to leave the hospital. Charles followed close behind, keeping a distance. The faint scent of cedar and the lingering smell of blood could be detected on me. This wolf girl who had overturned the gladiator arena. From fearless to wary of one person, her master. She feared I'd get hurt, and even more, that I'd get hurt for someone else. Chiyun Manor. Byron had been busy all afternoon. Bone broth bubbled on the stove, fragrant steam filling the air. She had tied back her hair with a ribbon, her rabbit ears perked up to catch every sound. Charles came in. Byron asked anxiously, Where's Master? Sister Charles, where's Master? Charles stepped aside to reveal me with my arm in a sling. Byron's face turned pale, her rabbit ears flattening against her head. Tears slid down her cheeks. Master, your hand. It's broken, I said calmly. Byron sobbed uncontrollably. Master, I'll serve you some soup right away. Bone broth helps recovery. I simmered it all afternoon. In the shadow of the staircase, Jean Yu spoke in a cold, heavy voice. How did you get injured? I gave a light laugh. Just a little accident on the way to school. Jean Yu fell silent, purple light flickering in her eyes as she stared. I fell silent for a long time, looking at the wolf girl, Sierra, before me. In my mind emerged the 8 words from history books in my past life. A wolf may travel 1,000 miles, but it never changes its nature. But the Sierra before me no longer had the awe-inspiring presence of the rebel leader who once struck fear into the nobles of the Lai continent. She was only a wolf girl afraid that her master would be hurt. A fool who had given me her life without reservation. Do you regret it? No regret. I closed my eyes, burying the surge of joy deep in my heart. When I opened them again, I had returned to the calm and unruffled appearance of a noble young master. Good. Sierra lightly pressed her lips together, a glimmer of moisture flashing at the corners of her eyes. But she said no more. I stood up and walked in front of her. There are 2 ways to form a contract. Violent taming makes the beastman submit, and the contract takes effect automatically. Persuasion, on the other hand, allows the beastman to develop loyalty, even love, toward humans. In my past life, I had never signed a contract with a beastman. After being driven out of the Yun family, I could barely support myself, let alone keep slaves. I understood that a contract required ritual. It required recognition deep within the soul. I raised my hand and covered Sierra's forehead. Close your eyes. Sierra obediently closed her eyes. My palm was slightly cool, carrying a faint cedar scent. A strange force seeped from my palm into her meridians, and power surged. Lightning element powers leaped at my fingertips. Spatial power stirred ripples. The 2 forces converged and rushed toward me. My whole body trembled. An unprecedented power flowed within, lightning and void merging together. I clenched my fist, arcs of electricity scattering, and a Kangxi smile curved my lips. In my past life, I was trampled underfoot. In this life, I had finally grasped the power to turn the tables. Sierra looked at my smile, and a wave of heart-pounding emotion rose within her. It felt dangerous and novel. Master, are you all right? I rubbed her head and said softly, very well. Better than ever. Sierra's ears turned slightly red, and she did not dare look away. The contract succeeded? Succeeded. Her eyes grew moist. She was willing, from the heart, to give her life to this young man. Thank you, Master. I should be thanking you more, for trusting me. The young man looked disheveled, yet gentle and resolute. She became his contracted beast man. Sierra's heartbeat slipped out of rhythm. It felt as if her master had shown his true self. She clenched her fist. No matter what he became, she would stand by his side. After gaining the contract, I eagerly began studying the advancement of my powers. Blue-white arcs of electricity danced as lightning spheres condensed in my palm and then exploded. I was shocked so hard I jumped, my arm going numb. But I was incomparably happy. Then I tried spatial power, creating hollows. I stored and retrieved items as if playing with a new toy. Suddenly, I pulled a withered wolf paw from the space. Shocked, I put the corpse back. Spatial abilities had endless uses. Just as I was about to try again, a cool voice came from behind me. Master, what are you doing? Jean Yu stood on the balcony, long hair falling over her shoulders. Her face was clearly filled with doubt and concern. I covered it up by saying, nothing. I got bitten by a mosquito. Jean Yu smiled faintly. The mosquitoes at Chiyun Villa have all been caught. Then it was a bee sting. Bees don't come out at night. I was left speechless. Jean Yu had already sensed the aura of the contract. As an S-rank spiritual type ability user, she could perceive that subtle resonance. She forcibly suppressed the complicated feelings in her heart. She knew this day would come eventually, but she had not expected it to be so soon. Master, rest early. Your arm needs recuperation, and do not rush your abilities. I watched her disappearing back. Lowering my head to look at my numb arm and my exploded hair, I laughed. This woman knew everything. Yet she asked nothing. For in the morning, I finally gave up on my own aimless overthinking. I decided to ask Zaire for help. The ability came from Zaire, so she definitely knew more. Zaire's room was on the first floor, and the door wasn't locked. The light was on, but no one was inside. A note was left on the table. Master, I went to the grassland to practice my ability. I'll be back at dawn. Zaire. I let out a cold laugh. This little wolf cub had run off to the grassland in the middle of the night instead of sleeping, just to practice her ability. I walked out of the room and pushed open the back door. Moonlight dyed the grassland silver-white. Zaire stood in the center, blue-white electric arcs coiling around her. A thunderbolt shot out from her palm and blasted a huge crater into the ground. She nodded in satisfaction. My left arm, wrapped in bandages, appeared. Are you planning to tear up my lawn? Zaire came over in shock, quickly saying, Master, your injury hasn't healed yet. You can't catch a chill. She noticed smoke rising from the tips of my right fingers. You got shocked. I denied it coolly. After checking, Zaire found my palms swollen red and the tips of my fingers charred black. Trying not to laugh, she asked, You practiced in secret? I said calmly, Just messing around. Zaire didn't believe it. Messing around, and you ended up shocked like this? I replied, This is called learning through practice. Zaire looked a little indulgent. She offered to teach me how to control my thunder ability. Take it slow. Don't force it. She demonstrated, and an electric arc slowly leapt out. I mimicked her, slowing down, and a thunder sphere hovered in my palm. I was completely satisfied. Zaire held my wrist. Electricity flowed out from her fingertips, the posture oddly intimate. The electric arc circulated smoothly. Zaire smiled in delight. Master, you're improving so fast. I was smug for a moment. Then the electric arc scattered and burned my arm. I let out a muffled groan. Zaire checked anxiously and sighed. Don't keep shocking yourself. I teased, I'm used to it. Zaire lowered her head, her wolf ears drooping slightly. Gentle and tolerant. The sky at the horizon began to brighten. The two of us looked at each other, and the dark circles under our eyes showed. We couldn't help laughing. I yawned and said, It's daylight now. I need to catch up on sleep. I've taken a week's leave from the academy, so take care of your own affairs. My injury and leave sparked rumors all over campus, with wildly exaggerated versions spreading like wildfire. Li Jian gossipingly asked Sang Ling about my injuries. Sang Ling was shocked by the news and quickly called me several times, but no one answered. At last, I picked up. Sang Ling questioned why I hadn't answered the phone. I lazily replied, I was sleeping. Sang Ling flew into a rage. Do you know how worried I was? I chuckled, which only made Sang Ling even angrier. She asked about my injury, and I honestly said my hand was broken and it hurt. Sang Ling pressed for the culprit, and it was Helian Chung. Furious, she called home and asked for help teaching Helian Chung a lesson. Her father teasingly asked since when she'd become so concerned about other people. Sang Ling awkwardly brushed it off, then hung up and packed her things. Li Jian looked at Sang Ling and told her not to act rashly. Sang Ling insisted. He has a broken hand and is living alone in the deep mountains. I don't want him to be lonely. Li Jian nodded helplessly. Go then, and let us know you're safe when the time comes. Meanwhile, at the Silver Moon Royal Academy laboratory, Song Xiaoyan was doing a basic experiment. Two girls in the corridor were chatting, discussing how I had been beaten by Helian Chung until my arm was broken, feeling sorry for me. He's so handsome, his grades are good, and he's a good person too. To think he'd be bullied by that spoiled rich kid. The other girl sighed, hoping I would recover quickly and make it to the sports meet. Song Xiaoyan's hand paused slightly, and the liquid in the dropper seeped out into a pale blue water stain. A faint unease filled the air. Song Xiaoyan left the school gate. Instead of heading back to the slums as usual, she walked toward an expensive fruit shop outside the academy. She had passed by many times, but had never gone in. It was a famous premium chain in the royal capital, where a single melon sold for over 1,000. She stood at the entrance, looking at fruit more expensive than her entire monthly living allowance. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open and went inside. A clerk politely asked what she needed. She pointed at a melon priced at 1,200 and, feeling guilty, took out her money and bought it. She knew this money had not come easily, but she treated it as an investment. After all, I had promised her a fee for tutoring in pharmacology, and the pay was quite generous. Just as she was about to leave, the doorbell rang. Sang Ling, from the same academy, came in. In her school uniform, with long black hair, her fox-like eyes were full of arrogance and impatience. She domineeringly ordered the clerk to wrap up all the most expensive fruit in the shop. She took out a black card without the slightest hesitation. The contrast between the melon earned through labor and Sang Ling easily buying out the entire store's fruit made Song Xiaoyan quietly sigh inwardly. She silently stepped around Sang Ling and left with the melon. A luxury car drove through the mountain road, with Sang Ling holding a car full of fruit. The driver advised her that buying so much was inappropriate. She refused to listen and insisted on being proper about it. Sang Ling was still regretting not changing clothes or making her makeup more perfect. In the end, she gave up on further grooming. Outside the car window, the scenery grew quieter and quieter. The car reached the end of the mountain road. Before her eyes stood a gray estate, nestled between the lakeside and the foot of the mountain. It was more beautiful than she had expected. Since this was Sang Ling's first visit, anticipation and surprise grew in her heart. After the knock, the Rabbit Clan girl Byron appeared. She asked warily what she wanted. Sang Ling gave her identity. Byron quickly invited her to wait and went upstairs to notify me. I put down my book and let Sang Ling in. The atmosphere in the living room was delicate. Sang Ling sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, and sized up the stern-made Jianyu beside her. Their eyes met, and their auras clashed. The tense atmosphere made by Ruan retreat. Shala leaned against the doorway, watching coldly from the sidelines, teasing me that my maid was beautiful. Sang Ling probed the relationship between me and Jianyu, joking about my attitude toward my maid. The two of them kept exposing each other, making the atmosphere lively yet subtle. Just then, the doorbell rang again, and Bai Ruan went to answer it. Outside the door appeared the frail Song Xiaoyan, wearing thick glasses. She was holding a white paper box and asked softly whether I was in. Bai Ruan reported it, and I let Song Xiaoyan in. Song Xiaoyan stepped into the living room and froze. The coffee table, the floor, and the sofa were piled high with the exquisite fruit Sang Ling had bought from the fruit shop. She cast a contemptuous glance at Song Xiaoyan, as if sizing up some strange rare animal. Song Xiaoyan instinctively hid the melon in her hand. Embarrassment and inferiority surged up in her heart. Her legs immediately went weak, and her heart pounded wildly. It was as if her whole body had been soaked through with ice water. Stammering, she said, You guys keep talking, I'm leaving first." The feeling of social death instantly exploded. The huge gap left her sinking into deep self-abasement. A storm-like commotion broke out. Song Xiaoyan's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz as she turned to run. "Song Xiaoyan." My calm voice came from behind her, stopping her in her tracks. "Since everyone's here, sit down." Song Xiaoyan froze, caught between staying and leaving. Sang Ling raised an eyebrow and glanced over the school emblem on her uniform and the paper box in her hand. She didn't know Song Xiaoyan, but one look at her temperament told her she was a Silver Moon special admissions student. Normally, she didn't even bother looking at students from the slums like this. She thought they were nothing more than decorations for the school. But this girl had a close relationship with me? Sang Ling frowned and asked lightly, "You're here to see Yin Qing too?" Her tone was cool, not friendly, but not overbearing either. Song Xiaoyan was stunned, then nodded and said softly, Sit down. Isn't standing tiring?" Sang Ling gestured to the single sofa beside her and lowered her head to scroll through her phone. Bai Ruan handed over a cup of tea and politely said, "Please have some tea." Song Xiaoyan hesitated, placed the fruit bag on the edge of the coffee table, away from that pile of expensive fruit, and sat down. Her melon looked like a poor relative, lonely and squeezed into the corner. She felt somewhat regretful and wished she hadn't come. Seeing her embarrassment, I called to Bai Ruan, "I'm just a bit thirsty. Cut up the melon Miss Song brought so everyone can have a taste." Bai Ruan quickly took out the melon, its fragrance filling the air. She cut it into small wedges and brought them over. I took a piece and ate it, smiling. "The fruit you picked is really delicious." Song Xiaoyan relaxed a little, lowered her head, and took a small bite. The sweetness spread across her tongue, and her eyes turned slightly wet. This was what money tasted like, so sweet and fragrant. The few of us chatted idly as the sky gradually darkened. I suggested, "Let's eat dinner here. My servants are pretty good cooks." Only then did Sang Ling look up, lightly huffing through her nose. With a hint of spoiled haughtiness, she said, "I'll reluctantly accept." Song Xiaoyan grew nervous. "I'd better leave first. I don't want to disturb you." I didn't answer, only glanced at Bai Ruan. Bai Ruan immediately smiled warmly. "Miss Song, don't rush off. The dishes are already prepared. If you leave, it would make us seem inconsiderate." My expression turned approving. Though rabbits were prone to tears, their friendliness was strong. Sang Ling lazily said, "Sit down. No one dislikes you." Though her words weren't exactly polite, Song Xiaoyan felt a faint, awkward sense of acceptance. After hesitating, she sat back down on the sofa. Dinner was in the side hall of the main house. There weren't many dishes, but they were exquisite and refreshing, a typical Western meal. Song Xiaoyan sat at the very end, far from me and a little closer to Sang Ling. She didn't know how to use Western knives and forks, so she secretly imitated Sang Ling clumsily. She cut into the pan-seared cod. The fish was tender and easy to chew. As she ate, she lowered her head, setting aside the bitterness she had carried in her heart for so long. It was the first proper meal she had had in a long time. Her dinners in the cheap rental place were nothing more than expired rice balls or discounted convenience store bentos. During the meal, most of the talking was done by Sang Ling. I chimed in occasionally, like warm water offering comfort. Sang Ling seemed to ignore Song Xiaoyan, which instead put her at ease. By the time dinner was over, it was completely dark. "Sang Ling, you bought so much fruit. I can't finish it all, and if it goes bad, it'll be wasted." "Huh." Sang Ling clearly hadn't expected that. "Split some of it up and let Song Xiaoyan take it home." At being mentioned, Song Xiaoyan jerked her head up. She hurriedly denied it. No need. I bought some myself." "Up to you." Sang Ling stood up, brushed off her skirt, and lifted her chin high. "She ordered me." See you at the academy next week. Don't stand me up. She walked out the door in a hurry. Looking back, she said coldly, that bastard Helian Chung, my dad wanted to deal with him. He won't dare touch you again in the future. I said nothing, watching her with a gentle gaze. Sang Ling left awkwardly. The sports car started up, its taillights trailing red light as it gradually disappeared into the distance. The courtyard fell silent. Song Xiaoyan panicked. I should go. Yinqing, I hope you recover soon. There's no bus at this hour. It'd be midnight by the time you walked back. I'm used to it. I remained silent, then called the driver over. Xia Er, take Miss Song home. Song Xiaoyan waved her hands anxiously. No need. We're friends. No need to be polite. She seemed about to say something, then glanced at me. She only replied softly, okay. The car drove out and stopped at the front gate. The driver smiled and invited her. Miss, get in. She looked back at me. In the moonlight, my left arm hung in a sling, my expression calm. Thank you. I smiled lightly. You came to see me. I should be thanking you. Song Xiaoyan nodded, carrying the fruit White Ruan had stuffed into her hands, and sat into the car. The door closed, and the car drove away. White Ruan poked her head out to make sure the two of them had left, then said softly, Master, Miss Sang is so fierce. She's all talk and a soft heart. Her red eyes flicked toward me, as if she wanted to say something but held back. If you want to ask, then ask. Master, is Miss Sang your girlfriend? No. White Ruan's rabbit ears stood upright, joy showing on her face. Suppressing her excitement, she continued working. That night, the news of my injury was belatedly brought back to the Yun family. Yun Boren learned of it during dinner and angrily slammed down his chopsticks, glancing sideways at Yun Lang. Yun Lang kept his head down and said nothing, his thoughts complicated. Hulan said gently, the child has grown distant. Why didn't you call back? Yun Boren ignored the mother and son. He first called Chiyun Manor to inquire about the situation. After learning that it was Helian Cheng's doing, his brows tightened. He decided to personally go to the Helian family for an explanation. He said to the person on the other end of the line, don't worry about this. Focus on recovering. I'll go find the Helian family. How dare they block my son in broad daylight and try to bully him? Do they think Yun Boren is easy to push around? A faint response came through the phone. Thank you, father. He then asked, did Sang Ling come to see you? She did. Yun Boren's tone softened, and he reminded him, if people are good to you, you should know your limits too. Once your injuries heal, don't forget to invite her to dinner. After hanging up, he took a sip of wine. Hulan smiled and dove into his bowl. Boren, you're becoming more and more concerned about Yinqing, but don't forget Lang. A week later, I walked into Silver Moon Royal Academy with my arm in a sling. The injury made me seem even colder and more frail. In a corner of the main hall of the teaching building, several girls were whispering, it's Yinqing, he's back, and his arm is still in a sling. Yinqing really went too far. Should keep it down. He probably got beaten up badly too. I showed no reaction and went upstairs. At the classroom door, two girls I didn't know shyly asked, classmate Yinqing, is your injury better? I smiled politely. Much better. Thank you for your concern. The girls blushed and pulled their companion away. When I sat down, I found an envelope in my desk. It was light pink with a heart-shaped seal, and the handwriting on it was neat and pale blue. There was also a white one with no signature. I even found a box of milk and a sandwich. Just as I put them away, the class monitor, classmate Zhou, leaned over from the front row. With a smile, he said, classmate Yinqing, you're finally back. We've all been worried about you. Thank you. I'm much better now, I replied politely. Classmate Zhou seemed to want to ask about my injuries, but I cut him off. Class is about to start. He turned away awkwardly. I leaned back in my chair, pinching the bridge of my nose, when a phone was slapped onto the desk. I didn't know when Sang Ling had appeared beside me. She was smiling with an amused look in her eyes. You're pretty popular. She showed me the phone. The screen was a hot post on the school forum. Hot transfer student Yunqing secretly tutored Sang Ling into a top student. Hot Heliancheng blocked Yunqing, and two C-rank beastmen vanished. The truth revealed. Hot vote. Silver Moon's beauty ceiling. Yunqing gets 342 votes, crushing Heliancheng's 89. I looked at the posts indifferently. They're very shit. Sang Ling laughed. Idle hands make idle trouble. Then she swiped the screen. I don't know what these boring people are doing. When she saw that her ID, user 300, had voted, I smiled. You voted for me. I'm touched. Sang Ling blushed and defended herself. I voted for Jiyan. She left in embarrassment. Then she turned back. What about breakfast? Are you planning to eat the milk and sandwich I gave you? Helpless, I took out my breakfast, and Sang Ling snatched away the 3 love letters in a flash. Confiscated. She then took out a lunchbox. My chef made extra, don't waste it. Eat this. I opened the lunchbox and saw a blackened soft-boiled egg and some strangely arranged vegetables and foie gras, plated exquisitely. I pretended it was delicious and looked grateful. Sang Ling frowned. Why does your expression look weird? Nothing, I said quickly, closing it again while forcing a bright smile. She turned and walked away, her skirt fluttering in the wind. Song Xiaoyan entered the classroom. Seeing the exquisite breakfast on my desk, she paused slightly. Still, she put down the breakfast she had made herself and said softly, Yin Qing, if you don't mind, try some. I thanked her politely, but inside I could only smile bitterly. Do they all think I'm a pig? At the manor, I had already eaten a soft, white breakfast, and at school I was being chased around and fed by girls. What sweet troubles. The first class. The professor slapped down a stack of golden boss cards. Those who achieve excellent midterm results will receive admission tickets to the Golden Feather Auction. This is a royal privilege. Silver Moon Academy has only 50 spots. The tickets are non-transferable and non-replaceable, so cherish them. A low murmur spread through the classroom. The Golden Feather Auction. The name was no stranger among aristocratic children, but very few had actually been there. Let me remind everyone, what the Golden Feather Pavilion auctions are all high-level beast folk of grade B and above, all strictly tamed. The starting bids are already very high. The professor said gravely, this is not buying a toy. If your mental power isn't strong enough, it will backfire, and the consequences are serious. He continued, at the very least, grade B, and there are grade A, and even, changing his tone, the professor hesitated. There are rumors that this year's catalog includes a super grade A healing type beast folk. The classroom instantly exploded into noise. Super grade A? That's incredibly rare. It hasn't appeared for decades. Healing type? Then if you buy one, you don't have to worry about getting hurt. If your mental power isn't enough, you'll be backlashed immediately. Your brain could be burned out. My family could hire 10 beast tamers to assist with the contract. That should work, right? Beast tamers aren't cheap. The professor motioned for silence. These are all rumors. The official catalog is confidential and won't be revealed until the day of the auction. A boy in the front row smiled and revealed that super grade A healing beast folk has an extraordinary background. He was a follower of the crown princess of the beast continent. The crown princess was deposed, and there was a great purge in the royal family. Countless people around her died or fled. This beast folk was sold here after changing hands many times. Someone gasped. Does that mean he has a close connection to royalty? The boy sneered. A super grade A beast folk isn't ordinary merchandise. He's an existence as rare as phoenix feathers on the beast continent. Since he once belonged to the crown princess, his value is beyond measure. But even the top noble families are still watching. If there's no guarantee of mental power, a failed contract would be a loss they can't afford. The commotion gradually died down, and the students returned to their seats. I stared at the admission ticket, my mind drifting far away. In my previous life, I had heard of the Golden Feather Auction, yet I hadn't even had the qualification to enter. On it, the gilt lettering read, next Saturday, at the Golden Feather Pavilion in the royal capital. Admission by ticket. Each ticket admits up to 2 additional guests. If there really was an A-plus beastman there, and if they also knew Zhan Yu, maybe something could be done after all. Beside me, Song Xiaoyan had also received an admission ticket because of her excellent grades. She looked like a little mouse that had stolen some cheese, lowering her head again and again to examine the ticket, smiling with a somewhat pathetic glee. The special admission students at Silver Moon Royal Academy had spent half a year selling all kinds of tickets to pay their rent. Golden Feather Auction tickets sold for tens of thousands on the black market, and nouveau riche buyers scrambled to get them. Chiyun Manor. As dusk fell, I dragged my tired backpack home. Buyer Wan peeked out. Master, dinner is almost ready. It's fine, I said casually. The academy issued tickets to the Jinling auction. It's being held next Saturday. I heard the catalog includes an SS rank healing type beastman. He has quite a background. He's a follower of the Beast Clan continent's crown princess. Zhan Yu's fingers tightened around the hem of her skirt until her knuckles turned white. The fabric crumpled into wrinkles. The crown princess was deposed, and the royal purge was ruthless. That beastman ended up drifting here after a long and twisted journey. An SS rank healing type is extremely rare in the slave market. My gaze moved to Zhan Yu. The girl's face was pale, her jaw tense. Her lips were pressed into a tight line. Zhan Yu, interested in the auction? She fell silent, then said coldly, a slave would not dare speak recklessly about the master's affairs. I'm asking whether you're interested. Her lashes lowered, and her voice was faint. Is master going? Of course. SS rank beastmen are rare. I'll have Zyle follow me. She has A rank abilities, so it'll be safer at the auction. Okay. Zyle agreed excitedly. Zhan Yu tightened her grip even more and answered softly, yes. She used an excuse to leave, her face carrying a hint of fluster. Zyle leaned closer, hidden amusement in her eyes. Master, Zhan Yu seems a little off. What seems off? She's usually cold and boring, but the moment you mentioned the auction, she tensed up completely. I can smell that she's nervous. I didn't answer. Zyle said gossipy. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You wanted her to come find you. I remained silent. Jean Yu is too aloof. No one can get into her heart. She accepts your kindness, but she doesn't take the initiative to ask anything of you. This time is different. I think she really cares. I laughed inwardly. Since when have you become so clever? I've always been smart. Zyle straightened up, her cheeks slightly red. She's definitely coming to see you tonight. Under the cover of clouds and twin moons, Chiyun Manor sank into darkness. Jean Yu sat by the bed, eyes closed. The face of that person surfaced in her mind. Bai Yu, a white peacock beastkin, the royal court's appointed physician. An S-rank healing ability user. Her follower, the only person she could trust in the blood-soaked palace. That night, Bai Yu had blocked the first attack from the imperial uncle's personal guards. She had used her abilities to force open a path for Jean Yu to escape. Jean Yu had thought Bai Yu would escape too. She never expected Bai Yu to be captured and sold here instead, to become merchandise displayed at the Golden Feather auction, up for bidding. Purple light flashed in her eyes as Jean Yu clenched the bandage tightly, her knuckles turning white. She wanted to save Bai Yu, but she was powerless. She was only a slave, and D-rank beastkin bought by her master. Without money or power, even her life did not fully belong to her. The only thing she could do was beg me. The word beg was so bitter that she bit her lip. The imperial crown princess, once worshipped by all beasts, now had to speak to a human. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and opened them again. She stood up and walked out the door. The corridor was dim, and the yellow light at the stairwell cast a blurry glow. Jean Yu came to the study door and stopped. She raised her hand in hesitation, then lowered it again. She stood there for a long time as the wall lamp's glow faded. In the end, she took a deep breath and knocked 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. I pushed the door open and entered. I sat behind the desk, my left arm in a sling, my expression calm. Looking up at her, I asked, so late. What is it? Jean Yu lowered her head, turmoil surging in her heart. Her lips moved several times, but no sound came out. I set down my book and leaned back in the chair, waiting quietly for her to speak. After a long moment, her voice came out hoarse. Master, about the auction, She paused, then carefully said, Could you let me go? I raised an eyebrow. You want to go? Yes. Why? After a brief silence, she said, that healing beastkin. I'm interested in her. I stared into her eyes. Her dark purple eyes were half lowered, avoiding my gaze. She neither wanted to tell the truth nor wanted to lie, so she only said half a sentence. I shook my head. I've decided to let Zyle accompany us. Her A-rank spatial ability is more suitable. Jean Yu's fingers curled slightly. Master, I can. She stopped there. What could she say? That she was also A-rank. That her S-rank mental ability was more useful than Zyle's spatial power? But Jean Yu could not reveal her secret. She was S-rank mental type. That was her trump card, and also a deadly secret. If discovered, only domestication or death would remain. Her fists clenched, nails digging into her palm. The pain was clear. I looked at her and said indifferently, You're D-rank. Going to the auction won't help. Zyle is more suitable. D-rank. In my eyes, she was nothing but a useless beastkin, a burden. Jean Yu lowered her gaze, forcing down the bitterness in her heart. You're right, master. I sighed. This little snake was too stubborn. I waited for her to speak, but tonight there was still no breakthrough. Go back and rest, I said. Jean Yu turned around and touched the doorknob. A voice sounded behind her. Jean Yu. She stopped but did not look back. If that beastkin is important to you, tell me. Her back tensed, and Jean Yu stood like an ice-carved statue. Her long hair was veiled by the lamplight. After a long silence, she finally replied, Yes. She walked out of the door and leaned against the wall with her eyes closed. Her heartbeat thundered like a drum. The scales beneath her skin were stirring. Beast transformation was imminent. She took a deep breath and suppressed her emotions. My words still rang in her ears. If she's important, tell me. And even if she did, so what? She is my subordinate, and I am the deposed crown princess. Or a madwoman. A violent S-rank ability user? Would he be afraid? Regretful? Continue to bind her? Jean Yu didn't know. She clenched the hand still bleeding. She wanted to save Bai Yu, but she didn't want to lose everything she had now. Time flew by, and before the auction, Chiyun Manor was draped in the dusk of late spring, with the last trace of dark purple lingering on the horizon. I wore a black suit and went downstairs with a cold, noble air. Xiaor was waiting at the gate, his hair tied back, dressed in black, wolf ears standing upright. The car is ready, Xiaor said with a confident smile. You're good too, I replied. Xiaor blushed and turned away. Let's go. If we leave any later, we'll hit traffic. I nodded and took 2 steps before pausing. My gaze swept across the shadows of the staircase. No one. Xiar lowered his voice. Master, are you really not calling Zanyue? I answered, the choice is hers. She fell silent and followed behind. The night wind carried the dampness of the lake and brushed across my face. The driver opened the car door. I bent down and was about to get in. Master, a clear voice came from behind. I turned around. Zanyue had appeared on the steps by the entrance. Backlit, her expression was hard to make out. She was breathing rapidly, her face grave, as if she had finally made up her mind. She descended the steps slowly and came to a stop in front of me. Then she bent her knees and hit the ground with a heavy thud. Xiar froze, his pupils widening. Zanyue knelt on the ground, back straight. Her long hair fell over her face, lonely and sorrowful. Master, I need to tell the truth. I looked down at her, raising a brow. Go on. Zanyue inhaled deeply and lifted her head. Her eyes were firm and fearless. I hid the truth. I'm not just a D-rank ice user. I also have S-rank psychic powers. Xiar was shocked, his mouth slightly open. Zanyue stared at me without blinking. I played the part of an ordinary, useless person and deceived you. Her voice trembled. I know you hate betrayal the most. But today, I have to tell you. She bit her lip, tears shimmering in her eyes. The beastman being auctioned off is one of my subordinates, by you. The royal physician of the beast race, my follower. She saved me during the night of the deposed empress. Without her, I would already be dead. Her hands clenched tightly. She was being sold like merchandise, and humans were bidding on her. And I, hid under your protection, not even daring to save her. Am I still worthy of being the crown princess? Worthy of having everyone entrust their lives to me? Tears slid down her face, and she made no move to wipe them away. Master, I know I lied to you. I'm not worthy of begging you. But please, take me to the auction and save her. Her voice was hoarse and weak, almost humble. When we get back, punish me however you want. I'll accept it. She pressed her forehead to the ground, her long hair spilling across her face. Her shoulders trembled. The beast race crown princess, once at the peak of power, was now kneeling at the feet of a human boy, destroying every shred of her pride. The night wind lifted her long hair. Xiar stood there dumbfounded. This snake who seemed so easygoing every day was actually the deposed empress. And she also possessed S-rank abilities. He pinched himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming. I looked down at Zanyue, my expression calm and unreadable. Yet my heartbeat was hard to suppress. At last, the little snake had told the truth. I smiled, concealing the shadow in my eyes, crouched down, and lifted her chin. The tear stains were still wet, her pupils glistening like a deep pool. Zanyue seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. I wiped away her tears. When did I ever say I was going to beat you or kill you? Zanyue stared blankly, lips tightly closed. I said I hate betrayal the most, I said gently. But you're telling the truth, not betraying me. Zanyue trembled slightly like a startled butterfly, and tears welled up silently. Master, stand up. I rose and offered my hand. Zanyue hesitated, then finally took it and used the strength to stand steady. Her legs were weak, so I let go and walked toward the car. Seeing that she still hadn't moved, I turned back with a smile. Aren't you trying to save your subordinate? Why are you still standing there? Zanyue stared blankly, the figure of that boy half in light and half in shadow. Just one sentence from him outweighed 1,000 words. Zanyue lowered her eyelashes and suppressed the bitterness rising in her chest. She quickly caught up and bent down to climb into the car. The door closed, and the engine started. The taillights of the black sedan were like crimson meteors, cutting through the dusk all the way. Xiar was still standing on the porch, hands in her pockets, motionless. Her gray wolf ears trembled slightly in the night breeze. She looked dazed, her golden eyes unfocused, her mouth slightly open, like a statue frozen in place. SS grade, psychic type, she murmured. She took a deep breath, rubbed her ears, and muttered, Am I hearing things? Byron poked her head out, rabbit ears standing straight up. Her ruby eyes were full of confusion. Sister Xiar, why are you standing here? Did Master and the others leave? Xiar turned to look at Byron's innocent face. Her lips moved a few times as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she only sighed. Byron, do you know? There's an SS grade psychic type ability user living next to us. Byron blinked. Sister Xiar, do you have a fever? Why are you talking nonsense? Xiar fell silent, then shook her head. It's nothing. Go on with your work. Her steps unsteady, she slowly went back inside. Golden Feather Pavilion was located at the end of Suzaku Avenue. A golden eagle with spread wings was set into the lintel. I got out of the car, and Zanyue followed closely behind. Her black hair was lifted by the wind, her expression cold and detached. Only the fingers clutching her skirt betrayed her tension. Master, Baiyu is an SSS-level healing-type beastman. Her auction price will definitely be astronomical. The Shah's voice was as cold as frost. How are we going to take back Chiyun Villa? She directly used the word take back, ignoring the possibility of simply buying it at auction. I wasn't flustered and answered calmly, don't worry. Baiyu is loyal. As long as you're there, I'll use whatever means necessary to make her return. My promise eased the frown on Zhang Yue's brow. The cold detachment in her slowly melted away. The two of us checked our admission tickets and entered the auction hall. Nobles dressed in fine attire were chatting in small groups. At the center of the display stage, a large screen scrolled through the catalog. The auction began on time, and the lights dimmed. Warm yellow beams illuminated the stage. A middle-aged auctioneer stepped up holding a golden gavel. His gaze swept across the room as he cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Golden Feather Auction. You all know the rules. Once the hammer falls, no regrets. Enough pleasantries. Let the auction begin. First item, a B-rank male wolf beastman of Earth element. Opening bid, 1 million. A metal cage was pushed up onto the stage, and the restraint collar inside it glowed. His clothes were tattered, and bruises in blue and purple were clearly visible. A wave of bidding broke out. Zhang Yue stood behind me, her expression indifferent. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she could not bear to watch. The beastman was eventually sold for 3.5 million. With a crisp echo, the golden hammer came down. Next, the second, third, and fourth beastmen were auctioned off in turn. I leaned back in my chair, silent, and could only sigh at the helplessness in my heart. A budget of 6 million, after subtracting the villa repairs and daily expenses, wasn't even enough for the opening bids. I had no intention of bidding tonight. I only wanted to confirm who that SSS-level healing type beastman belonged to. The auction entered its second half, and the atmosphere grew heated. The auctioneer cleared his throat, then suddenly raised his voice. The finale item, an SSS-level healing type beastman. The entire hall held its breath. Healing type beastmen were more precious than attack type ones. They could save lives and heal themselves. They were practically beings close to S rank. Behind the curtain, it slowly parted, and a huge gilded cage was pushed out. Inside the cage, the beast curled up thinly and tightly. Her pristine white feathers were stained with dust and bore injuries. She hid her face within her white hair. Only her pale chin and slightly parted lips were visible. Her lips were faintly purplish from blood loss, and her lowered eyelashes trembled slightly. The hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted into an uproar. Several nobles cried out in fear and shock. To think a mere beastman could have the face of an angel. Such blasphemy. They only look somewhat similar. How could a beastman compare to an angel? So this is the follower of the crown princess? A gust of wind passed by, and Baiyu's eyelashes trembled. She slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were pure white, and her pupils looked like warm white jade set into a gentle face. Even injured, her soft and warm beauty was impossible to conceal. She did not panic, nor did she struggle. Her gaze was as calm as stagnant water as it swept over the crowd. Then she tilted her head slightly, as if she sensed a familiar scent. Zhang Yue's body tensed sharply. I reached out and pressed her wrist, saying in a deep voice, "Don't move." The auctioneer announced, SSS-level healing type beastman, female, adult. Opening bid, 10 million. Bidding calls rose one after another, and the price climbed rapidly. 15 million, 20 million, 30 million. The hall's atmosphere grew increasingly heated, while my expression remained calm and my mind raced. An SSS-level healing type beastman appearing at the Golden Feather auction was highly unusual. In the past, I had never heard of such a high-level beastman appearing at auction. Top aristocratic families would buy them privately. They would never appear on the public market, unless the seller had been forced. I scanned the hall. Several seats belonging to top aristocratic families were empty, including the powerful Sang family, who were clearly aware of something and deliberately absent. That meant Baiyu had a problem. The bidding shot up. 34 million. 40 million. I leaned against the back of my chair and watched coldly. An SSS-rank healing-type beastman had powerful self-healing and was immune to all diseases. But the white-feathered beastman before my eyes had an abnormally drooping left wing. It looked as if it had been hastily reattached after being broken, with crimson seeping from the feathers. Something was wrong. How could an SSS-rank healing beastman be unable to heal even its own wounds? Unless... I raised my brows, my heart surging like a stormy sea. She was trying to kill herself. If a beastman gives up the will to survive, the beast tamer is powerless. That means it cannot be tamed. So that was why the top aristocratic families had stayed away. They had avoided this hot potato. Yet there were still gamblers who wanted a bargain, trying to take a chance. 50 million. The room instantly fell silent. 50 million was beyond what most people could bear. The auctioneer said in a raised voice, 50 million. Is there a higher bid? Silence. 50 million once. 50 million twice. Suddenly, a strong voice rang out. 100 million. The whole hall fell into dead silence. No one bid again. The auctioneer brought down the gavel, the sound echoing through the hall. Sold. Second floor private room. An elderly man with graying hair, but still full of vigor, walked out. He Lianxiong, the helmsman of the He Lian family. He Lianxiong stood high above, looking down at the venue. His face was stern, but the corners of his mouth curved in a smile, like a kindly elder. Behind him, the bruises on his son, He Lianxiong's face, had not yet faded. His gaze flickered evasively, like a tamed hound. He Lianxiong gently pressed a hand downward, and the whispered conversation came to a halt. Everyone, I bought this SSS rank beastman today for no other reason. A few days ago, my unworthy son had a clash with young Master Yun Qing of the Yun family. Young and impulsive, he struck too hard and broke Yun Qing's arm. His tone carried a faint trace of shame, like an elder worrying for his son. I offer this beastman to the Yun family as an apology. I hope Brother Yun Byron will not mind. The He and Yun families had joined forces to suppress him, and the He family was in an awkward position. He needed an out, using a valuable beastman as compensation. He was publicly showing weakness while also saving face. The silence in the hall exploded instantly, and praise rose like a tide. Spending 100 million on a beastman and giving it away just like that. Patriarch, he really is generous. The Yun family exchanged a broken arm for an SSS rank healing beastman. What a bargain. Apologizing while preserving face. Patriarch, he truly is brilliant. There were also murmurs. Yun Qing is making a mountain out of a molehill. He doesn't seem like someone from the royal capital. Just a country bumpkin, making a fuss over a little thing. Zhang Yu's purple eyes were icy. That old bastard. I remained as indifferent as ever. There was hidden mockery in He Lianxiong's words. On the surface, it was a dignified apology. Beneath it, he was stepping on me and belittling me, bullying me with a light touch. The nobles ate that kind of thing up. They saw him as a magnanimous elder, while I became the country boy who didn't know his place. A vicious glint flashed in He Lianxiong's eyes. It hurt to spend this money, but it was not wasted. If the He and Yun families continued to be suppressed by the Sang and Yun families, the losses would be even greater. More importantly, this beastman would be useful in the future. That old fox Yun Byron knew it well. Yun Lang was his beloved treasure, while I was nothing but grass by the roadside. There was no way an SSS rank beastman would be given to his second son. Yun Lang had been useless for years and didn't even have a D-rank beastman. How could he possibly tame an SSS rank one all of a sudden? I had a broken arm, yet the apology was being given to my younger brother. How could that balance out in his heart? He was waiting for the two father and son to turn against each other, for brothers to become enemies. I was clever, but I had bad luck. He Lianxiong patted his shoulder, smiling like a loving father. Come, let's go home. He Lianxiong lowered his head and said nothing, but when he looked back at me, his face was full of unwillingness and gloating. An SSS rank beastman, given for free to that useless Yun Lang. I got nothing out of this. In a corner on the first floor, Yun Lang looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind dazed. His father, Yun Byron, tightly controlled his allowance, so he had no funds to buy the beastman. Now that the auction had ended, the SSS rank beastman sent by He Lianxiong, given to the Yun family, it was the same as being given to his father. If his father gave it to him, Yun Lang would be overjoyed. His heart pounded like thunder, and he could barely contain his ecstatic anticipation. He began to imagine how glorious it would be after forming a contract, becoming the most sought-after young man in the royal capital, with no one daring to provoke him. The Yun family main residence. Yun Buiyuan smiled as he looked at the contract and the beastman Baiyu. Baiyu's injuries had not yet been treated, and her body was streaked with blood. Her face was as beautiful as that of an angel. This beastman had come at exactly the right time. If the useless Yun Lang could tame her, not only would his personal status rise, but the Yun family would also rise with it. Hulan greedily looked at Baiyu and exclaimed that she was a rare S-rank beastman. Yun Buiyuan sighed. I wonder whether Langer will be fated to form a contract with her. These words implied that the beastman would be handed over to Yun Lang. The butler asked about arrangements. Yun Buiyuan ordered that she be treated by a doctor and that a beast tamer be invited at once. He added, when Langer comes back, let him make contact with her first. The butler understood the undertone of the struggle and immediately informed me. After hearing this, I smiled faintly and asked about the butler's condition. The butler replied gratefully. At my command, the car sped toward the Yun family. Beside me, Zhang Yu wore an angry and stern expression, worried that Yun Lang would abuse the injured beastman. Yun Lang arrived first, slick-haired and greasy-faced, excitedly looking for the beastman. Yun Buiyuan's brows were tightly furrowed. Hulan comforted him. Langer is young. Being excited is normal. After all, who wouldn't be excited over an S-rank beastman? At that moment, another car arrived. The butler announced, "Young Master Qing has arrived." The expressions on Yun Buiyuan and Hu Lan's faces stiffened. The two looked at each other, each seeing embarrassment and being caught off guard in the other's eyes. They had wanted Yun Lang to make first contact with Baiyu. They wanted to secure this S-rank beastman as quickly as possible. They never expected me to give them no breathing room at all and rush over so quickly. "Why is he here?" Hulan blurted out. His tone carried obvious displeasure, and he no longer bothered to pretend. The servants kept their heads down, not daring to make a sound. As soon as I stepped inside, I met the ugly expressions on their faces. Yin Buiyuan said coldly, "You're quite fast. Afraid your brother will get there first." His words were full of mockery, so clear that even the servants could hear them. I held back my anger and remained calm. I just heard that S-rank beastmen are rare and wanted to broaden my horizons. Why is father so stern? The boy's tone was innocent, gentle as water, with a faint green tea air about it. Hulan refused to be outdone and immediately resorted to moral pressure. "Yin Qing, your little brother Lang hasn't even contracted a beastman yet, and you already have four at your side. Could it be that you still need this one? As the older brother, you should have some magnanimity and not fight over this. Besides, this beastman is priceless and scarce. What if something happens to her?" Yun Buiyuan sneered. This beastman was compensation from the Hellion family to the Yun family. How could she belong to you alone? You're competing with your younger brother like this. It's ugly. I stared at Yun Buiyuan's face, full of displeasure, and suddenly found it amusing. I could see that it was fatherly love, but that love was exclusive and had nothing to do with me. I was merely an outsider. In my past life, I had been utterly disappointed in family affection. In this life, I no longer held any expectations, yet in the depths of my cold heart, I still could not help but feel a trace of chill. I lowered my eyelashes, suppressing the coldness, and said calmly, "Father, you're right that this beastman was compensation from the Hellion family to the Yun family. But please don't forget why Hellion Chung compensated for this beastman." Yin Buiyuan saw that my left arm had not yet healed from the injury. His resentment flared, and his face darkened. Hu Lan's smile also vanished, and the two of them suddenly fell silent. I turned around and walked toward the back courtyard. In the backyard conservatory, moonlight spilled over the rose vines, soft and lingering. Yun Lang stood there, looking utterly sleazy. When he saw me, surprise flashed across his face, followed by anger. In the end, it turned into grinding, resentful unwillingness. "What are you doing here?" Yun Lang asked coldly. "This doesn't seem to be your house, does it?" I replied calmly. "I heard the Hellion family compensated the Yun family with an SSS rank healing-type beastman. It's rare to see one, so I came to broaden my horizons." Yun Lang's face turned livid. He knew perfectly well this was nothing more than a pretext for robbery. He wanted to say something foul again, but I walked around him and left him behind. The two of us stared at each other, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. Baiyu was in the cage at the center of the conservatory. Her wounds had been treated. Her white hair hung smooth and sleek, making her face look even paler. But her condition had not improved. She curled up in a corner, arms wrapped around her knees, chin resting on them. Her white eyes were half open, blankly fixed on a rose. Quiet and gentle. If not for the restraint collar around her neck, she looked like some noble young lady resting in a conservatory. Yun Lang crossed his arms and looked down at Baiyu. SSS rank healing type, he clicked his tongue. The Hellion family really was willing to pay a high price. Baiyu seemed to sense something strange. Her eyelashes trembled as she lifted her eyes to look at Yun Lang. Then she glanced past me, failing to find Zhan Yu hidden among the flowers. Disappointment lowered her gaze. A faint trace of sorrow tugged at her lips. It was just an illusion. His Highness could not possibly be here. Zhan Yu stood motionless, not daring to reveal her identity. Everyone in front of her was a human noble. If she were recognized, it would only plunge her into even deeper suspicion and torment. Looking at Baiyu, covered in scars, she felt a pain she could hardly suppress. Yet all she could do was lower her lashes and force down the ache surging in her chest. At that moment, Yun Buiyuan and Hu Lan arrived late with the beast trainer. Having gained the upper hand, Yun Lang said impatiently, "Dad, let me try contracting with this beastman first." Yun Buiyuan frowned. "Are you sure? An SSS rank has strong Angshinlit. Backlash is no joke." Yun Lang was full of confidence. "I've studied contract theory. I know how to control mental power. And the beast trainer is here too." Yun Buiyuan considered it for a moment, then nodded. "All right, give it a try. But if anything feels wrong, stop immediately." Yun Lang curved his lips and turned to look at me, a flash of smugness in his eyes. He walked up to the cage and knocked on the iron bars. "Hey, look up." Baiyu remained unmoving, still curled in the corner, like a lifeless porcelain doll. Yun Lang's face darkened, and his patience instantly ran out. I said, "Look up. Are you deaf?" Bayu's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly raised her eyes. Her sacred white pupils met Yunlang's gaze, neither fearful nor submissive. Only exhaustion and emptiness. The look made Yunlang uneasy, and that quickly turned to anger. He reached out and yanked Bayu's hair, forcing her face up. "You are a slave of the Yun family. I'm your master. You do whatever I tell you to do, understand?" Bayu said nothing, her body rigid. Her gaze remained blank and cold. Yunlang's anger only grew. He let go and Ste. Zhanyu leaned forward, fists clenched. Her knuckles made a faint sound inside her sleeves. Bayu was an SSS rank healing-type beast folk, with extremely powerful recovery abilities. But her pain sensitivity was even sharper. Whipping them hurt more than it would an ordinary beast folk by more than tenfold. Yunlang took the short whip and cracked it through the air with a sharp whistle. "I heard you used to be a follower of the Beast Clan's crown princess? The crown princess has been deposed, so why are you still pretending to be so proud?" The whip came down hard, but a hand caught it steadily. Yunlang looked over and saw it was me, my expression calm and unreadable. "You?" Yunlang's face flushed red, his force instantly restrained. "Yunqing, have you lost your mind? Let go," Hulan shouted angrily. Yunbo Yuan frowned sternly. "Let go of the whip right now. This is outrageous." I lifted my brows, my expression cold, with a hint of mockery. "Will violent conditioning work on her?" Yunlang sneered. "Of course. Beast folk are all born with a cheap backbone. Break her pride, and she'll submit." I let go of the whip and gestured for Yunlang to look at Bayu. Moonlight spilled down. Bayu curled up in the corner, motionless, like a porcelain doll forgotten and abandoned. Whether the whip fell again or not, she didn't care at all. Yunlang grew even angrier and raised the whip again. But the beast trainer stopped him. "Wait." The trainer crouched down and stared. I stood among the roses, my expression calm. "To influence her." The room fell silent. Then bursts of mocking laughter followed. "To influence her? Have you gone mad?" Yunlang sneered. "Beastmen don't know gratitude. That's just an act." Hulan, Yunbuyuan, and the beast tamer all agreed with Yunlang. Yunbuyuan sighed. "Influencing her is nothing more than an academic hypothesis. No one has ever done it. Don't be naive." I shrugged. "Whether it's true or false, I'll prove it." Yunbuyuan gave a cold snort. "Fine. Then I'd like to see how you plan to influence a beast man who's utterly devoted." Yunlang wanted to speak, but Hulan held him back and kept him from saying anything. I waved a hand, and Zhanyu stepped forward. The two of us walked toward Bayu's beast cage. Yunlang frowned. "What are you doing?" No one answered. The greenhouse was filled with the sweet fragrance of roses, mixed with a faint smell of blood. Bayu's long hair trailed on the ground, her eyes half closed, her gaze vacant. She looked as if she were ready to die. She had witnessed countless life and death scenes, been imprisoned in an iron cage on a chaotic night, beaten and whipped, cast into a strange world. She no longer felt pain. Her heart had gone away with the princess, and now she was merely an empty shell. Then, in the air, she caught a trace of an extremely faint scent. That fragrance was like the unique, cool violet scent on the princess's body. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Bayu's lips as she felt the princess's presence in a hallucination-like way. She knew the princess was far away. There was no way she could appear in the noble district at this moment. Without opening her eyes, she greedily savored that scent, letting it linger at the tip of her nose. Even if it was just an illusion, she wanted to smell the princess again. In this stillness, Zhanyu stood by the cage, her heart tightening. Bayu was withering away. Once the most elegant white peacock in the palace, now she was covered in dust and bloodstains, reduced to skin and bones. Zhanyu's heart ached unbearably, tears glistening on her lashes. She reached her hand through the bars, fingertips hovering in the air, almost touching Bayu. Bayu felt the scent drawing closer and closer, and her heartbeat quickened. It slammed violently against her chest. Finally, she used all her strength and slowly opened her eyes. Moonlight spilled down, and she saw those violet eyes less than a foot away. Bayu froze, and in her white eyes reflected a familiar face. "Princess," she murmured in her mind, her lips moving soundlessly. Her gaze changed from vacant to obsessed, then to sorrowful. The hallucination was so real. She could even see Zhanyu's pained expression and the pity almost overflowing from her eyes. Reluctantly, Bayu tore her gaze away, wanting to look at the princess one more time. Then she could die in peace. The two girls stood on opposite sides of the iron cage, staring at each other, one in tears and the other smiling. The greenhouse was silent. Yunlang stood there dumbfounded, his mouth slightly open, his mind blank. Even a pig as stupid as he was could tell that Bayu seemed to have been awakened, her soul rousing once more. Hulan's expression was complicated. She didn't know why, but her instincts told her that things were spiraling out of control. Zhan Yu's hand moved forward another inch. Her slender, pale fingertips slipped through the iron bars and gripped Bai Yu tightly. Palm against palm, fingers interlaced. Moonlight spilled through their fingers. The instant their skin touched, Zhan Yu closed her eyes, and a deep violet halo flashed in her pupils. S-rank psychic ability. As the two of them touched skin, their thoughts read each other. Her power surged from her palm into Bai Yu's body. Psychic power rushed like a tide, and memories came flooding in like a breached dam. The roar of slavers, bloody abuse, crushing despair. Zhan Yu's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, tears pouring down like a flood, silently spilling. Bai Yu also felt everything from Zhan Yu's past. She was shocked that the princess's heart was actually occupied by a human boy. Bai Yu looked at Zhan Yu's memories. They inherited trust in me and admiration. Yunqing is the best, the only human in the world worthy of trust. The two girls breathed across the bars, their tears mingling. 10 fingers were locked together, like the closest of twin sisters. Their memories intertwined, but to outsiders it was only a matter of seconds. Yun Lang was dazed, not understanding why the two beastmen were suddenly hugging and crying. Hulan and Yunbo Yuan were also hesitating over whether to intervene. The beast tamer's eyes were gleaming as he greedily caught every detail. Bai Yu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and light surfaced in her hollow white eyes. Her gaze passed over Zhan Yu and locked onto me. She said softly, "You come here." This was Bai Yu's first time speaking. Her voice was sacred and seductive. I stood there in a daze before stepping up to the bars. Bai Yu's left hand still held Zhan Yu, while her right hand reached through the iron bars. She lightly hooked my collar. I stared in shock, unable to react before I was yanked so hard I nearly lost my balance and fell to my knees. My forehead hit the bars with a dull thud. Half kneeling before Bai Yu, I was only a fist's distance away. "Tied." Zhan Yu, both of us froze. Amid the shock of everyone present, Bai Yu leaned forward. She gently pressed a light kiss onto my lips. Her lips were cold, without any trace of desire, only a fleeting touch like a dragonfly skimming the water. I froze, my mind going blank. Was my first kiss in both lives ending just like this? I touched the coolness at the corner of my lips and the faint grassy fragrance, the tips of my ears heating up as my face flushed red. I hesitated as if to speak, but Bai Yu's sacred gaze overwhelmed me. The words were swallowed back down. A smile touched Bai Yu's lips, pale yet sly. Warmth spread from my lips, like warm water gently washing over my limbs. I slowly lifted my left arm and tried moving my fingers. They were nimble and unhindered, the joints clicking softly. It wasn't pain, but stiffness. I quickly tore off the bandages. The bruising and swelling from before had greatly diminished, as if I had never been injured. The healing had been completed in an instant. Zhan Yu had already turned to stone, her hand still tightly clutching Bai Yu's. Bai Yu's kiss to me, transmitted through the psychic resonance of their fingertips, had been fully delivered into Zhan Yu's mind. My lip warmth, my shock, my panic, all of it was seen clearly. Zhan Yu's face burned red, and her long hair seemed as though it might start smoking. Her usually cold and composed face had, for the first time, completely lost its calm. "Your Highness, can you feel it? This is what you've always desired." Bai Yu's voice in her mind was faint and distant. "I didn't," Zhan Yu shouted inwardly. But Bai Yu tightened her grip on their interlaced fingers even more, deliberately deepening the sensation. Zhan Yu bit her lip, shame and anger surging in her eyes. "Bai Yu, what are you doing? Why?" The thought came again from her fingertips. "Your Highness, I saw everything." Zhan Yu's breathing stopped. "Bai Yu, you." "Shoo. Your Highness, listen to me." Bai Yu's thought was soft, but firm. "You love him, right? But you're proud and afraid, and don't dare to take the initiative. So I'll do it for you." Zhan Yu's pupils shrank sharply. Bai Yu smiled gently. "He saved you, and when you were at your lowest, he gave you shelter. Healing his arm is my duty. That kiss was me helping you fulfill your wish. Your Highness, you've already kissed him just now." Zhan Yu's mind was in total chaos, unable to respond. "Your Highness doesn't need to thank me." Bai Yu's thought gradually faded. "This is the last thing I'll do for you." Zhan Yu's heart clenched like steel, and big tears fell one after another. "Bai Yu, you fool. You shouldn't have used your ability at a time like this. Your body won't be able to take it. Even if I can't take it, it doesn't matter. Being able to do these things for your Highness is already enough for Bai Yu." Zhan Yu cried out, "Bai Yu." Bai Yu gave no answer. His will drifted away like smoke, vanishing without a trace. Zhan Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide. Bai Yu was still weak. His complexion grew even paler. His lips had lost all color and turned bluish purple. But the corners of his mouth held a satisfied smile, as if a believer had completed a pilgrimage. The people in the flower room were all dumbstruck. He actually kissed a lowly beast man? Yunlang's first reaction was to seize the opportunity to catch me in the act. "Yinqing, have you gone mad?" That's livestock, a slave. How could you? Before he could finish, he remembered what he had done a few months ago to the beastman Sume. But Yunlang still forcefully continued to curse. Kissing is emotional betrayal. It's acknowledging beastman identity. And I was nothing more than fulfilling a legitimate physical need. Yunlang secretly bolstered his own courage and cursed even harsher. Yunqing, do you still have any shame? Kissing a beastman in public. Are you trying to make the Yun family lose all face before the entire royal capital? Thinking himself morally superior, he loudly denounced me. But no one in the room paid him any attention. Yun Buyen, Hulan, and even the beast tamer were all immersed in the miracle of Baiyu healing me, unable to pull themselves away. Yun Buyen held his breath, desire flashing in his eyes. If this beast man could be used by him, even if she could not be contracted, just keeping her in the Yun family to help heal injuries would be enough. Hulan was also staring at Baiyu, her expression greedy and almost fanatical. An S-rank healing beast man, with her around, who in the circle of noble women would still dare provoke her. The two of them were lost in fantasy, and only the beast tamer noticed something was wrong. Baiyu's life force was gradually fading. He cried out in alarm. Bad, the beast man is dying. I lowered my head to look at Baiyu. Baiyu was even paler than before, almost transparent. Her eyes were unfocused, limp and drained, leaning against the railing as if hollowed out. My brows tightened. Baiyu? Baiyu? Zhang Yu lost control and turned to sweep his gaze over everyone. For the first time, those purple eyes revealed madness. Open the cage. The beast tamer was startled by that look and took a step back. This slave had an overpowering aura, like a superior being who controlled life and death. The servant's knees went weak, and he nearly knelt on the spot. His eyes sought help from Yun Buiyuan. Yun Buiyuan's expression was ugly. An S-rank healing beastman worth over 100 million had just died like this. What a massive loss. Hurry and open the beast cage, see how she is. The servant immediately pulled out the key and opened the golden beast cage. Zhang Yu knelt down and placed Baiyu's pale head on his knee. Baiyu, wake up, look at me. His voice trembled as he gently shook Baiyu, but she remained motionless. Zhang Yu's tears fell, splashing onto Baiyu's face. The beast tamer came back to his senses, squatted beside them to examine her, and his expression grew complicated. Healing beastmen use physical contact to heal injuries. The more severe the injury, the deeper the contact, and the greater the consumption of mental power. You lost an arm, and when Baiyu kissed you just now, she was using her healing ability to set the bone back in place. But she's already at her limit. I'm afraid this time. Yin Buiyuan became anxious. She can't die? Find a way to keep her alive. The beast tamer checked her neck pulse and lifted her eyelids, his brows tightly furrowed. Master, conventional treatment won't work on her now. Her life force is exhausted, and her bodily functions are shutting down. Then what should we do? Just watch her die. Yun Buiyuan's face darkened. After a moment of silence, the beast tamer said, there is one way. Say it. When a beast man is near death, if they contract with a human, the master's life force can feed back into the beast man and partially restore vitality. But contracts are risky. If the beast man dies, the master's power will also be damaged. Normally no one would do this. But now, this is the only way. The room fell silent, everyone's eyes landing on Baiyu. Yun Buiyuan's brows were tightly knit. Contracting with a near-death S-rank beastman was extremely risky. If the beastman worth 100 million died, the Yun family would become a laughingstock. Yun Buiyuan hesitated, but Yun Lang rushed forward. I'll do it. A beastman on the verge of death was easy to contract with, their resistance weak. It was like pie falling from the sky. Yun Lang rushed to the front of the cage and reached out to grab Baiyu. Before he could finish speaking, blue-white lightning struck his hand. Ah! He screamed and was sent flying backward into the rose bushes. Flower branches snapped, petals drifted down, and mud splattered all over him. The back of his hand was blackened and smoking, and he bared his teeth in pain. My hand! Everyone was stunned. Yun Buiyuan was shocked. Hulan's mouth fell open in disbelief. Their gazes turned toward the direction of the lightning. I stood there, residual arcs of electricity still crackling at my fingertips. I was called out. Yin Qing, when did you contract a beast man? I withdrew my hand, and the electric arcs dissipated from my fingertips. Yun Lang struggled to his feet, covered in dirt in the flower bushes. My hands were scorched black, the pain almost unbearable. I gasped for breath, glaring at Yun Qing with cold disdain, as if a barking dog stood at my feet. Yun Qing, are you mad? You dare hit me. He said nothing, his expression as dark as the storm clouds brewing above us. Then Yun Buiyan spoke, his face complicated as he glanced between me and Baiyu. Deep down, he seemed to realize his son was far from ordinary. You're certain you can form a covenant with her? I'm certain, I replied flatly. If you fail, If the beast dies or you suffer a mental breakdown, it's all on you, he warned. I dismissed his words and crouched down inside the cage. Zhang Yu knelt with tears in her eyes, her lips trembling. Master, give her to me, I commanded. Reluctantly, Zhang Yu bit her lip and carefully transferred the frail Bai Yu into my arms. Bai Yu's head rested limply on my arm, her white hair veiling half her face, leaving her pale chin exposed. I looked down at the dying beast, the white peacock cradled against me. Zhang Yu, hold her hand. Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment, but then followed my order. Her fingers intertwined with Bai Yu's in a firm grasp, palms tightly pressed. I placed my right hand on my forehead, closed my eyes, and unleashed my spiritual energy, channeling it into Bai Yu through my palm. A covenant could only be formed if the beast was willing to accept it. But Bai Yu was on the brink of death, her consciousness shrouded in confusion. Fear was meaningless now. The real danger lay in her heart. Had she already chosen someone to follow? Bai Yu's unwavering faith in her master was undeniable. By combining Zhang Yu's psychic abilities with mine, we might obscure the enemy's sight and strike unexpectedly. This was no guaranteed success, just a desperate attempt at saving her. Clenching my teeth, I reached into the depths of Bai Yu's consciousness. In the void of darkness, a faint glimmer struggled to survive, like a firefly fading in twilight. With utmost care, I touched the glimmer, letting my spiritual energy surge into her. The force of my will dragged her dying awareness back. Deep within her mind, it was like a barren wasteland, lifeless, unwelcoming, yet devoid of rejection. My fingertips grew icy, and my face paled, but my hand remained steady on her forehead. My spiritual energy drained rapidly, and even my own life force began trickling into Bai Yu. The pace, however, wasn't enough. I feared I'd be spent before it could save her. Yun Buiyuan observed me intensely, a turmoil of emotions playing across his face. Meanwhile, Hulan glared with jealousy, inwardly wishing for the beast's death. If Bai Yu perished, all my efforts would be in vain. The beast tamer nearby furrowed their brows, murmuring something under their breath. They had never seen a human willingly transfer life force during a covenant ritual. Zhang Yu, I ground out between clenched teeth. Jarred into motion, Zhang Yu closed her eyes and gripped Bai Yu's hand tighter. Psychic energy poured from her palm into the white peacock, radiating an S-rank resonance, thick with over a decade of shared loyalty. Bai Yu's faith was unshakable. A crack appeared, a pathway. My life force surged from me into Bai Yu, her body trembling slightly. Then, a warm current spread through my palm, the hallmark of a healer's power, gentle as spring rain. Her long lashes quivered, though her eyes remained closed. Slowly, a frail hand lifted, her fingers lightly encircling my wrist in a gesture of acceptance. I inhaled sharply, pouring every ounce of my spiritual energy into the bond. The covenant link was fully established. A torrent of vitality flowed from me and coursed through Bai Yu's body. Her pale complexion gained a flush, and her cracked lips exhaled a foul breath, expelling the death that had lingered within her for so long. Finally, she opened her eyes, white as snow, reflecting the face of a resolute young man. There was an infant-like curiosity and dependability in her gaze. Master? Her voice was gravelly, but the aura of imminent death was gone. I lowered my head and looked at Bai Yu in my arms, a genuine smile appearing at the corners of my mouth. Welcome back. The flower room fell silent. Yun Buiyuan stood to the side and sighed faintly. It worked. Hulan clenched her teeth, her gaze full of resentment. She could not understand how this wild child from the countryside had managed, within just a few months, to accomplish what her son had failed to do for years. The beast tamer was speechless, shock written all over his face. The contract succeeded? An SSS-level healing type. How is that possible? He moved closer to Bai Yu and me, his eyes burning. Bai Yu gave him a cold glance, and he shivered, taking 2 steps back. A warm glow gradually appeared in my palm. Healing-type powers flowed through my body, completely different from the fierce violence of lightning and the vast emptiness of spatial power. They nourished everything in silence, yet were clear and pure. I suppressed my joy and put on an expression of fatigue and gentleness once more, as if contracting an SSS-level healing-type beastman were nothing more than a trivial matter. I withdrew my hand and stood up, stepping out of the cage. Just as I passed by Yun Lang, I paused. Yun Lang was lying in the flower bed, the back of his hand blistered from burns, baring his teeth in pain. Seeing me approach, he shrank back, with nowhere to retreat. What are you going to do? Yun Lang panicked. I crouched down and placed my hand over his injury, a pale white glow surging forth. The burns healed rapidly, and the blisters disappeared. The charred skin peeled away, revealing tender pink new skin in just 3 seconds. Yun Lang froze, checking it over again and again, joy spilling from his face. My hand. It's healed. Hu Lan's expression relaxed as she pulled Yunlang's hand over to inspect it carefully. It really is healed. That's wonderful. Suddenly, a streak of blue-white lightning struck down from my fingertips, hitting the very spot where Yunlang had just been healed. Yunlang's smile stiffened, and he screamed, flying backward into the rose bushes. The back of his hand turned black again and started smoking. Hu Lan's expression changed drastically. Yunqing, you. I ignored her and crouched down to heal him again. Healed by lightning, then healed again. The cycle repeated, the sound echoing in broken bursts. Hu Lan's face went from white to green, then to purple. She opened her mouth to stop me, but I had already completed the lightning strike and healing cycle. Enough! Hu Lan shouted furiously, standing in front of Yunlang. Yunqing, what exactly are you trying to do? He's your younger brother. How can you treat him like this? I withdrew my hand, looking innocent and helpless. I just got the healing ability, so I need practice. Since my younger brother is here, he's very cooperative, so I'm just practicing a few rounds. Besides, you can see that he smiles every time he's healed. Hu Lan looked down at Yunlang lying on the ground, her expression complicated. His face was as black as a pot bottom, his lips trembling, unable to speak. That smile had been because his hand was healed, not because he had been struck by lightning. Besides, how could those two things be lumped together? She forcefully suppressed her anger, unable to lose composure in front of Yun Buiyuan. Seeing that she was both afraid and resentful, I smiled gently and warmly. Since he's tired, we can continue another day. When Yunlang saw the faint smile at the corner of my mouth, cold sweat broke out across his back, and he was completely terrified. If this were truly revenge, then torment would at least be understandable. But my expression of ecstatic delight made it clear. I had twisted cruelty into something even more perverse. What a psychopath! Hu Lan quickly dragged Yunlang away in a hurry. Yun Buiyuan was displeased. My behavior was so brazen, openly tormenting Yunlang on the spot. Whether I was in the right or not, this was still humiliating him. Every time, I would injure him and then heal him again, forcing Yunlang to struggle repeatedly between fury and endurance. Moonlight fell upon me, gentle and calm, serene as ever. Yun Buiyuan stared at me, momentarily dazed. Too similar. The way I looked was exactly like his late ex-wife. Of course, it wasn't just her. Everyone in the Yi family was like this. Feigning gentleness while scorning all living things, treating everything as dust, disgusting beyond words. Contracting an SSS-level healing-type beastman. Anyone else would already have been crying tears of joy. Yunlang's reaction had already been the textbook example, and yet I looked as if it were nothing, just some trivial thing I had casually picked up. I should have been timid and restrained. After all, I was a discarded child left in the countryside for more than 10 years. Why could I be so calm? Unless I had never considered myself a member of the Yun family. That thought flashed through his mind, and a sinister look appeared in Yun Buiyuan's eyes. In his heart, he knew very well that no matter how poor Yunlang was, he was still the son he had raised. No matter how excellent I was still an outsider. Your luck is pretty good, Yun Buiyuan said coldly, with no hint of happiness or anger. Since the contract succeeded, take good care of him. That white peacock cost 100 million, don't waste it. His face darkened as he could not help but add. As for Yunlang, take it easy. He is your younger brother. You beat him up that badly. If word gets out, where would the Yun family's dignity go? I crouched down and gently stroked Bayu's soft white hair, which carried a faint herbal scent. It's fine. Come on, let's go home. The car drove out of the Yun residence and headed north. Bayu leaned against Zhang Yu's shoulder, his white hair covering half his face. His breathing was shallow and weak, like a fledgling in a nest. Zhang Yu's brows were tightly furrowed, while I comforted her calmly. Don't worry. Healing-type people have strong self-recovery. A good sleep will be enough. As the car took the final bend, Chiyun Manor appeared in the night. The mansion gate opened, and Bai Ruan was the first to rush out. Her rabbit ears stood straight, her eyes full of curiosity and concern. Behind her followed the wolf girl Shui Lin and Shar, both of whom wore calm expressions. I got out of the car first. When Bai Ruan saw my left arm, she exclaimed, "Master, your hand. It's healed?" "It's healed," I said lightly, and carried Bayu into the house. Bayu's face was as pale as snow, and his white eyes were closed. His eyelashes trembled slightly, as if sensing something in a dream. Sensing the unfamiliar beast folk aura, Shar widened her eyes. "Master, she is?" "Bayu," I replied. "She'll be living here from now on." Shar seemed about to say something, then fell silent. Her gaze shifted to Zhang Yu, who had just gotten out of the car, and faint tear tracks could be vaguely seen at the corners of her eyes. She silently stepped aside. Bai Ruan hugged Bayu and trotted along, muttering non-stop, "Master, I'll carry him." You go rest. Bai Ruan was small, and carrying the long-limbed Bai Yu looked amusing, yet she did it steadily and firmly. The guest room was at the far end of the first floor, and she gently lay Bai Yu on the bed. She carefully covered him with a blanket and arranged the pillow, her movements tender as if she were pampering a little rabbit. Zhan Yu leaned against the doorframe, her eyes half-lidded. Watching Bai Yu's peaceful sleeping face, her dark purple eyes grew deep. Shar walked up beside her, and the two stood shoulder to shoulder in silence. Bai Ruan cried out, "Sister Shar, Sister Zhan Yu, why are you standing here? You scared me." Shar ignored Bai Ruan and stared at Zhan Yu, her eyes carrying an unspoken meaning. "What is your relationship with her?" Zhan Yu was silent for a moment before saying gently, "An old acquaintance." To be an old acquaintance of the crown princess naturally meant she was a notable figure on the beast folk continent. Zhan Yu, once a slave in the beast arena, was now serving the same master together with a royal noble. Bai Ruan secretly marveled at the honor of it all. Shar yawned and said casually, "I'm going to sleep. Come find me if you need anything." The corridor quieted down. Bai Ruan walked lightly past Zhan Yu and said in a low voice, "She's sleeping soundly. You should rest too." Zhan Yu shook her head and refused, then walked into the guest room. Moonlight spilled over Bai Yu's pale face, and his eyelashes trembled as if he were in a dream. Zhan Yu knelt by the bed, held Bai Yu's hand tightly, and silently kept watch until he fell asleep. When Bai Yu woke up, sunlight was shining into the room. The window was open, and outside were mountain ranges with a brilliant sunset. A breeze carried the damp scent of lake water, and the gauzy curtains swayed gently. She was wearing a clean nightgown and no longer filthy. She lay on a soft bed. Fragmented memories pieced themselves together. Beast cages, the auction, the greedy gazes of humans. And also the prince and that boy. Bai Yu touched beside her and found Zhan Yu lying at the edge of the bed. Her black hair was scattered about, and she was asleep with her eyes closed, the bruised darkness beneath her brows still not faded, her lips pressed tightly together. She was holding Bai Yu's hand in a tight grip, fingers interlaced, afraid to let go. Bai Yu's eyes grew sore, and she gently stroked Zhan Yu's brow bone. Zhan Yu slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes met, and she woke from her dazed state in an instant. "Bai Yu." Her voice was hoarse. She struggled up, her knees numb from staying in one position too long. But she immediately asked in succession, "You're awake? How do you feel? Does your wound hurt? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable?" Bai Yu shook her head and said with a smile, "Your Highness, I'm fine. We're still alive." "That's wonderful." Zhan Yu finally relaxed and gave a rare smile. "This is Qiyun Manor, the master's territory. No one will hurt us here." "Master," Bai Yu whispered. Hasty footsteps sounded outside the door, and Bai Ruan rushed in. "Sister Bai Yu, you're awake. I told the master, and he'll be here right away." Less than 2 minutes later, I arrived with a group of beast girl companions. Bai Yu instinctively tensed, her gaze sweeping over me, Zile, and Shualin. One of us was human, the others were rabbit, wolf, and mermaid beast folk. They had no old scars, their auras were calm, and there was no fear or ingratiation in their eyes. Bai Yu froze. She had seen many beast folk kept by humans. No matter how polished their appearance, their eyes always carried a sense of decay. But the 3 beast folk before her, both in spirit and in physique, had been cared for exceptionally well. When she saw me, a sudden sense of familiarity rose in her heart. It was as if she were reuniting with an old friend, not meeting a stranger by chance. A gentle smile like an angel's appeared on her face. "Master." Bai Yu's voice was soft, but due to the abuse she had suffered before, she instinctively wanted to run away. Yet upon seeing me, there was not the slightest sign of escape in her. My smile deepened, partly as a mask, but also from the heart. I had unexpectedly picked up an SSS-rank beast folk. "Come, let me introduce you to them." My voice was gentle, and Bai Yu followed along with what I said. Zile leaned against the doorframe, her gray wolf ears standing upright as her golden eyes sized Bai Yu up and down. She nodded in greeting. The rabbit girl Bai Ruan stood by the bed with a smile, showing 2 small fangs. "Hello, Sister Bai Yu." Bai Yu nodded slightly, feeling a sense of closeness. The mermaid girl Shualin stood by the window. Her long blue hair fell over her shoulders, and she gave a slight bow with a faint smile in her emerald eyes. There was no suppression collar around her neck, which meant she was not dangerous, and Feiji beast folk. Shualin felt that her weakness had been seen through and lowered her head, at a loss. She understood that none of the beast folk beside the master were anything but geniuses. Only she had had her abilities ruined. She was a burden. She must not let others see this mood. Shualin forced a smile, but her heart was bitter. I keenly sensed it and called her forward. Shualin was bewildered. Looking into my warm and bright eyes, she felt reassured and silently walked over. I said to Bai Yu, "Your healing type ability is very strong. Can you help me see whether Xuelin's throat injury can still be treated? Although I shared abilities, I still needed Bai, the imperial physician, to take a look. Xuelin froze, her mind going blank, as if turned into a statue. Bai was puzzled. Damaged beast folk couldn't be sold in the slave market. So why would Yinqing take in a disabled one? Thinking of how human nobles abused beast folk, she became wary. How was her throat injured? Bai asked. I answered honestly. She was burned by a branding iron when she was little. Bai's face reddened as she realized she had been overthinking it. Yinqing had actually taken in a disabled slave on his own initiative, protected her thoroughly, and even wanted to cure her injuries. He was truly kind. She said sincerely, all right, I'll do my best. Barefoot, Bai walked up to the dazed Xuelin and lightly touched her neck with her fingers. The cold touch made Xuelin tremble as she came to her senses. The master remembered her. She was no longer a worthless thing. Tears welled up, and she held back a sob. Seeing her cry, Bai thought she was afraid and gently comforted her. White, sacred healing power flowed through both of her hands. Xuelin's eyes were blurred with tears, and she felt a warmth rise in her throat. The crowd held its breath, completely focused. 15 minutes later, Bai opened her eyes, and the white light faded away. She let go and looked at Xuelin, whose face was streaked with tears, with sympathy and concern in her eyes. The injury is severe, and it has been left untreated for years. Ordinary healing won't work. Xuelin's heart sank, knowing it would not be easy to recover. A bitter smile forced itself onto her lips. She was afraid her master would be upset and wanted to sign. No need to force it. I'm used to it. But before she could finish, Bai continued, but I can heal it. Those 4 words struck like thunder, and Xuelin burst into tears from excitement. I gave a wry smile. Next time you speak, don't hold your breath. Bai smiled and signaled for her not to rush. There are 2 kinds of treatment. The first uses special powers to strip away the scar tissue and repair the vocal cords. The pain is extremely intense, but it's fast. The second is slow treatment, almost painless, but it takes half a year. Xuelin eagerly wanted to choose the first and start immediately. She wanted to be able to speak tomorrow and stand by her master's side. She was afraid that dragging it out would bring risks, and even more afraid of false hope. Her throat tightened, and she could not speak. She could only pray, hoping I would understand the look in her eyes. I looked at Xuelin's tear-filled eyes and understood what she was thinking. In my previous life, the fast treatment method used by that rich businessman had caused Xuelin to darken. Her power went out of control and bloodied the streets, shocking the continent. Knowing how serious the consequences were, I absolutely dared not take the risk. With 3 advanced beastmen in my hands, there were only a handful of people on Lai continent who could threaten me. There was no need to take the risk and force Xuelin to become combat-ready quickly. Xuelin's tear tracks made her look pitiful and helpless. But I refused to waver, my expression calm. Treat her slowly. No rush. Xuelin tugged at my sleeve, silently protesting, but it was futile. Bai looked at the 2 of us, first surprised, then gently smiled and said, her master cares about you. It's better to heal slowly. Xuelin lowered her head, wishing so much to recover quickly, to prove to her master that she was not useless. I rubbed her hair and coaxed her. It's only half a year. I'll stay with you. Don't be afraid. Bai still looked weary. It was clear that while her powers could heal physical pain, the wounds from a life of slavery were not so easily mended. My tone was relaxed, but it warmed Bai's heart. Don't rush the treatment. Restoring your health is the most important thing. I declared that the room would be used by Bai. If you need anything, tell Zhanyu, and we'll do our best to arrange it. Bai responded gratefully. Zhanyu stayed behind, while Sierra and I went to Silver Moon Royal Academy. Sierra worriedly said, last night, you contracted an above S-rank beastman in full view of everyone. I'm afraid it'll cause a stir. I remained calm. They're scared enough now. They won't act rashly. At the academy entrance, a crowd of students gathered eagerly, discussing excitedly. Yunqing had contracted an above S-rank healing beastman overnight, shocking Lai continent. Everyone was astonished and found it hard to believe. They formed a circle but did not dare approach. I nodded in greeting and walked into the crowd, which drew even more murmurs. The contemptuous looks of the past had become reverent ones. With composure, I headed toward the teaching building. The crowd followed closely, and a girl stumbled and fell, scraping her knee until it bled. I crouched down, and a pale white glow evaporated in my palm. The warm healing power quickly erased her pain, and the wound healed instantly. The surrounding silence was one of shock, followed by an explosion of amazement. So this is an above S-rank healing type. The girl blushed and thanked me softly. I smiled and left, leaving behind a group of classmates secretly enamored. In the crowd, a striking woman gradually drew everyone's attention. Sang Ling appeared. forcefully clearing a path and making everyone step aside as if afraid of offending her. Her frosty expression melted, and she hooked her arm through mine. The posture was a proper official wife stance. Several girls who had been eager to try backed off, and the commotion dispersed. I took a deep breath and thanked Sang Ling. She replied haughtily, teasing me about being picked up. The two of us walked away, and Sang Ling reminded me to use my powers less in crowded places and not to invite trouble. The classroom was unusually quiet. I took my seat, and more than a dozen pairs of eyes quietly looked away, tacitly hiding their embarrassment. I remained as usual. No one dared to speak up first. The once country bumpkin transfer student Yun Qing had now become famous overnight. Even though his old friend Song Xiaoyan stood beside him, drawing cold looks from others. Still, no one dared look down on me anymore. The classroom was unnaturally silent, those who used to look down on me. Now they suddenly tried to curry favor, as if performing a Sichuan opera face-changing act. I leaned back casually in my chair and flipped open the textbook, though my gaze drifted out the window. Sunlight filtered through the glass, casting a faint golden glow over me. A few girls Toto glanced at me and froze. In the past, I had only been a cool and handsome boy. Now I had gained an extra layer of untouchable divinity, probably thanks to the added charm of my healing type ability. When one class ended, I found the seat beside me empty. Song Xiaoyan hadn't come. She was never late, lived in the slums, and took 2 buses every day, always arriving first. The special admission spot at Silver Moon Royal Academy was precious. Song Xiaoyan would never be absent for no reason unless something had happened. I looked toward the front row, where the class representative Zhou Xiangyi was lowering her head to organize her notes. She was the daughter of a councilman in the royal capital and usually treated me neither warmly nor coldly, only occasionally nodding in greeting. I called her over and asked about Song Xiaoyan's whereabouts. Zhou Xiangyi hesitated, then finally admitted that yesterday afternoon Song Xiaoyan had been taken away by several people. I frowned deeply. Those people were the girls from our class and the neighboring class who liked to make trouble for Song Xiaoyan. Lin Wanner, Zhao Qing, and Sun Miao Miao. Special admission students at Silver Moon Royal Academy were often bullied. It had been that way since the day they enrolled, and no one ever stepped forward to help. Those who were bullied either endured it or dropped out. I said nothing. Zhou Xiangyi was able to name them, and there was a complicated emotion in her eyes. I nodded my thanks, then swept my gaze toward the back door of the classroom. Several girls were chatting there, and when they heard my voice, Lin Wanner immediately stopped. Malice shot straight toward me, completely unhidden. I didn't avoid it and directly asked where Song Xiaoyan was. Lin Wanner pretended not to hear me, her attitude arrogant. She claimed it had nothing to do with her. I knitted my brows tightly, my dark eyes cold and sharp. Lin Wanner sensed the threat and, together with her accomplices, stepped back. Yet she still provoked me. This is Silver Moon Academy, not the Yun family's territory. At that moment, a thin boy rushed over and said in a low voice that he knew about Song Xiaoyan. He was the special admissions student Xia Yuanfan from the slums. He often served as a helper for noble-born students. Xia Yuanfan said that yesterday after class, he saw Lin Wanner and the others drag Song Xiaoyan into the girls' restroom. After that, she never came out. I listened quietly and patted his shoulder. Xia Yuanfan pulled up his sleeve and was shocked to discover that the burns and bruises from yesterday had actually all disappeared. I walked a few steps out of the classroom, then suddenly turned around. My gaze locked onto Zhou Xiangyi, who was reading. I beckoned her over. Zhou Xiangyi was both startled and embarrassed, and walked up to me in small, quick steps. I said briefly, "Come with me. It's inconvenient for me to go into the girls' restroom." Then I turned and left. Zhou Xiangyi hurriedly followed. Jealous, envious eyes from the class were all fixed on her. She lowered her head, hiding her smile in her bangs. At the end of the first-floor corridor of the teaching building was the girls' restroom. I stopped at the door. "Help me see if Song Xiaoyan is inside." Zhou Xiangyi nodded and pushed the door open, going in. The innermost stall door was shut, and several loops of thin iron wire were wrapped around the handle. She crouched down and peered through the crack, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. There was a damp, rotten smell in the air. Pinching her nose, she called tentatively, "Song Xiaoyan." No response. She called louder, and there was some movement. It sounded like someone shifting around, along with a faint groan. Zhou Xiangyi's face went deathly pale, and she rushed out in panic. "Yun Qing, Song Xiaoyan's in there." The doors locked with iron wire. Before she could finish, I walked straight into the restroom. Blue-white electric arcs leapt from my fingers and shattered the lock. The door sprang open. I pulled it wide, and light spilled into the cramped stall. Song Xiaoyan was curled up in the corner. Her uniform was filthy, and her hair was a mess. Her glasses were gone, and her large eyes were hazy and red. Her hands were bound behind her back with black plastic zip ties, leaving red, swollen abrasions. Zhou Xiangyi gasped and covered her mouth. She'd been locked up for more than 10 hours. I touched her feverish forehead, and pale white light covered the wounds in my palm. The swelling went down, and the broken skin healed. Song Xiaoyan's eyelashes trembled. She opened her eyes and recognized me. A hoarse voice called out my name. I said nothing and untied the zip ties. She collapsed softly into my arms, like a cat with no strength left. Zhou Xiangyi stood nearby, her eyes red. In the past, when she saw people dragging Song Xiaoyan away, she had only turned her head and pretended not to see. She hadn't expected Lin Wanner and the others to be this cruel. I coaxed her softly. It's me, Yin Qing. It's okay now. Song Xiaoyan buried her head even deeper, afraid her ugly state would be seen. I didn't force her to look up either. After a long while, Song Xiaoyan said in a tiny voice, "You, don't look at me." I promised I wouldn't look. I'm really ugly. Please, she held back her tears, unwilling to cry in front of me again. You're not ugly. As soon as the words fell, tears welled up. Zhou Xiangyi handed over the broken glasses. They were dropped outside. They were smashed by them. Song Xiaoyan was speechless. That 20-yuan pair of glasses. She couldn't even remember how many days she'd skipped breakfast. I told her to go out first. Song Xiaoyan braced herself against the wall and slowly stood up. Her legs had gone numb, and she was panting hard. I noticed her pale face. Her lips were cracked. There was a bruise on her forehead, and her arms bore purple-red marks from being tied. I ordered, "Hold out your hand." Song Xiaoyan stubbornly shook her head. "I'm not crippled yet. I don't need your help. I'm not helping you. Hold out your hand." My voice was flat. She hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly lowered her right hand. A faint white mist of light lit up in my palm and covered her arm. Warmth spread, and the blue-purple bruises quickly faded. In less than 5 seconds, I withdrew my hand, and Song Xiaoyan froze. She touched her smooth skin, unable to believe that all the scars were gone. Song Xiaoyan was shocked and thought it was a miracle. She had been locked in the bathroom and had no idea about my taming of the ultra-grade healing beastman. She asked foolishly, "Yin Qing, are you an angel sent by heaven to save me?" Zhou Xiangyi couldn't help explaining. Yin Qing contracted an ultra-grade healing peacock beastman last night. His ability comes from that beastman being shared with him. Song Xiaoyan froze. Ultra-grade? Healing type? She looked at her arm and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Ultra-grade. How much would that cost?" Her mind was in a complete muddle, yet she was still worried about the broken glasses. Zhou Xiangyi was left speechless. I glanced at Song Xiaoyan, the corners of my lips lifting slightly. Then I turned and walked away. "Come on, let's get out of here first." Song Xiaoyan followed behind me unsteadily. Zhou Xiangyi reached out to support her. The three of us had just stepped out of the bathroom when the corridor dimmed. Several tall figures blocked the way. The boy at the front was tall, with arrogant features. His gaze swept over Song Xiaoyan as he sneered. Zhou Xiangyi's face changed. Lin Guanyi. I looked over his face. The one who had been showing off in class a few days ago about violently taming a dog-clan beastman. Lin Guanyi stepped forward. "Yin Qing, my sister Lin Wanner came to me in tears and said you scared her. You need to give me an explanation." When Song Xiaoyan heard Lin Wanner's name, her whole body tensed up. I felt my school uniform being tugged, so I shifted sideways to shield Song Xiaoyan. "What did she tell you she did to Song Xiaoyan?" I asked back. Lin frowned. "They were just playing around. Besides, you, a boy, running into the girls' bathroom. What would that look like if it got out?" He glanced at Song Xiaoyan, full of disgust. A special admissions student who's enjoyed half a year of quality education and still doesn't know gratitude, acting like a victim every day. My sister made a joke, and she treats it like some huge matter. Someone from the slums really doesn't know what's good for them. Song Xiaoyan's face went deathly pale. Lin exaggeratedly pinched his nose. "Look at her, filthy from head to toe and lacking any hygiene." Wanner was just acting on behalf of heaven. Seeing the charred marks on the bathroom door, he said contemptuously, "D-grade lightning." He shook his head as if watching a joke. "I thought you were that impressive." He raised his hand, and arcs of electricity burst forth, more than twice as strong as what I had just used. They gathered into a fist-sized lightning ball, crackling loudly. The air was filled with the smell of ozone. A B-grade lightning ability was worlds apart from a D-grade one. He toyed with the lightning ball. "Want to protect this commoner? Fine. Survive my lightning, and I'll let you all go. You contracted an ultra-grade healing beastman? Rare is rare, but it still won't save you." I had no patience. "So that's the point you wanted to make. Next time, don't beat around the bush." Lin said in a low voice. "Did you tame it through enlightenment? Do you know this kind of behavior is overthrowing 1,000 years of church order? Beastmen are beasts. They don't understand gratitude. Enlightenment is just a disguise. That's the truth of the church's holy book of taming." Lin's father held a high position in the church. This faith preached human supremacy. Humans were the creator's perfect creation, while beastmen were cursed and incomplete. Taming was humanity's sacred right. Violent taming was divine will. For me to use an enlightenment contract was to challenge the very foundation of the church. Someone reported what you did at the Golden Feather Auction House. The tribunal said this was your first offense, so they won't pursue it this time. But while death may be spared, punishment is hard to avoid. Lin Guani's expression darkened. I came here today to deliver a warning on behalf of the Church Inquisition. Zhou Xiangyi's face turned pale. An invisible pressure made even breathing difficult. I looked at Lin Guani's twisted, obsessive face. He looked like a snarling cub, which only made him seem ridiculous to me. My contempt angered him. Blue-white arcs of lightning crackled between his palms. A thunder orb spun with a low hum. You're only a D-rank lightning user. What makes you think you can fight me? The air dried out, and static crawled over our skin. The hem of Zhou Xiangyi's dress was drawn toward it as she stumbled back a step. Look carefully. My beast man has been violently tamed and completely obeys me. My ability far surpasses yours. I watched the flickering lightning arcs calmly, without the slightest fear. Making a move at school? Aren't you afraid of being expelled? Lin sneered. You country bumpkin, don't you understand the church's status in Silver Moon? 1/3 of the funding here comes from the church. Even the principal has to save face for the Inquisition. I'm teaching a heretic a lesson on the church's behalf. Who would dare expel me? The lackeys behind him chimed in. Stop wasting breath. Just go for it. What can a D-rank do? Lin said coldly. I'll give you one last chance. Admit that your reformation was wrong, and that the church's doctrine is right. Then I'll let you off. I looked at him and gave a sympathetic smile. Like I was looking at a naughty child, it made Lin Guani hesitate for an instant. Then he suddenly came to his senses, furious. You think I'm joking? I said calmly. You say you're giving me a chance, but the thunder orb in your hand was already charged up. Whether I agree or not, you were going to make a move. Lin was speechless. The thunder orb had already condensed to the size of a fist. Without hesitation, he hurled it at me. The blue-white thunder orb shot toward me at high speed, leaving a trail of light behind it. His lackeys couldn't help backing away. The oppressive force made people instinctively dodge. Lin secretly felt relieved, imagining in his mind the sight of me being blasted back, charred black. A D-rank lightning user simply couldn't withstand a B-rank thunder orb. However, when the thunder orb was less than half a meter from me, it vanished soundlessly. Zhou Xiangyi cried out in shock. The lackeys stared like stone statues. How did you do that? Lin's voice was dry. No way. He shook his head. Something must be wrong. He condensed an even larger thunder orb and struck again. Once more, the thunder orb dissipated into thin air. Lin stood frozen in place, his brain short-circuiting. He looked at his lackeys, his face full of fear. Brother Lin, where did the thunder orb go? One of them asked, his voice trembling. Lin didn't answer. He turned and stared at me. I stood in the middle of the corridor, as calm as ever. A chill shot up Lin's spine. He remembered the heretics recorded in the church's ancient texts, the apostates. Evil cultists who wielded forbidden power. Spatial-type abilities, said to awaken only in those favored by demons, were a taboo legend. On the continent of Lyre, spatial abilities were exceedingly rare, and the church monitored them closely. This boy was not only a heretic, he also controlled spatial abilities. Lin's back was drenched in cold sweat, but he still gritted his teeth and refused to back down. He was the son of a cleric of the church, a reserve member of the Judgment Bureau, the spokesperson of God in this world. To retreat before a heretic would be shameful to his fellow church members. Spatial ability. He roared, and classroom doors at both ends of the corridor swung open one after another. Students craned their necks to look. You evil wretch, you actually possess spatial powers. Lin clenched his teeth. The church clearly states that spatial ability users must submit to the Judgment Bureau for inspection and supervision. Spatial powers are forbidden. Curses bestowed by demons upon the fallen. You refuse to turn yourself in and are still hiding it. Just what are you trying to do? Before he finished speaking, a cold voice came from behind him. Done talking? I didn't care at all. If you're done, I'm going to class. I stepped forward, and Zhou Xiangyi and Song Xiaoyan followed right behind me. Next time you want to make a move, remember to bring someone stronger. And B-rank lightning user isn't enough for me. That offhand remark turned Lin's face deathly pale. He wanted to argue back, wanted to rush up and hurl a lightning ball. But his right hand lifted weakly, fear spreading from his fingertips as though his whole body had lost control. I disappeared around the corner, and Lin's lackeys were left looking at each other in silence. Lin's gaze was almost frenzied as he stared fixedly in the direction I had vanished. He took out his phone and dialed a familiar number. The call connected, and it was his father, the church's upper echelon, his voice steady and composed. Father, Lin said urgently, that heretic is more serious than we thought. He not only has an S+ healing ability, but also hides spatial powers. Confirmed. I saw it myself. He nullified my lightning ability out of thin air. Spatial powers, huh? His father gave a soft sigh. The power of the void, forged when demons stole divine authority. Those who possess it should bind themselves to the church, cleanse their sins with holy fire. Those who defy this shall have their souls fall into eternal darkness. Lin could recite it fluently, but his father said in a low voice, "You know the doctrine by heart, but acting now would be too rash." Then what should we do? Wait. Wait for what? Wait for Silver Moon Academy's beast hunting trial this year. Lin's heartbeat almost stopped. The beast hunting trial was Silver Moon Academy's annual autumn grouping assignment. Students would be sent into the dangerous hunting Abyss Canyon. There, wild beastmen were fierce, and uncontrolled beasts had no restraint collars. A C-rank beastman could kill people with ease, and B-rank and above required professors to step in personally. Rumor had it that there were even S-rank beasts deep inside, though no one had ever seen them. Student safety was guarded by the 4 professors, all of whom had contracted A-rank beastmen. The mountains were high and the roads long. If students went missing, search and rescue was limited. Don't worry about this. Don't go looking for trouble with him during this time, and don't alert him, his father warned. After the call ended, Lin stood in the mottled light of the corridor. His face was split by light and shadow. One of his lackeys asked carefully, "Brother Lin, then, are we still going to teach Yun Qing a lesson?" "Not a word about what happened today," Lin said coldly. Students were peeking from the doorway, and he glared at them. They hurriedly retreated. The doors shut, and the corridor returned to silence. The air still carried the faint smell of electricity. Women's changing room. Zhou Xiangyi opened a locker and handed over a spare school uniform. "Change into this first. Wet clothes make you more likely to get sick." Song Xiaoyan thanked her in a low voice. Outside the room, Zhou Xiangyi and I stood side by side and didn't go in. We gently closed the door and leaned against the wall to wait. The door slowly opened. Song Xiaoyan walked out, wearing the school uniform. It hung loose on her slender frame, and the neckline revealed her fair collarbones. She had tied her hair into a low ponytail and removed her big black-framed glasses. A delicate little face was revealed, with clear almond-shaped eyes and a small, refined nose. Zhou Xiangyi was stunned. "You look pretty good without glasses." Song Xiaoyan did not respond. "Classmate Zhou, I'll wash the uniform and return it to you." "No rush, I have several sets." Zhou Xiangyi waved it off. The 3 of us walked side by side through the corridor, where the classroom was noisy. Lin Wanner sat in the back row, whispering with Zhao Qing and Sun Miao Miao. A smile on her face, triumph hidden in her eyes. She was waiting for the show. Her brother had gone to settle the score with Yun Qing, an B-rank lightning user against a D-rank. It would be a piece of cake. Lin Wanner was still gleeful, waiting to watch a good show. Then the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. Her smile stiffened. Song Xiaoyan walked in unscathed, and Yun Qing was unharmed as well. Wasn't her brother supposed to go settle scores with Yun Qing? Zhao Qing asked quietly. "Wasn't your brother going to teach Yun Qing a lesson?" "Shut up," Lin Wanner roared fiercely. She ran out of the classroom. After school, Yun Qing ran into Sang Ling. She was leaning against the wall, both hands tucked into the pockets of her skirt, her fox-like eyes half-lidded. "Bad mood." Sang Ling snorted coldly. "How much do you know about the church?" She opened her eyes, the laziness fading from her expression. "The church holds more power than the royal family. The Inquisition specifically handles heretics, and their methods are brutal." "Who came looking for you?" Sang Ling frowned. "Lin Guani. That mad dog of the Lin family?" His father, Lin Zhenghong, is a high-ranking clergy member of the church and also holds a post in the Inquisition. "Be careful lately. The people of the church will stop at nothing." I nodded. "Got it. I'll be careful." I was about to leave. "Yun Qing." Sang Ling called me back, grabbing my sleeve. She was breathing a little heavily, her cheeks flushed red. "You're walking so fast. I haven't finished talking." I laughed. "What is it? Did you think that by contracting an S-grade healing type and thunder type ability, you'd be invincible?" I laughed. "I didn't think that." "You did." She leaned closer, less than an arm's length away. My words turned into a laugh before they could come out. Sang Ling tapped my chest with a finger. "You're a beast-taming genius, but you're not enough in front of the church." She stood on tiptoe and whispered near my ear. "The Inquisition judges on behalf of the gods. For hundreds of years, it has killed countless heretics. Rumor has it they have an S-grade beastman in their hands." Her fingers slid down, and our 10 fingers interlocked. "If they decide you're a heretic and a threat to their foundation." Our breaths intertwined. Sang Ling's eyelashes trembled slightly, the redness spreading across her face. "Do you understand?" Her voice was soft and sweet, almost like she was acting spoiled. "I get it. The church isn't easy to mess with. I won't be careless." Sang Ling let go and stepped back. her face completely red. If something happens to you, and I end up having to save you, I'll be the one in trouble. I laughed. Got it, Miss Sang. She took a few steps away, then turned back. The redness on her face hadn't faded, and her expression was reserved. Summer break is almost here. I'm going to the palace to keep Ning Fu company. She's lonely, so I stay there for a while every summer break. I guess she was in a bad mood because she wouldn't be able to see me during the summer break. You're unhappy. Is it because you won't be able to see me? Of course not. And don't get ahead of yourself. Her eyes welled up with moisture. You're not allowed to get too close to other women. Other women? I mean Song Xiaoyan. The whole grade is saying your relationship with her isn't ordinary. I tilted my head. What if I really do have a very close relationship with her? What did you say? I'm joking. Sang Ling rolled her eyes and slapped my shoulder. You scared me to death. I straightened my expression. She's helping me make up for my potion class during the summer break. Sang Ling's little mouth fell open. At first she looked wronged, then jealousy took over. Just the two of you. She took 2 deep breaths. Listen carefully. While I'm not around, you're not allowed to exchange glances with her. No physical contact, and don't let her sit in your seat. No. Anything else? Of course. She racked her brain. Don't smile in front of her. I made a troubled face. You're really making things difficult for me. You. She stamped her foot, her fox eyes full of both embarrassment and irritation. I'm keeping an eye on you. You have to listen to me. I didn't promise anything, nor did I refute her. Anything else? Sang Ling stood on tiptoe and leaned close to my ear. Remember to. Think of me. The fragrance of white flowers brushed past my ear. She stepped back and hurried away, her cheeks still tinged with shyness. I smiled as I watched the girl's back recede into the distance. My mind had already withdrawn from that vague flirtation. Summer vacation was almost here, but I couldn't afford to relax. On one hand, I had to deal with the church's covert suppression. On the other, I had to prepare for the autumn beast hunting trial. Every autumn, the academy would send students to the hunting Abyss Valley for training. In my previous life, I never had the chance to participate. That trial's tragedy shook the royal capital. Several noble students went missing. The official explanation was a wild beastman attack. But I didn't think that was right. All 4 professors were A-rank beastman contractors. How could they have been so easily bypassed by ordinary wild beastmen? Unless whatever it was of a higher rank. Afterward, the academy canceled the following year's trial. Behind the scenes, it was the church's interference. The tribunal dispatched elite forces into the valley to sweep it clean. It lasted a full month, and no one knew the details. The streets were filled with slogans praising the tribunal. That year, the church's influence reached its peak. Back then, I was penniless and had no mind to care. But now that I think about it, the tribunal's deployment was far from accidental. They had long since prepared. They were only waiting for a legitimate reason to enter the valley. A cleanup was just a cover. Their real target was that anomaly deep in the valley. The church would never send its elite forces for ordinary beastmen. It had to be some extraordinary existence. Ambition flickered in my eyes. This time, I would get to that treasure before the church did. There were still nearly 2 months until the early autumn beast hunting trial. I had to prepare with everything I had. At sunset, the weather was stiflingly hot. Sweat soaked my body as I lazily got into the car. Just as I arrived at Chiyun Manor, I heard laughter by the lake. Walking around the house, I saw several girls cooling off in the water. Bai Ruan was soaking in the lake, her damp furte against her head. Her face was red like a peach. Zhan Yuejijia, it's so hot. Can you use your ice ability to cool the water down? Zhan Yu casually raised a hand and condensed a puff of cold mist. The chill quickly spread across the lake's surface. Bai Ruan shivered and happily exclaimed how refreshingly cold it was. Xia Er rose from the water. Her golden eyes were full of satisfaction. Not bad. Your ability is pretty practical. I smiled helplessly. When Bai Ruan saw me, she raised a hand in greeting. Master, you're back. The water is really cool. Do you want to come in? As soon as she said it, her face and the tips of her ears turned pink. She hurriedly clarified, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant if you're hot. The more Bai Ruan tried to explain, the more flustered she became. She shrank into the water, leaving only her eyes and ears exposed. Then she bubbled softly. Shuelin was floating farther out on the water, hair drifting about her, her eyes full of expectation. I couldn't resist the temptation of the lake. I rolled up my pant legs and walked barefoot onto the wooden dock. The cool water wrapped around my ankles. The evening breeze brushed past, carrying coolness and the scent of trees. I felt completely refreshed, body and mind. Bai Ruan was shivering from the cold and calling for shore. Xiao'er couldn't help but rise from the water. Her whole body was covered in droplets, revealing graceful curves. She teased Bai Ruan for acting spoiled. Bai Ruan blushed and protested. Listening to them bicker, a smile rose at the corners of my mouth. Don't stay in too long, Bai Ruan. If you soak too long, you'll catch a cold. Bai Ruan obediently climbed ashore. Then Bai Yu suddenly stepped out of the manor. Her white hair fell over her shoulders, and she looked much healthier. Master, dinner is ready. Bai Ruan and I made it together. Bai Ruan put a lot of care into it. Bai Ruan kicked a stone and nearly fell into the water. Bai Yu smiled indulgently. Dinner was set in the side hall on a long table. While we were eating, my phone suddenly vibrated. 2 messages appeared at the same time. I opened the first. Sangling. Hey, I want to tell you something. Sangling. Ningfu has been pestering me lately, saying she wants to sneak out of the palace and have some fun. Sangling. Maybe I'll really take her out in secret during summer break. As I was reading, a second one popped up. Sangling. You'd better go to that mountain estate of yours by then. Sangling. Don't let me see anything I shouldn't see. Sangling. Especially those girls flocking around you. Sangling. Hide them well. Don't let the princess get spoiled. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly, and I was just about to reply when another message came in. Sangling. Did you hear me? Even through the screen, I could feel that aggressive aura. I lazily replied with one word. Yinqing. Okay. The other side replied instantly. Sangling. That's it? Nothing else. I answered lightly. Yinqing. What else do you want to hear? Sangling sighed. Sangling. Forget it. Forget it. I'm not talking to you anymore. Sangling. You have to keep it secret too. The princess's identity is sensitive. Sangling. Don't let those old fossils find out. I replied again. Yinqing. Okay. After leaving Sangling's chat, I opened the other message. Song Xiaoyan. Classmate Yinqing. Thank you for today. Song Xiaoyan. If it weren't for you, I might still be stuck in the restroom right now. Right after that came a retracted message. Then Song Xiaoyan sent. Thank you. I looked at the retraction notice, imagining Song Xiaoyan typing for a long time, feeling embarrassed, retracting it, and finally sending just those 3 words. Then Song Xiaoyan continued. You offended Lin Guani today. I know the church isn't easy to mess with. You could have ignored this matter. I feel really guilty and don't know how to thank you. I remember you're interested in potion studies. I may not be outstanding, but I can still help you in that field. If you don't mind, I can teach you for free. As repayment. Free, no charge. I looked at the last line and nearly laughed. I said, no need for free. Tuition, 1 cent less won't do. The other side fell silent. Bai Ruantoto glanced over. Her ruby eyes looked at me. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Xiar leaned back in his chair, golden eyes fixed on me. Master, who is it? Using your phone while eating isn't good for digestion. I answered calmly, Sangling. She might come over during summer break. Bai Ruan couldn't help asking. Master, do we need to prepare anything? What does Miss Sangling like to eat? I said casually. Just make it to the usual standard. Don't be nervous. Bai Ruan nodded and muttered to herself. Xiaoner snorted coldly. Just a guest. Is it really necessary? Bai Ruan looked at me. You're not the one cooking, so of course you're not nervous. I'm watching you cook. Then aren't you still doing nothing? Xiaoner was choked by that and turned his face away without a word. Bai Yu said gently. Bai Ruan, I'll help you then. Bai Ruan's eyes lit up. Really? The master's guest can't be neglected. At last Song Xiaoyan sent another message. Would it be okay to start tutoring from the 2nd day of the holiday? I raised an eyebrow. Why? The other side typed for a long time before sending a long message. That day the church is holding a heat relief charity event at the orphanage. The saintess will be there in person to pray for and treat the weak. With our status, we can also receive rice, flour, grain, oil, and other daily supplies. I'm going to take advantage of this wave and grab everything I can. There was also a fist emoji attached. I propped my chin on my hand and smiled mischievously. I'll go with you. Song Xiaoyan, you don't need any of that. Yinqing, is it not okay if I just want to see the saintess's style for myself? Song Xiaoyan, all right then. Song Xiaoyan, don't wear your young master clothes. Song Xiaoyan, don't make it look like you're traveling incognito. Yinqing, got it. I put away my phone. I suddenly have something I want to ask. The 5 girls all turned their heads to look at me. Can you turn into your original forms and stay with me? I asked. Bai Ruan's rabbit ears perked up and her eyes widened. Oh, original form? Beast form. I'm curious. What does it feel like to touch you furry people? My gaze shifted between Bai Ruan and Zile. It should feel nice, right? The beastmen looked at one another. Transforming into one's original form was deeply private, like stripping naked in front of others. Forcing someone to transform in the slave market was the greatest humiliation. Zile blushed and muttered in dissatisfaction. If the master wants, it's not impossible. Shuelin lowered her head, her watery blue eyes misty. I asked in confusion, what's that reaction? Do you like dirty jokes? Then it settled. We'll take turns trying it out one by one another day. I changed the subject. On the first day of summer vacation, I'm going to the relief home. I heard the saintess will be there. Zyle's blush had not yet faded as she frowned. Master, what are you going there for? The church isn't friendly toward you. So I'm going to take a look. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Zhanyu, come with me. If I'm going to turn into beast form, I'll give you 2 days to prepare. Zhanyu said calmly. Yes. Zyle gave a bitter smile. His expectations had come to nothing. At 2 in the afternoon on the first day of summer vacation, I changed into casual clothes, with Zhanyu following beside me. Transform into your original form. Zhanyu's breathing paused. Now. Yes. Hide in my sleeve, and we'll go together. Zhanyu blushed. Snake form had no modesty. It was shy, yet obedient. She closed her eyes. Her fair skin was gradually covered by densely packed ink-black scales. Her human body disappeared, and a small snake appeared. Its scales were dark black, with vertical pupils that were purple-black. The little snake curled up and buried its head. It seemed afraid to look at me. I crouched down and touched the scales. Cool, smooth, and fine. The little snake tensed up. Its red tongue flicked out and brushed my fingers, as if begging me not to touch it. I smiled. So cute. I gently lifted the little snake and placed it on my left wrist. The snake coiled around twice, its tail tip resting on the back of my hand. Its head slipped into my sleeve, cold and soft. I covered it with my sleeve, keeping everything hidden. With a slight movement of my fingers, the little snake poked its head out to glance at me. Then it quickly withdrew. The corner of my mouth lifted. Let's go. The charity clinic in the south of the capital was located on a quiet street in the southern district of the royal city. Its gray-white walls were mottled with age, giving off a desolate air. But today, the place was bustling with activity. A long line had formed outside the gate. They were all people from the lower class, dressed in ragged clothes, gaunt and yellow-faced. On the square stood a white canopy. Several long tables were piled high with rice, flour, grain, cooking oil, and daily necessities. A few church deacons in white robes were busy handing them out. Their movements were brisk, their attitudes gentle. From afar, I spotted Song Xiaoyan at the end of the line. She was wearing an old shirt, with her hair tied into a low ponytail. A pair of black-rimmed glasses covered her delicate face. I walked over and stood behind her. Song Xiaoyan looked up in surprise. You really came? Of course. She studied me, frowning. Didn't I tell you not to dress too well? You stick out way too much like this. I smiled. That's not a clothes issue. Maybe it's just that I'm naturally too handsome to hide it. Song Xiaoyan was speechless and could only accept it in silence. About 15 minutes later, the line finally received the supplies. Song Xiaoyan handed over her identity information. After verifying it, the deacon gave her a bag of rice, a bucket of oil, a packet of salt, and several boxes of medicine. She hugged the things and walked away with satisfaction. The deacon's gaze fell on me, curious about my identity. I explained that I was just accompanying a friend and wasn't here to receive supplies. The deacon nodded and asked me to wait a moment. The saintess was about to arrive. I turned back and stood beside Song Xiaoyan. Her eyes lit up. This is enough for me to eat for a month. Let's go. Let's see the saintess. Under the canopy, the old, weak, sick, and disabled were lined up in rows. The church deacons gently maintained order. Suddenly someone shouted, "The saintess is here." The crowd erupted. In the distance came a group of white-clad knights. Their horses were tall and majestic, carrying a white palanquin. A figure could be vaguely seen inside. The procession slowly approached. Everyone automatically stepped aside. The palanquin stopped, and the sheer curtain was lifted. A fair, slender hand rested on a deacon's wrist. The saintess slowly stepped down. She wore a white high-collared priestly robe. Her black hair fell to her waist. Her hazel eyes carried a gentle air. In the church of the continent of Lyre, the saintess was chosen every 20 years from among orphan girls. She had no name, only the title of saintess. The crowd burst into cheers. Your Grace, saintess. Bless us. Some cried out, pleading for treatment of their illnesses. Some knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. The deacons gently separated the crowd, maintaining order. The saintess gave a slight nod. Seated properly in a wooden chair, her voice clear and pure, she said, "Thank you all for coming. The church is with you, and God is with you." The relief effort is divided into 3 parts. The distribution of supplies is already complete. I will offer prayers and blessings, and finally treat the sick and injured. Please line up. Beside me, Song Xiaoyan whispered. I thought the saintess would say something profound, but it ended up being just this. I smiled faintly. Actually, she did say, God is with you. Song Xiaoyan clutched the bag and stood on tiptoe to look around. Are you going to line up? No need. I'm just here to see what she looks like, she said shyly. Thanks for helping me heal my injuries yesterday. Otherwise, I'd have had to queue too. Don't you want to receive the blessing? I'm not religious. It'd be awkward to mumble along with the prayer. I laughed and called a carriage for her to send her back. I myself quietly watched the relief work. By dusk, the event was nearing its end, and the crowd began to disperse. The deacons packed away the curtains. The saintess stood up, giving soft instructions about the cleanup. Then she walked alone toward the backyard garden. Church regulations stated that after a relief event, the saintess was to have half an hour of quiet reflection. The guards of the Judgment Division stood watch closely, forbidding anyone from approaching. I went around the back to avoid the guards and came to the fence. Jean Yu was surprised. "Master, are you going to climb over the wall?" I climbed over the fence, covered in pollen and grass clippings. The little park wasn't big. In the center stood an old stone pavilion, with petals strewn all over the ground. The saintess sat in the pavilion, gaze following the birds in the woods. Her expression was relaxed, no longer compassionate. Moonlight spilled across her face, making her look pale and exhausted. Repeated healing had consumed too much mental power. I silently apologized and flicked a spark of lightning from my fingertip, striking the sparrow on a branch. The bird fell to the ground. The saintess gasped and hurried over. She lifted the tiny bird, already at death's door. Her fingers hovered in midair. A golden halo slowly flowed from her palm, enveloping the bird as she tried to heal it. The saintess's healing ability came from a B-rank healing beastman raised by the Holy See. In the eyes of ordinary people, this power was already extraordinary. But at this moment, the little bird's breathing only grew weaker. B-rank healing could treat colds and flu and mend external wounds, but it had no power to reverse the fatal decline of bone and blood. Sweat covered her face, and the saintess's mental power was nearly exhausted. Yet the bird still showed no response. She stopped, looking at it. Her hazel eyes brimmed with tears, lips parted. Silently, she said, "I'm sorry." I hid behind the bushes and watched quietly. Then I stepped out of the shadows. A healing radiance was evenly spread across my body. Only an SSS rank healing ability could be squandered like this. Useless, but it looked impressive. The saintess noticed the sound and looked up sharply. Fear flashed in her eyes. The park had no one else. Who had come? Her gaze moved from my shoes upward. It was a boy, his entire body wrapped in a faint glow. Plain white clothes, gentle features. He looked like an illustration come to life from a holy scripture. What shocked her most was, he was a man. No nun accompanying him, no guards from the Inquisition division. For the saintess to meet a man in private was strictly forbidden by the Holy See. Terrified, she forced her voice to remain dignified. "Please leave. This place does not welcome you." I ignored her, my eyes fixed on the dying bird, my brows slightly furrowed. The saintess's heart raced. He came closer and closer, breaking through her safe distance. Before she could retreat, I lowered my palm, and light surged forth. Warmth, like early spring sunlight, far beyond the saintess's healing light. In just a few seconds, the sparrow's flesh and bones were restored, its feathers gleaming. Its eyes opened, and it flapped its wings. It circled above my head, chirping crisply. In the saintess's eyes, this was a tiny life filled with gratitude. I knew that if sparrows weren't afraid of electricity, it would have been cursing me already. I withdrew my hand, my face pale. Healing consumed an enormous amount of mental power. Yet I stood straight as ever, the smile at my lips unchanged. The saintess stood frozen, beyond anything she could comprehend. Even her healing, no matter how rare, could not bring the dead back to life. She watched the bird fly away. For the first time, uncertainty appeared in her eyes. Her saintly power couldn't even save a sparrow. And yet this person had simply waved his hand and done it. Was it a miracle or a trick? "Whoever you are, leave immediately. Otherwise I'll call the Inquisition Division guards." She struggled to maintain her authority, but her voice was weak. She had been chosen by the Holy See since childhood and kept isolated from the world. She had no family, no friends. She had never read any books other than the Holy Scriptures and faced the world like a blank sheet of paper. Secretly, I said to the little snake around my wrist, "Read her mind, duh." The little snake poked its head out. Its purple vertical pupils met the saintess's, and though she was tense, she did not notice. Jean Yu's thoughts instantly flooded into my mind. She's thinking, how did you get in? Why didn't the guard stop you? Could you be sent by the Holy See to test me? And her back is damp with sweat, and the priestly robe is thick, duh. The collar is tight against her neck. She wants to loosen it, but it isn't propered. I lifted my eyes and looked at her tenderly with my obsidian black pupils. "I'm not someone sent by the Holy See to test you." The saintess suspected I had read her thoughts. I continued, "Your guards are doing their job and didn't leave their posts." The saintess's expression changed. He seemed to have copied thousands of words straight from her heart. "Are you a monster? Or a devil?" Her voice trembled as she stepped back, the hem of her priestly robe stained with mud. Listening to her wild guesses, I couldn't help but smile. "You want to undo your collar because you're the saintess?" The saintess was truly panicking now. like a shell being peeled open. Her softness was laid bare, with nowhere to hide. You, who are you? She lost her sacred dignity. I tilted my head slightly, my gaze full of compassion, and said mysteriously, after all, you've believed in me for so long. For such a small wish, I will surely help you, pitiful child. The saintess froze, anger rising as she was about to rebuke me for disrespecting the divine. But I lightly touched her shoulder, the sensation lasting only an instant. She came to her senses. Fulfill a wish? Her face turned red, and she wanted to shake off my hand and curse me as a lecher. Janyu, use ice-type powered. I whispered to the little snake in my consciousness. Master is really quite the drama queen. The little snake complained, yet remained obedient. Cold, silent energy flowed along the back of my hand to my fingertips. The saintess's shoulders relaxed, and she felt a wave of coolness. It came from the boy's gentle touch. That chill was like an invisible clear spring, sliding down the heavy ceremonial robe on her body and over her back, driving away the burning heat. She narrowed her eyes, nearly letting out a moan. This can't be, she muttered, her mind completely blank. The boy before her was enveloped in holy light, with an extraordinary face. He had already shown the power to bring the dead back to life. He had also seen through her heart and fulfilled her wish. He was almost omniscient and omnipotent. There was only one guess that could explain everything. The saintess could think of nothing else. But that guess was far too absurd. She stood there. Her hazel eyes looked up at me, half fear and half reverence. Mustering her courage, she asked softly, "Tell me, who exactly are you?" After a long while, she heard a faint sigh. What a foolish child. That gentle rebuke brought a flush of shame to the saintess's heart, as if she had somehow let something down. This kid is really stubborn. Looks like I can only use that move. I thought to myself, and began searching through my spatial storage. My awareness settled on the book I had put in there yesterday. Ripples rose in my right hand. The saintess knew very little about spatial powers. As the church's mascot, she spent most of her time not reading anything other than the Holy Scripture. Once again, she watched helplessly as an inexplicable scene unfolded before her. The boy stood quietly, dressed in plain white clothes, his black hair falling softly, his features warm and refined. A faint healing glow still lingered around him. He was as pure as an angel stepping out of the Holy Scripture. Then, suddenly, a Holy Scripture appeared in his hands out of thin air. No, this is impossible. The saintess shook her head, her legs weakening until she could barely stand. I held the book in my palm, the wind turning its pages. It stopped on an illustrated page. She had seen that image countless times. Genesis, the seventh day after God created all things, resting beside the stream in Eden. In the picture, God wore a white robe and had snow-white hair. His face was blurred, but the contours were deep, and his eyes were gentle. Don't you think he looks a lot like me? I aligned the portrait of God with my own face, and spoke softly. The saintess wanted to object. God had white hair, while he had black hair. But as she looked at his compassion and sanctity, that voice was like honey. Doubt gradually began to take root in her heart. The resemblance in their beautiful faces, the overlap in their sacred aura. This boy did indeed resemble the God she believed in. She drew in a sharp breath, both panicked and hopeful. Her chest felt almost suffocated. You are? Could it be you really are? I closed the Holy Scripture, ripples spreading in a ring. The book vanished. I stepped forward, and the saintess did not retreat. The moonlight dimmed, and heaven and earth fell silent. Only my smile remained. Gentle, compassionate, holy, almost beyond the mortal world. You really don't recognize me anymore? My foolish little believer. I am the one you have always worshipped. Though she had already guessed the answer, it still shook her deeply. Her hazel eyes were like the sea, waves surging within. I looked at her. My palm turned upward, and a pale white radiance spun like tiny nebulae. Mysterious, yet gentle. Didn't you already see it? My voice was unhurried, yet intoxicating. Healing power, in my hands, is merely a thought away. Life and death, in my eyes, are nothing more than a game. The saintess's heart pounded like a drum. All doubt vanished without a trace. Please forgive me. Her knees bent, and she dropped to the pile of fallen leaves. Lord God, her white robe spread out, and her long hair fell to the ground. The tips of her hair were dotted with petals, yet she didn't notice at all. She had served the God for over 10 years. In her heart, she had often wondered whether God could hear her, whether her faith had any meaning. At this moment, God had descended to answer her doubts. I had no intention of offending you. Her sobs were as thin as silk. She pressed herself to the ground, not daring to look up, as if fearing that insufficient piety would profane this belated encounter. I looked down at the girl kneeling before me. My expression was calm, yet inwardly, I sighed. Finally, I've fooled you. I lowered my lashes, hiding the satisfied smile. My voice was as warm as a stream. Stand up and speak. The saintess straightened up. Tears filled her eyes, brimming with reverence and humility. Today I came to tell you something, I said slowly. Listen carefully. She straightened her back and folded her hands together, as respectfully as if listening to a sermon in a chapel. In autumn, something major will happen during the beast hunting trial at Silver Moon Royal Academy. The saintess showed a faint trace of surprise. She knew of the beast hunting trial. The church did not interfere. That was outside its sphere of authority. At that time, the Inquisition will enter the hunting abyss canyon. She was even more confused. The Inquisition was the church's armed force, acting in judgment on behalf of the gods. It rarely intervened in worldly affairs, especially in a place like Hunting Abyss Canyon, unless something major was about to happen. My lord, do you mean? Then I will need you to use your authority to save one person. She froze. Authority? She was nothing more than a porcelain figurine on the altar, worshipped by the masses, yet possessing no real power. The Saintess Edict. I said the 3 words for her. The saintess's breathing caught. The Saintess Edict was the inherited sacred relic bestowed on the day she became saintess by the previous saintess herself. It was said to be able to mobilize the power of the Inquisition. Throughout history, no saintess had ever dared to use it. They were all obedient girls manipulated by the church. By then, you'll know what to do. I said no more, acting mysteriously, keeping the distance befitting a god. Yes, my lord. Though the saintess did not understand what I meant, she obeyed without question. Seeing her hesitation, I knew the time was not yet ripe. A vague and ethereal divine revelation. She would believe it now, but after calming down, perhaps not necessarily. I needed to rely on prophecy, to make the image of the true God take root deeply in her heart. Then inspiration struck, and I recalled memories from my previous life. Mid-July, a rare torrential rain hit the south side of the royal capital. The river embankments burst, and the slums were submerged by floodwaters. There were heavy casualties. Not long after, the old abandoned church to the north of Silver Moon caught fire in the middle of the night. The blaze lasted the entire night. These 2 events would be enough. The south side of the royal capital will soon suffer a flood disaster, I said calmly. The saintess looked blank. The royal capital was inland and had been dry for years. Floods were truly rare, but she said nothing. She only knew that divine words must have a reason behind them. And also, the old abandoned church to the north of Silver Moon. It will catch fire in a few days. Her suspicion deepened. Why would a church that had stood empty for years spontaneously ignite? But if it was a divine oracle, perhaps it was destined to come true. I looked down at her gently, my tone full of entrustment. You know, I do not wish to see anyone die. The saintess' heart jolted violently. She heard the pity in the god's words. A god actually pitted lives as small as ants. That compassion made her feel ashamed of herself. At your command, Lord God, I will have the church evacuate the residents of South City in advance. And I will guard that old church and never let anyone enter. I gave a slight, satisfied nod. Whether the saintess believed it now or not. Once the prophecy came true, she would surely believe it. I'm leaving. I turned, my white robes brushing softly through the flowers. The saintess knelt down in panic. She took 2 crawling steps forward and reached out as if to hold me back. But her hand stopped less than an inch from the hem of my robe. That was the hem of a god. Her status was too humble. She could not touch it. Lord God, she pleaded cautiously, her voice trembling. Will you come again? I did not look back. My voice was warm yet distant, carrying a faint smile. When you need me, I will be there. The god's figure grew farther and farther away, passing through the flower beds, through the fence, then disappearing at the end of the forest path. The saintess lowered her head slightly, her forehead touching the ground. She bowed in devout worship. Lord God. Her voice was swallowed by the cicadas and the wind. In the small park, the saintess still knelt there. Her mind replayed that scene over and over. Her heart was filled with a dizzying happiness. Saintess. A voice came from the woods. The saintess looked up. She saw an elderly woman in a gray nun's robe walking over. The contemplation period is already half an hour over. Why are you still here? Seeing her kneeling on the ground, the nun said in surprise. Why are you kneeling? Madam, the god just descended. The saintess' eyes shimmered with fanatical light. The more she described it, the more anxious she became, afraid the other woman would not believe her. He was dressed in white and came through the flowers. His healing power was far stronger than mine. He saved a little bird that was almost dead. He also knew what I was thinking. The nun looked puzzled. Then her expression turned helpless. She knew the saintess had spent the entire afternoon working hard at the relief center today. It was no surprise she would hallucinate under the scorching sun while wearing thick ceremonial robes. The garden was guarded on all sides by sentries. It was impossible for a god's descent to go unnoticed. She thought to herself that this must be an illusion. She did not expose it. Instead, she gently supported the saintess by the arm. Saintess, you are too tired. Go back and rest. With the nun's help, the saintess slowly stood. Her knees were sore and numb, and she staggered before steadying herself. While the nun was straightening her ceremonial robe, she found a gray feather stuck to it. She was about to throw it away, but the saintess stubbornly stopped her. That is proof that the god descended. The nun was helpless. She placed the feather into the saintess' palm. The saintess smiled. Carefully, she tucked it into her sleeve pocket, then regained her dignified expression. Let's go, madam. They walked through the flowers, toward the garden exit. The guards were already standing in formation, waiting. On the other hand, I climbed over the fence and landed, brushing the dirt off my palms. The thorns cut my skin. I didn't care and kept going. On my wrist, the small black snake Jean Yu poked her head out. Master, about the flood and fire you just mentioned. How can you be sure they'll happen? My pace didn't slow, and my expression remained calm. If nothing happens, then things will be troublesome for the saintess's side. Jean Yu tightened her body slightly, testing me. Where exactly did you learn that? I refused to respond to her mental probing. An invisible barrier blocked Jean Yu's consciousness. She withdrew her tendrils, slightly frustrated. I once studied celestial patterns in the countryside. It's easy to analyze extreme weather. That church has been abandoned for 20 years. Its wooden structure has already rotted, and it has caught fire many times. Usually, the fire was discovered and put out. But now it's the holidays, and Silver Moon City is even more deserted. The chances of a fire going unnoticed are much higher. Jean Yu was silent for a moment. So that's how it is. You were inferring, not foreseeing. I didn't explain further. Jean Yu crawled over my wrist, up along my forearm. Her body moved within my sleeve, leaving behind a cold, damp trail. I lowered my eyes and stared at that black movement. Jean Yu had already climbed into the hollow at my shoulder. She poked her head out through the gap in my clothes. Her scales brushed my collarbone, bringing a chill. The snake's head emerged from my neckline, and her tongue lightly licked the side of my neck. What are you doing, moving around like that and licking people? That's rude. My thought reached Jean Yu's mind, my tone free of reproach and full of indulgence. Her tongue flicked out again, brushing my ear. I'm helping you check your injury. Thorns scratched your neck when you climbed over the wall. I touched my neck. There was no wound. Are you lying? Jean Yu fell silent and tightened her coil. She buried her head in my collar, her tongue licking in intermittent strokes. It was intimate and lingering. Seeing her clinging to my neckline, I softly coaxed her. Be good. Don't rub around so much. Jean Yu was unusually affectionate. Maybe because she was in beast form, with our skin touching. I smiled and pinched the tip of her tail. Jean Yu's mind went into chaos, and her body instantly tensed. Her scales pressed tightly against my skin, trembling. I didn't let go, and my thumb lightly stroked the tail tip. Still fidgeting, her body coiled even tighter. The snake head turned away and buried itself behind my ear, too afraid to look directly at me. Her tongue licked my earlobe, as if pleading and acting spoiled at the same time. I won't move anymore. I waited 2 seconds before loosening my fingers. The snake tail quickly withdrew and slipped back into my sleeve. A cold trace remained, stretching along my collarbone. Siyu shrank into a tight ball, her head deeply buried, completely motionless. I called her in a low voice, Jean Yu. The snake head burrowed even deeper. That shy emotion surged straight into the depths of my consciousness. I didn't call her again. I lowered my sleeve to cover the small black bundle on my wrist, then continued walking forward. Chiyun Mountain Villa. I had just entered the villa. Jean Yu, the little snake hidden in my sleeve, ultimately couldn't hold back any longer. It slipped out of my cuff and quickly fled into the room along the back of my hand. In the kitchen, Bai Ruan came out carrying soup. Her ruby-like eyes caught sight of the ink-black little snake darting away at high speed. Sister Jean Yu, why did you run so fast? Wasn't she usually so slow? She asked in confusion. Xiara glanced lazily at it. At Jean Yu, who had disappeared by the stairway. Her nostrils twitched lightly, her expression complicated. As a wolf, her sense of smell was keen. She had already caught the faintly sweet, ambiguous scent from far away. Her gaze fell on my neck. A patch of unusually red skin appeared. Master, what happened to your neck? Did a mosquito bite you? Xianer's voice was languid, carrying a teasing tone that clearly meant she knew the answer already. I touched my neck and replied flatly. Oh? That mosquito's pretty big. Xiara raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of mockery. Bai Ruan looked blank. Sister Xiara, what are you talking about? Xiara rubbed Bai Ruan's head. Nothing. You're still young, so don't worry about understanding. Feeling aggrieved, Bai Ruan hugged the soup and walked away. Xiara passed by my side and teased me. Master, next time you go out, don't bully people that badly. They won't even talk to you when you get back. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoda strode away. In a low-rent housing unit, Song Xiaoyan had just stepped out the door, only to be confronted by her gambling-addicted mother leaning against the doorframe. With half a bottle of liquor in hand, her mother scanned her daughter with a gaze that was both lewd and mocking. Up so early, even during summer break. Her mother's voice was laced with sarcasm. Who are you wearing that dress for? Didn't you always hate skirts? Song Xiaoyan slung her backpack over her shoulder and answered in a muffled tone. Going out. Hold on, her mother said, extending a hand imperiously. Give me some money. I don't have any, Song Xiaoyan replied. Her mother let out a cold laugh. Those rich boys from Silver Moon Royal Academy. Any one of them is better off than us. Haven't you already slept with one of them? Don't tell me you didn't get any money out of it. Song Xiaoyan ignored her, turning her body slightly to squeeze past and head out the door. Her mother pressed on. If you've got a young master wrapped around your finger, then start draining him dry. Stop playing the role of some high and mighty saint. Can dignity fill your stomach? With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. 2 hours later, she got off at the bus stop. Song Xiaoyan quickly walked toward the nearby Qiyun Manor. The garden fountain scattered fine mist in the sunlight. The girls were gathered around the flower beds. Some were watering, some were pruning. Each one was elegant and graceful, with a refined presence. Song Xiaoyan lowered her head and quickened her pace. She wanted to pass through the garden and go straight into the villa, to avoid unfamiliar gazes. Hello. A clear, gentle greeting came from ahead. She looked up. A white-haired, wide-eyed girl was standing by the flower bed. Her slender figure, white hair loosely tied, and smile made her seem otherworldly. You're here to see Master, right? He's in the side hall. I'll take you there. Why you put down the shovel? Song Xiaoyan felt shabby and plain by comparison. She said softly, I can find my own way. Why you did not insist? She stepped aside to make way and pointed toward the side hall. Go in quickly. It's hot outside. Byron prepared iced tea for you. She remembered you said it tasted good last time. Song Xiaoyan nodded. Clutching her school bag, she quickly crossed the garden. A few gazes casually swept past her by the fountain. There was no hostility, yet it still made her feel utterly ashamed. Teacher Xiaoyan? A familiar, gentle voice rang out. Song Xiaoyan stopped and looked up. It was me, with clear and picturesque features. Her ears turned red. Don't tease me. I'm hardly a teacher. The phone on the desk rang with a notification during class. Song Xiaoyan frowned. She handed the screen to me. The screen showed an official emergency notice. By order of the Holy See, residents of the low-lying shantytown in the south of the city are to be forcibly evacuated before 1800 hours today. Temporary shelters have been arranged. Then came an even more urgent notice. It said the saint had received a divine oracle and hoped residents would cooperate. Song Xiaoyan complained. The Holy See spends all day playing along with some little girl's divine oracle. Could they be getting played? Taking the hint, I coughed awkwardly. I have a friend who studies meteorology. He said there may be a rare storm in the south of the city these next few days. The embankments are old and probably won't hold. Song Xiaoyan froze. Really? So you should still follow the arrangement. Go to the shelter or somewhere else, but don't stay there. After hesitating, Song Xiaoyan nodded. Okay, you're right. I smiled. There are plenty of guest rooms at Qiyun Villa. If you don't have anywhere to go, you can stay for a few days first. Warmth surged in Song Xiaoyan's heart. She shook her head and declined. No need. I'll go to the shelter. She didn't even need to think to know what her gambling addict mother would say. Class ended. I had the driver send Song Xiaoyan home. I also gave her 3 times the market rate for the tutoring fee. The midsummer sky shifted from clear to overcast. Wind carrying the fishy scent of lake water blew through the flower beds. I stood by the window watching the rain and yawned. After changing into pajamas and lying down on the bed, I had just pulled up the blanket when there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The crack in the door was pushed open. 2 snow-white long ears peeked in first. Then came a soft, white, round face. My master. Byron was panicked. I sat up. What's wrong? It's thundering. Before she could finish, thunder boomed and the windows shook. Byron trembled all over. Ruby tears welled up in her eyes. I am scared. She stood at the door, her legs shaking. Remembering her status, she didn't dare climb onto the bed. She could only look at me timidly. I patted the side of the bed, my voice gentle. Come here, the floor is cold. Byron clutched her skirt tightly, her voice tiny. I'm only a servant. This wouldn't be proper. As she spoke, her eyes secretly drifted toward the bed. She bit her lip, suppressing her desire. Lowering her head, her rabbit ears drooped helplessly, obedient and aggrieved. I looked at the little rabbit who wanted to come up, but didn't dare. My smile deepened. Turn back into your beast form and come up. Byron looked puzzled. Huh. It's perfectly reasonable for me to sleep while holding my pet. I kept a straight face, but amusement was hidden in my eyes. I quietly watched her go from confusion to shyness. Byron's face turned red, and her ears tinged pink as well. Pipette. She repeated it stammeringly, wishing she could burrow into a crack in the floor. She sneaked another glance at me. Her master was still gentle, with a faint smile at the corners of his lips. He didn't urge her, didn't laugh at her. He simply waited for her to decide. A flash of lightning lit up the room. Immediately after, thunder rolled in. Bai Ruan's whole body shuddered. Her final psychological defense was shattered by that bolt of lightning. She bit her lip, lowered her head, and closed her eyes. A pale halo spread out from her body, like a layer of sheer gauze. Her figure gradually shrank. The pale yellow nightdress collapsed limply to the floor, piling into a heap. From it, a snow-white little rabbit crawled out. Fuzzy, round and plump, pure white without a trace of usura. The tips of its ears and nose were faintly pink. Its rabbit tail was a fluffy pom-pom, trembling lightly with each breath. Bai Ruan crouched in the pile of clothes. Her ruby-like eyes were moist as she looked up at me. Her rabbit ears pressed tightly against her head, shy and timid. Hesitating, she stepped on all four paws. Then she lightly hopped onto the edge of the bed. Seeing my black eyes smiling in silence as I waited, Bai Ruan gathered her courage and burrowed into my arms. Her small body curled up, pressed against my chest. Her heartbeat was rapid, trembling through her fur. I slid my hand into the ball of fluff. It felt especially warm, like holding a breathing hand warmer. My fingers stroked from the base of her ears down along her spine. Rabbit fur slipped through my fingertips. Bai Ruan's ears drooped softly. Half-lidded eyes showed dazed contentment. I pinched her rabbit tail. Her body trembled, and she buried her face in the crook of her arm, pretending to be a plush toy without feelings. Just as I was having fun, the door was knocked on by Xuelin. I met the water blue-haired girl's gaze. A few seconds later, she also slipped under the blanket. I leaned against the pillow with my eyes closed. Less than a minute later, the wolf girl in a gray short-sleeved shirt and safety shorts walked in. I opened one eye in shock. You're scared of thunder too? Xiao'er glanced at Bai Ruan and Xuelin on the bed. Of course not. I came to see whether they disturbed the master's rest. Seeing her awkward expression, I laughed. Since you're already here, come in. Xiao'er rarely talked back. Instead, she squeezed in and pulled the blanket over her face, leaving only her gray wolf ears exposed. Thump, thump. I sighed. This group is unusually in sync today. The door was pushed open a little, and Zhan Yu appeared at the entrance. Her usually cold face carried a trace of awkwardness, her long lashes lowered. Since they're all here, I might as well. She walked straight to the bedside. There was no space left on my side. Frowning, she looked at Bai Ruan. Bai Ruan felt that stare and shivered, shrinking toward Xuelin to make room. Zhan Yu didn't hesitate and squeezed closer to me. When Xiao'er saw this, she snorted, but didn't expose her. The room grew to 4 people. The originally spacious bed instantly became cramped. I was like a nest occupied by 4 animals. I didn't even dare turn over for fear of stepping on a tail. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, followed by rolling thunder. I was tightly wrapped by several arms, mixed with one that wasn't afraid at all, tugging and pulling until I was almost suffocated. Just as it was in utter chaos, a gentle voice came from outside the door. Master, I'm coming in. Bai Yu wore a smile like an angel, holding a tray. Seeing the scene inside, her expression turned teasing. I guess you probably couldn't sleep, so I made a pot of calming tea. She sat beside the chair and slowly poured the tea. The fragrance of lavender and chamomile spread through the room, soft, sweet, and faint. Bai Yu handed the tea to the girls. Outside the window, the thunderstorm roared with crashing thunder. Sleepiness finally swept over the bedroom. Since that day, rain had fallen non-stop over the royal capital. It was as if the sky had sprung a leak. The saint stood beneath the corridor eaves, catching the rain in her palm. The droplets splashed and gathered into a little pool. She lowered her head and saw the gray-white sky reflected in the water. The god had once said that there would be a flood in the south of the city. The residents were to evacuate. When she relayed the divine words, everyone discussed it heatedly. They said no saint in history had ever been as meddlesome as she was, stirring up thousands of people to move just because of an oracle. But the Pope nodded, and the church issued the order. The prophecy came true. Last night, the embankment in the south of the city rose above the warning line. Today, it had already been submerged. Fortunately, the residents had been relocated to the shelter in advance, and their lives were safe. The saint poured out the water, and an unexpected delight rose in her heart. The god had not lied to her. The boy who had emerged from the bellflower bushes really was a god. Her smile was fresh and bright, full of youthful energy, unlike the rigid smile taught by saintly etiquette. Footsteps sounded in the corridor. Several nuns, carrying heavy copies of the Holy Scriptures, hurried out from the corner, heading to the chapel to pray for blessings. The foremost abbess saw the saint standing under the eaves and hesitated. The others slowed as well. They regarded the saint as one favored by the gods, and their reverence only deepened. The saint seemed not to notice. The rain kept falling. She tucked her sleeves in and pinched the gray sparrow feather between her fingers. She had been playing with it repeatedly for days. Though a few feathers had fallen out, she still kept it in her sleeve pocket and carried it with her. She lowered her head slightly and turned the feather over, her expression strangely fond. Outside, the rain made everything gray, while in her heart, she silently called upon the God. Lord God, the south side has been evacuated. No one was harmed. The first thing you told your believer to do has been accomplished. The church is guarded by people, with shifts day and night. If a fire starts, they'll extinguish it at once. She lifted the feather toward the light and looked up. There was piety in her gaze, mixed with a little boredom. When will you come again? She only thought it in her heart, too afraid to say it aloud. The gods have their own affairs to tend to. They are not something a mortal can summon at will. But she was willful and wanted to see him. Inside the chapel, the Pope wore a white priestly robe and no crown. His gray hair was tied back and hung down his waist, while his back remained fixed in devout prayer. The door opened, and a bishop in a red robe entered. He bowed from afar, full of caution and fear. Today the saint went again to the shelter in the north of the city. She distributed church supplies to the disaster victims. The nuns accompanying her said she stood at the entrance for a long time, as if waiting for someone. The Pope did not turn around and said indifferently, "She is waiting for God." The bishop was filled with doubt. He should not have asked, but the relocation in the south had caused much discussion within the church for days. Some believed the saint truly had divine communication. Others said she merely got lucky after dreaming it right. But God is dead. As soon as the words fell, the Pope's back stirred slightly, and he turned his head. His pale gray eyes looked coldly at the bishop, making his entire body turn ice cold. In an instant, the bishop felt as if every inch of him had been stripped bare, with the secrets buried deep in his heart exposed beyond concealment. The Pope withdrew his gaze and sneered. Even this kind of stupid thing can be understood. But that boy still thinks himself clever. He turned toward the bishop. Though already 70, his face was still young, like the beginning of a man in his prime. His features were deep and handsome, his skin unwrinkled. Only a few strands of gray hair revealed his true age. The Pope said with a faint smile, "Go investigate. Find out who that boy is, the one putting on a divine act before the saint." The bishop bowed and replied. The saint described him as wearing plain clothes, with black hair and outstanding looks. People have already been sent to investigate. There should be news soon. The Pope nodded. Yet in his heart, impatience and exhaustion surged. He had raised the saint for 12 years, watching her grow from a child into the church's symbol of purity. She treated his words as divine revelation. And yet she had been sullied by a villain. A mere boy, only in his teens, dared to impersonate a god. He even dared to gamble the saint's faith with the ability to foresee disaster. He suspected the boy possessed some kind of time reversal or prophecy-related beast ability. Though no records mentioned such a thing, its value would be extremely high. After the bishop left, the Pope pondered alone. He locked onto his target and swore to personally drag out that boy with his own hands. In the distance, bells rang out. The sound of the believers' prayers drifted through the air. Several days of rain never let up. Chiyun Manor was shrouded in mist. Byron lay on the windowsill in a daze. I stepped outside with an umbrella to greet Sang Ling, who had gotten out of the car. Seeing me in the rain, her heart warmed. The gloom of the past few days was swept away in an instant. In the car, Ning Fu poked her head out and asked, "Sang Ling Jia, what are you spacing out about?" Sang Ling said nothing and opened the car door. Rainwater instantly soaked her bangs. I tilted my umbrella slightly, covering the top of her head. Warmth followed like a shadow. Sang Ling said with a smile, I was anxious to see you." Her face was red and shy. The two of them played around in the rain, overflowing with affection. Beside them, Ning Fu sighed helplessly. She walked out holding an umbrella and introduced herself to me. "Your brother Yinqing? Sang Ling Jia often mentions you. We seem to have met at my birthday banquet." I replied politely. Ning Fu was carefree and called me brother Yinqing. Her gaze fell on Byron. She praised the rabbit beastman for being cute. Byron responded shyly. Xiaoter came to welcome Sang Ling. She said the master had been waiting for her all morning. Sang Ling said stubbornly, "He was probably hoping I wouldn't come, so I wouldn't disturb him." Xiaoter smiled without saying anything and brought them inside. The two of them bickered over the old matter of being late for tutoring, each poking at the other. The air was full of playfulness. Ning Fu suddenly asked Sang Ling, "Do you like him?" Sang Ling blushed and denied it. Ning Fu nodded, convinced. Xiaoter, watching from the side, quietly assessed the princess. Recalling the commotion she had caused in the past, she came to a conclusion. The current Zhan Yu was indeed much more obedient. The atmosphere in the living room was subtle. Sang Ling found an excuse to change clothes and slipped away. Ning Fu sat down and drank tea. I took the chance to hold Zhan Yu's hand. She was startled, but did not refuse. Through my psychic ability, I probed Ning Fu's thoughts and sensed that she had misunderstood my relationship with Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu awkwardly sent me a mental message. Ning Fu observed how intimate we were, and a trace of displeasure rose in her heart, hiding something secret. I went a step further and searched Ning Fu's memories. I saw her as a child sitting on the steps of a palace, a woman gently patting her head. That person was called Teacher Yi. She seemed to be a mentor in spiritual powers. Suspicion arose in my heart, but reason told me to set the thought aside for now. I released Zhang Yu's hand. The girl had wanted to keep holding on, but gave up in the end. Ning Fu's gaze was sharp as she observed me. She probably thought I was frivolous and unworthy of someone Sang Ling liked. I had no intention of explaining. I knew this was not the time to probe too deeply. Using psychic ability too much might provoke resentment. That spirit power holder, Ning Fu, had already faintly sensed something unusual. Click. The guest room door opened, and Sang Ling walked out. She had changed into dry clothes, and the ends of her half-wet hair were still dripping water. What are you talking about? Sang Ling naturally sat down beside me. We're talking about Her Highness's insights on beastmen contracts, I said flatly. Sang Ling raised an eyebrow and glanced at Ning Fu. Insights? Weren't her two beastmen both tamed by beast tamers? Ning Fu's face flushed red as her old embarrassment was dragged back into the open. Sang Ling Jia. Sang Ling blinked innocently. What are you so afraid of? It's not like you tamed them yourself. Ning Fu bit her lip, glaring at Sang Ling and then at me. Seeing that I showed no sign of mocking her, she relaxed a little. But her expression still looked terrible. Sang Ling didn't notice and turned to look at me instead. What's wrong with your face? I froze, then smiled and denied it. Nothing. Sang Ling leaned closer, her fox-like eyes studying me. Who upset you? No one. I reached out and tidied her hair. She didn't dodge. Instead, she leaned in slightly. Ning Fu watched us being intimate and pressed her lips tightly together. Sang Ling noticed and stared in surprise. Ning Fu, your gaze is kind of weird. Ning Fu immediately lowered her eyes. No, Sang Ling tilted her head and studied her for a while. Seeing no clue, she didn't press further. If you're in a bad mood, then don't keep me company. I'll take Ning Fu out for a walk. We can't come all this way for nothing. With that, she pulled Ning Fu along. Ning Fu followed silently. Zhang Yue stood in place, her brow slightly furrowed. Master, Ning Fu's mental power is far beyond what I expected. She almost noticed just now. The Teacher Yi in her memory is not simple. To be able to make a girl's spiritual power rise to that extent, either she was born extraordinary, or it was forcibly enhanced later. If it was the latter, then Teacher Ye's methods were extraordinary indeed. I went upstairs and took out my phone to call the steward at the old residence. Master Yinqing? The steward was surprised that I would call on my own initiative. I asked, have you ever met my mother? The atmosphere on the other end of the line turned solemn. 2 seconds later, the steward replied, your mother wasn't from the royal capital. Exactly where she was from, she never said. After she married into the Yun family, less than a year later, she left. Later, her feelings toward the family grew cold, and she came even less often. It was like strangers living under the same roof. What happened after that? The steward hesitated. I heard she suddenly passed away. The young master didn't hold a funeral, and all her belongings were burned. What about her ashes? Her younger brother, your uncle, came. He took the ashes away. That was the only Yi family member I ever saw. My heart sped up. Where did the Yi family go? Unknown. The steward sighed. After that, the household changed personnel, and no one mentioned your mother again. I was slightly disappointed. I understand. Thank you. The steward added, your mother had an acquaintance in the royal capital. A lady who worked at the royal library. Madam mentioned her occasionally. The library? My hand paused on the hang-up button. The director's position. The royal library held the continent's oldest records. It was a restricted place that could not be entered without special permission. My mother had such an isolated identity, yet she had a friend here? Before school started, I had to make a trip there. The steward asked with concern, is everything all right? Did Yun Lang cause trouble again? No, I said firmly. I was just asking casually. The sound of rain outside seeped into the room, bringing a chill. At that moment, Song Xiaoyan sent a message. Song Xiaoyan. Yinqing, thank you. Luckily, I listened to your advice. I went with the church to the relocation site, and I'm alive. The saintess came to the relocation site today to comfort the disaster victims. She distributed supplies and even treated those who had caught a chill. I used to think the saintess was just a pretty face, but now she seems pretty sincere. In my mind, the scene of her saving the sparrow surfaced. Yinqing, changed your opinion. Song Xiaoyan, Ememda. When she left, she said the church would keep paying attention. She told everyone to feel at ease. Song Xiaoyan, my phone's almost out of battery. The charging line at the relocation site is long. Good night. The rain gradually eased. Are you really going? I asked the two women. One looked at me with tender affection, while the other stared like a tiger eyeing its prey. Both were impossible to deal with. Sang Ling smiled. Not leaving? Planning to stay the night. She rose on tiptoe and pressed a light kiss to my cheek. Remember to miss me. Her breath was warm. Before I could react, she dragged Ning Fu away. The red lantern disappeared into the end of the rain and mist. My thoughts turned back to Mother's matter at the library. I knew few people. Ning Fu had a frivolous prejudice against me, and vigilance in the palace was high. Asking about the library would hardly avoid arousing suspicion. I knew even fewer in the Holy See, but the saintess's identity was important. It wouldn't be hard to obtain a pass to the Holy See. She was my believer. An exchange of interests, a fair deal. After the rescue in South City, the saintess would still go to the resettlement site. I had to visit again tomorrow. With a change of identity, I couldn't arouse suspicion like last time. I went through the wardrobe and picked a worn gray-white outer coat. A rustic scholar's outfit, the look of an ordinary refugee. The next day, the saintess sat beneath the leaky shed at the resettlement site. She treated the cold symptoms and wounds of the long queue of refugees. A pale golden glow flowed from her palm. People's hands and skin tingled. A middle-aged man said gratefully, "Holy saintess, you are a living bodhisattva." The saintess smiled, neither affirming nor denying it. Refugees kept coming one after another. Sweat covered her forehead, and the back of her clothes was soaked through. The collar was tied around her neck. She adjusted it slightly, then pulled her hand back. The nuns urged her to rest. The saintess shook her head, her expression resolute. The old nun hesitated as if she wanted to say something, then withdrew.